What's up, Node.js developers? Welcome to our newest workshop. Today, we're gonna learn and we're gonna build a full-stack food ordering application using React Native and Supabase. This is going to be a zero to hero tutorial, and we're gonna cover in depth a lot of topics that goes into building full-stack mobile applications all the way from idea until you get them on the market. The plan is to upgrade your skills and to go from knowing a bit of React Native and having a little skills of building applications to being a master of it and being able to build any type of mobile applications using React Native, Supabase, both on frontend and the backend. The tech stack that we're gonna use for this workshop is going to consist of React Native on the mobile side. We're gonna, of course, use Expo to create our React Native application, and we're gonna use Expo router for the navigation library. Everything is going to be done in TypeScript in order to build type-safe applications. And on the backend, we're gonna use, as I said, Supabase. Supabase, real short, it's an alternative to Firebase, which is also open source. I gave it a try in a couple of projects before, and I think it's a really great solution to really fast build backends for mobile applications. We're also gonna cover some animations and Expo application services, including how to build the application and launch it later. This course is going to be split up in 3 different modules. The first one is the UI, and here we're gonna start with React Native using Expo. You're gonna learn how to build and design beautiful user interfaces using built-in components, and also how to create your own components that are reusable in your application. We're gonna master data management in our components using props and state. We're gonna learn how to implement a global state management using React context, and that is going to help us define the data for our shopping cart. And by doing all of this together, we're gonna master navigation using Expo router. We're gonna have different types of nested navigations or more complex navigation with dynamic routes. So everything is covered in the first part during the UI. In the second part, we're gonna focus on the backend side of application. And I know this is the part that is challenging for a lot of front-end developers, but by using Supabase, it made it quite easy for everyone to follow along and implement all the features that we're gonna do there, including authentication system to sign in, create an account. Then we're gonna design our database where we will store the data for our products, orders, customers, and so on. We're gonna query and mutate the data from our application, and also we're gonna implement image uploading to store the images in the cloud for easy access. We're also gonna cover real-time updates in order to receive updates about your order as you are waiting for it. During the last module, we're gonna cover animations with Reanimated. Then we're gonna go through the Expo EAS to set it up and build our application in the cloud, and also to prepare it for the stores. And we're gonna have 2 bonus features that you're gonna find out later. So that's the plan. If you are ready, I'm ready, and we can get started. But before that, a couple of important topics. First of all is the asset bundle. I always prepare some files and dummy data that will help you move along and follow this tutorial together with me. So you can download it at assets.nodejs.dev/pizza. Very rememberable. And when you will download the asset bundle, besides the asset bundle, you'll also get a link to the project guide. The project guide is the step-by-step guide that will help you follow along and will provide more information about every single step of the way, starting with configuring your environment and all the way till building all the components. We also have some user interfaces, some mockups, some code, and this is going to help you move and implement it together with me. If there will be any updates to the tools that we are using, I'm gonna make sure to update them here. So this tutorial is gonna help you long way into the future. So let's get started with our first module with the user interface. As you know, for the React Native application, we're gonna use Expo tools to initialize and set up our project. More recently, all of the projects that I'm building, I'm starting them using Expo because nowadays there are no limitations using Expo and the development experience is much better than compared to React Native CLI. There are a lot of tools and there are little dependencies that we have to install in order to get up and running. running. So if this is the first time you're building React Native applications, this is going to be super easy to get started. Here in the taskbar, go ahead and open up the configure your environment page. And here you're going to read a little bit about the requirements that you need to have in your environment to get started. Because we are using Expo, the only required dependency that we need is actually Node.js. So go ahead and open this if you don't have Node.js installed, and install the LTS version. Currently, this is the version 18. And if you have that, there is no more extra dependencies to initialize a project. But we're gonna get there in a moment. Let me quickly show you some optional dependencies or other tools that are gonna help you build this application. For example, you can install Git, and I highly recommend you to get used to using Git when building a project, because we can commit at different points when building the application, and this serves as checkpoints where we can go back if something bad happens with a project. There is also the Watchman dependencies for Linux and macOS users. You can download, and this will restart the server as when you do some changes. The Expo Go tool is an open source application that helps us run and debug Expo applications without having to install any dependencies like Android Studio or Xcode. So go ahead and install it. It's available both on Play Market and App Store, and have it ready on your physical device for the next step. Then we have a code editor. For the code editor, you can use whatever you prefer. My editor of choice is VS Code, and that's what I'm gonna use today. And lastly, these are optional, and these actually take a little bit more time to set up. And the main benefit of Expo is that we don't have to do that. But in some cases, if you want to build your project on native side for iOS and Android, if you want to do that locally, you would need Android Studio and or Xcode. So you can follow up that documentation on React Native environment here, where I'm also gonna paste some URLs to some tutorials that we did, which help a lot of people set everything up. But again, you don't need that, so we can move on to the next step. Now that our environment is ready, we can start by setting up a fresh Expo project. So let's open up the next task, set up a fresh Expo project. And as I said, the only dependency that we need to do that is Node. So if you had Node-V, here is my version, then we are ready to get started. So open up a terminal, navigate to a place where you keep your projects, and let's go ahead and run the npx create Expo app. We're gonna choose at latest to take the latest version of Create Expo application tool. Then we're gonna provide a name, in this case food ordering, and let's provide an option -t at the end to select a template. The template that we're gonna choose is navigation TypeScript. This template comes pre-installed with Expo router and a couple of screens already set up. It's gonna help us get started quickly, and we will by default have a couple of screens as examples to start working with. Now Expo will install all the dependencies for our newly created project, and then we can open it up and start working. So after a couple of minutes or seconds, our project is ready, and we can go ahead and open it with Visual Studio Code. I'm gonna close this terminal, I don't need it anymore. I'm gonna open Visual Studio Code, and from here we can open our project. Go ahead and open the directory of a project that was created for us. And here it is. If we see the app directory, components, and so on, everything is okay. Before we jump into the folder structure and files, let's go ahead and open a terminal. You can do that at the top by pressing terminal and new terminal. And here we can go ahead and start the development server by simply running npm start. That will open the Metro bundler, which will bundle all the code and will make it available for us to run it in Expo Go application. Now, with your Expo Go application, go ahead and scan this QR code, and the application will run directly on your physical device. In my case, I want you to see as well the emulator. So I'm gonna run it on iOS simulator by simply pressing I inside this window. You can also run it on Android by pressing A. Later on, by the end, we're gonna probably also test it on Android, because this application will work both on iOS and Android, and we need to make sure that everything is working properly between platforms. All right. right, so here we have our application running on our device, and we should see already 2 tabs. Your phone might be in dark mode. Let's switch to light mode by pressing Command-Shift-A, but you can turn it off through the settings of a phone. We're gonna try to focus on the light mode. I will show you also like how you can have both light mode and dark mode. Anyway, this is our application. We can test if everything is working properly by changing some text on our screen. Let's go ahead and first open the app tabs index directory. And here we should see the tab 1 text. If you change that to hello world and press save without doing anything more, we see the application hot reloading on our device to showcase our new changes. So that means that everything is connected, everything is working perfectly. Now what I want us to do is to actually stop our development server. So in this terminal where our Metro bundler is running, go ahead and press Ctrl-C to stop the server, because I want us to structure a little bit differently the folders in our application. It's a recommended way to keep all the source code in the src directory. So let's go ahead and create inside our root directory the src directory, and let's move there with these 3 folders: the application, the app directory, and yes, the components directory, and the constants. Let's move and press yes to update the imports. It's better to structure it this way because we know that all the source code will be here and everything else regarding the configuration or assets or modules or maybe the backend is going to live somewhere else. So source directory now contains the app, which is a folder specific to Expo router. We're going to talk about that in a minute. It contains the components, which is a folder where we will store our reusable components, and constants, some files with some colors, for example. Before we run again our application, let's open up source app layout and fix one import. If you scroll down until you see this space mono font, it is imported, but we need to add one more pair of /double-dots to reflect the new location of our layout. We added it into a folder, so we need to go back one folder. After you do that, we can open again the terminal and we can do npm start again to restart the project. On our emulator, if you press RR 2 times, that will refresh our application and will download the new JavaScript changes. So everything is working as it was working before, but now the code is inside our source directory. Before we start working on the coding part, let's also make sure to import some additional data that we're gonna need right in the next task. So what we have to do is to import the data from the asset bundle. Here should be the asset bundle, and there is the data folder with some dummy data for us. Let's drag and drop it inside our assets folder, and here we have our orders and our products. That's everything that we had to do to set everything up. And before we move to the next step, I want to show you a good practice to try to always and often commit your changes. In a terminal, you can press on this plus sign to open a new terminal. And here we're gonna run a couple of commands. First of all, with git status, we can see a list of files that have been changed. If the files look okay to you, you're gonna do git add and then dot to add all the files to the staging area. So if you do git status again, you're gonna see them with green, and all the files that are with green in the staging area will be committed after we run git commit -m, and here provide a message that explains the changes in Expo project. And now if we do git status, we see that on branch main, nothing to commit, everything good. The benefit of doing that is that if after some time you mess up something, for example, I don't know, I remove this one and my application crashes and I don't know what happened, I can go ahead and check the status of updated files, and I can run git stash to basically revert back to the previous commit or remove all the updates that are not yet staged. So be careful with this git stash and only run it when you know that you want to lose track of the changes that you have done after the last commit. So I'm gonna do git stash and everything is working back to normal. So I'm gonna try to commit the changes after every single step that we're gonna do. And I'm gonna also provide you URLs to these commits so you can compare it with your code. With that being said, if we look here in the guide, we have implemented all the changes that we have to do. So we are ready to move on to the next page. Let's go back to the taskboard. And our next step is already about user interface. So in this lesson, what we're gonna learn is, first of all, using JSX syntax to render UI elements. We're also gonna learn how to work with built-in UI elements like a view, a text, a image, and how to style our components using the style sheet. So the end result of this is going to be to render one single item of a product. Our food ordering application is going to be something like Domino's Pizza. So that's why we have a pizza image here, the title and the price on the bottom. That's our goal, and let's go ahead and start working on it. So the place where we will do the work is going to be this home screen. So this tab 1 screen will be the place where we will render our menu, basically. So let's start from there, and we're gonna find it in our app directory. The app directory, as I said, is something specific to Expo router, and that's how we structure all the screens in our application. Every file in this folder is going to be mapped to a screen. We're gonna learn basically how everything works and is connected together throughout this module. Let's open up tabs index.tsx, and this is the home screen that we see here on the right with the hello world. We're gonna do our work here, and first of all, I think I want to remove everything inside the view. I'm gonna leave it only the view here. So how does rendering in React and React Native works? For that, we are using JSX syntax, and this part that you see here, that's what JSX looks like. It looks very similar to how HTML works, where we have tags, opening and closing tags, we have property for these tags, and we can nest them inside one each other. For example, if we want to render a text, we're gonna use the text element, and we're gonna put the text that we want to render here, like pizza, between the text. And right away, we see pizza pepperoni here on the screen. This view and text, these are actually React Native basic components. So I'm gonna import them from React Native without confusing you with these themed components. I'm gonna remove this one to keep it simple. And a text, as you can see, is helping us render text on the screen. A view is a simple container similar to a div on the web that helps us group together elements, give them styles, and so on. So yeah, let's go ahead and see what exactly we need to do for this screen. As I said, let's start with the title, Ultimate Pepperoni, and the price here. So for the title, we already have it, and we're gonna do another text box for the price. For example, $12.99. And the price appears down below. The next step, styling. How does styling work? To style this component, we can do that using the style property, and the style property is available on most built-in components like view, text, and so on. And it expects an object. So let's add that object, and all the styling happens in this object. Styling is using JavaScript objects, which are quite similar to CSS syntax on the web. The only difference is the capitalization and so on. So for example, if we want to increase the font size, we can do that using a property font size 20, for example. Now we see the text is much larger. If we want, for example, to increase the weight to make it bold, we can do that using font weight bold. This is one way of styling it, and that's called inline styles, because we are inlining it together with the JSX, which is responsible for the structure. As a best practice, we're trying to avoid inline styles as much as possible because they add a lot of noise around our component, and the best practice is to keep structure and styles separate. So for that reason, I'm gonna copy this object from that we define the styles, and I'm gonna define it as a new property on our styles here named title. Actually, we already have it, so I'm gonna remove that one and add my title. To create style sheets, we are using this style sheet from React Native. And here we group together multiple styles that we can later access and send them to our components. For example, here, if I do styles.title, we see the styles being applied here. And let's do that for our price as well. We define styles.price here, and we need to make sure to implement the price styles down in our style sheet. So for the title, the font, I think we chose a value of 600, which is a little bit less than bold. Bold is, I think, 700. So a 600 is a bit less. Font size 18, and a little bit of spacing between them. We did that with margin vertical 10, and that will add some margins around the title, only vertical, on top and bottom. For the price, we define a color, a blue color. We can do it like this, which looks a bit weird, but a better way when we have a reusable color in our application is to import it. And if you remember, there is this constant colors and there is the tint color. We can reuse that, and this way it's going to be very easy for us to change it in one place and it will be applied everywhere else. So to do that, we're gonna simply write colors.light.tint and make sure to import them at the top from our constants like this. Now it looks better, and besides the color, our price will also have a font weight of bold and looks good. We can remove these styles for the separator, we don't need that, and we can also remove the styles for this container because we're gonna define them ourselves. And now we see that the titles and the price move to the top right. The next step is going to be to see how we can use real data inside of hard-coded data here. For that, we're gonna have to import our products data from our assets. So let's do that inside our component here. Let's import products from a couple of folders above, assets, data, products, and let's choose the first product from that list. That's a list of products, but let's start working with const product equal products at position 0. Now this product is this object with the name Ultimate Pepperoni, with a price, and with an image URL that is going to be available for you as well. So back in our project, instead of writing, hard coding the name here, what we are interested in doing is accessing the product.name, because the product has a name. So how do we do that? Well, we can think that, okay, it's going to be product.name, but if we just do that, it will literally say product.name on the screen. So to access JavaScript variables inside our JSX syntax, we can encapsulate it inside curly brackets. The curly brackets is basically a portal from JSX towards the JavaScript context, and we can access variables from here, we can have conditionals and much more. For now, think about it as a way to access variables. So if we do that, we see already that the name is Ultimate Pepperoni. For the price, let's do the same, but make sure to leave a $sign in front. Only removing the price itself. Then with curly brackets, we can access product.price. And just like that, we have a product price there. And if we change which product we are working with, for example, to 1, you're gonna see the price and the name automatically change. Perfect. Now, let's see how we can work with images. Our product that we are working with has an image URL, which is publicly accessible, as you can see. Let's go ahead and see how we can render this URL as an image on the screen. For that, we have a React Native component called image, and we're gonna render it above the name and the price. So let's start by rendering the image, and the image doesn't need anything inside like children, so that's why we're gonna use a self-closing tag. Now the image has one required property, which is the source, and the source is how we specify the image itself. It can be a local image, but in our case our image is a remote image, so for that reason we're going to use an object with a URI to specify the URL of the image we want to render. The URL, we're gonna take it from product.image. And here we don't have to wrap it around curly brackets because we are already inside the brackets. So we already have access to variables. So now we would expect the image to be displayed on the screen, but it's not there because it also requires some styles. Let's go ahead and assign it styles.image, and let's define the image styles here in our style sheet. The problem is that without some width and height, the image doesn't know how to render it. So if we specify width 100, height 100, that will render the image as 100 over 100 pixels square. That's how we assign static width. However, if we want to do a relative width depending on the screen size and so on, we can use percentage. So if I'm gonna do 100% here, that's gonna be full width of the screen. With the height, we can either provide here the a static height, or we can provide an aspect ratio, and by providing the aspect ratio, the height will automatically be calculated based on the width. So the aspect ratio receives here a floating number, for example 1/2, or actually 2/1, will calculate the height as half of our width. In our case, I want to make it square, so that's why I will have it as aspect ratio 1. I can keep it like this for now. Later on, we're gonna display them in 2 columns, so it's not gonna be so, the image is not gonna be so big. Now, a little bit about styling our container. The container has some background color, has some rounded corners, some spacing around it. So let's start by setting the background color of our container. So background color, we can specify it as white. Now we see that the names are basically cramped there without any spacing around. Let's add some padding to our container, and while margin is the space outside the container, padding is the space inside the container. So that's why it added around all the edges some spacing. Now if we want to make the corners rounded, we can use border radius property, and the higher the value, the more the corners will be rounded. Not sure if you can see very well, but you will see it later when we put them in 2 columns. And that's it. That's our first simple user interface based on some pre-built components from React Native, such as text, image, view. We learned how to work with them. We learned how to style them. We learned about inline styles, about the style sheet, how to access variables inside our JSX, and we are ready to move on to the next lesson. Before we do that, I'm gonna commit everything, and let me call it as our lesson. Perfect. Now that we know how to work with built-in components, let's go to the next step, because the next step is about building your first custom component. So we saw how to work with built-in like text, view, images component. What about building our own custom components for our UI? This is a very helpful thing in React Native and React to separate everything into smaller components and then use them as building blocks to create your more complex user interfaces, and at the same time keeping your code clean and having one single responsibility. In this lesson, you're gonna learn how to create a simple component, use it to render it inside our application, and also how to use props to send data from a parent component to a child component. Let's go back to our project here, and let's first of all talk about what makes a custom component. As we can see, our tab 1 screen, this is a React Native component. At the core of a component is a simple function that returns some JSX. So if we want to create a separate component for the component that will render one single product, what we have to do is we will start by creating a simple function. You can do that using the function keyword, or you can also do that using the arrow function syntax. And let's do that with an arrow function here, const. Let's call this component product list item is going to be equal to a function. Here is the arrow function syntax that should return something, should return some JSX that will be rendered on the screen. What JSX will it return? Well, basically everything from our tab 1 screen. So let's copy everything and put it in the product list. And in the tab 1 screen, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a view. Now we don't see anything because we are not using this product list item yet. To recap, to define a component, we create a simple function that returns some JSX. On the other hand, to use it, to render it in our application, we're gonna do that in a very similar way how we used the built-in components. For example, an image. We use the angle brackets, we use the name of our function, and we close it if it doesn't, we close it right away with a self-closing tag if it doesn't need any children. And just like that, we see the component rendered on the screen. But now if we want, and we have to render it, for example, twice, we will not copy paste a lot of code, we will only copy paste the way we render it. And then another benefit is going to be being able to use the same component in different screens and different parts of our application. But that's the first step, because yes, most of the times we need custom components for basically replicating and rendering the same type of elements based on different data. For example, a list of products on our menu, they will basically have the same structure with an image, title, price. The only thing that will be different between them is the data that they will use, the name, the price, and the image itself. Everything else, like structure and styles, it remains the same. So now the question is, how can we send data to these rendered product list items to our custom components, and based on that data display different things on the screen? Well, here is where props come into play, and we are using props to send data from a parent component to a child component. In our case, the parent component is the tab 1 screen, or maybe we can even call it menu screen, because that's going to render the menu. The parent component is the menu screen, and the child component is the product list item. Starting with sending this data, we already used it maybe without even knowing about it. For example, here in this case, we send the style property to the text. This is the syntax of sending a property. We start with a name, equal, and we give a value. So let's do the same here. In the product list item, let's send the product data that should be rendered there. We do equal sign and the curly brackets to be able to access JavaScript variables. And the variable that we're going to access is the products array at position 0. For the second one, we can send a different product in a similar way, but this time position 1. That's how we send data. Now, how do we receive it inside our product list item? We receive it as the first and only parameter of our function. So let's call it props. And if we console log the props and open the terminal where our application is running, reload the application, we should see two logs with two objects. Inside the logs, we see a key called product that has information about the product that should be rendered. So that means that all the properties that we send here will be put inside an object called props here. And what we can do is right away destructure the data that we need out of the properties. And the data, we destructure it by name. So if the name of the property is product, we're going to destructure it with product name. If I do that, I can also remove this line width. And if we do that, we already see that the two products that are rendered on the screen, they are rendering different data, different images. If I change here from 0 to 5, we're going to see right away that data changes. That's how properties of our component helps us send data from a parent component to a child component and render different things on the screen. Having these properties, our component here is complete. And before we finish this lesson, we have to move it out of this file. As a best practice, it is recommended to have one component per file, and here we have actually two, the product list item and the menu screen. However, this file is specifically for the menu screen, so we have to extract our product list item from here to its own file. To do that, let's start by creating a new file inside our components with the same name, product list item.tsx. Let's go ahead back in our application tabs index and let's copy actually everything, move it to product list item and simply remove the export default function menu screen. One last step is to make sure that we are exporting this component from the file to be able to use it in our parts of application. So let's do that with export default and the name of our component. We will also have to make sure that our relative import paths are correct. So I can remove a set of these double dots, and the products, we don't even need it here. So I will remove it completely. And everything else, including the styles, specifically for the product list item. So that means that we are done here. Now let's move back to our tabs index. From this side, we're going to remove the component, and instead of declaring it here, we can import it from the file that we just created, just like that. And then we see that we don't even use the styles in this screen. So I think we can safely remove them and remove some of the unused imports as well. For example, colors, style sheet, text, and image are not used. So just like that, our home screen or the menu screen became very small and very clear like what it is doing. It's displaying a menu list, and the product list item as well is quite small and only has one responsibility: to render a product in a list. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the commit. This was your first custom component. All right, so we are doing good progress. We extracted and created our own product list item component, but you might see that there are some red underscores, for example, here for the product, saying that it has the any type. What does that mean? Well, that means that we haven't properly typed our component using TypeScript. And because we are using TypeScript in this application, we are not required actually to type it, because as you can see, everything works as expected, but we will get a lot of benefits if we properly type our component. So for that reason, in the next lesson, in the type safe components, we're gonna learn how we can create type safe components, and also we're gonna implement some experimental features with TypeScript aliases. But first, let's go ahead and import the types file from the asset bundle to our source directory. So here we have a source. I'm gonna find the asset bundle, and there is the types folder here. Let's go ahead and drag it in the types folder. This file contains some predefined types that we will need during this project. For example, a product is a type with these fields. It has an ID that is of type number. It has an image that can be either a string or it can be null when the product doesn't have an image. And it has a name of type string, price type number. That's the data that one product needs. And if you will look into the assets data product, this data follows the same type and has the ID, name, image, and price. Now, let's use this product in our product list item. We're gonna import product from double dots, then types. And now what we have to do is to say that this product is of this type. This variable is of this type. How do we do that? Well, we have to specify what is the type of the properties object of our component. We can do it in line right away here, but I usually like to have it separately just above a component as a type product list item props. So basically I take the name and then I append the props, and here is equal to an object. Now we need to specify what data, what properties do we expect to receive. As you can see, we depend on a product property. So let's add it in our required types product, and with after the dots we need to specify what should be the type of this product. For example, it can be either a string, a number, or some other variable as well. In our case, we define the product type in our types, and we know that the product should be of this type, which means that it should have an ID, image, name, and price. We are not done yet, because we need to specify that this product list item, the properties is of our type. To do that, after we destructure, we're gonna specify the product list item props. Now, if we hover over the product, we see that it's of type product, and here is right away example how TypeScript can prevent us from doing bugs or from shipping bugs into production. Because without specifying that, TypeScript never complains when we are using this data, product.something. But maybe we made a typo. For example, here we put name 1. We don't see that bug. We ship the product and we find out that, hey, the name is not showing up here. By specifying the types, TypeScript will catch and say that, hey, the property name does not exist on a product. Did you mean name? Yes, I meant name and I made a typo. Another bug that it shows us is here under the source. It's quite a long and sometimes hard to understand, but basically what it says is that the image URI of type string or null is not assignable to the image source. URI should be string or null. In other cases, the image expects a valid URL for the image, but our product can have a missing image. For example, if we go ahead in our data and remove some images in our products, if, for example, for the second one, I'm gonna maybe comment out this image. In that case, we're gonna have a problem. We see that the image is not being displayed there on the bottom. And without TypeScript, we wouldn't have known that. So what we can do is we can provide a default or fallback image if this one from the product is null. To do that, I'm gonna give you a URL default pizza image, and it has basically the same structure of a URL as the other products. So for example, you can copy it from here and at the end simply add default.png. Then we can use this default image as a fallback image by using the OR operator, and we're gonna say default pizza image. And the TypeScript error went away, and what this means is, hey, for the URI, use the product image if it exists. If it doesn't exist, fall back to the default pizza image that we have here. Okay, perfect. So now we see that the first one displays the right image, the second one displays this default image with basically no pizza. So that's how we defined type-saved components. The benefit is that specifically when you're working in bigger teams, the components that you are working on are not only used by you, they are used by your teammates as well. And by specifying what type is the properties that a component expects, the other teammates from your work will see that whenever they will use your component. For example, if I go to app tabs index here, we see that the product, it actually doesn't match. Oh yeah, undefined is not assignable to a type product. That is coming because I commented out this one. And if I go back to our tabs index, now, yeah, like the product, if we don't send the required property, TypeScript will let us know that the product is missing. If you also send something that is not of a expected type, it will also inform you. So this is very good to make sure that you are building applications with less bugs. Anyway, that is our property. And the next part that I also want to show you in this lesson regarding TypeScript is the new TypeScript path aliases support. So what are they, how we can enable them, and how they can help us? Well, let's actually enable them, and in a moment you're gonna see the benefit of using them. So to enable them, probably if you're watching this later, this might be already implemented by default, but at the moment of recording this tutorial, what we have to do is open the app.json, and under the experiments, we need to enable a new experiment called tsconfig paths enable true. Now, what we can do is create aliases inside our tsconfig here in the compiler options. So what we can do is we can first specify the base URL as the root directory, and after that, we can specify a list of aliases that will map from a string to an actual path. For example, we can specify that whenever we import it as add component, then anything that comes after that will be mapped towards source components than anything else. The benefit of using it is now, whenever we are importing something from the components folder, instead of using relative paths, I will open our home screen, the menu screen. So instead of having these long relative paths, we can simplify it by using add components. Probably we will have to restart the server to make it work, but before that, let me actually add a couple more. For example, usually we have this add mapping to our source directory. So anytime we need to import something from source, instead of a lot of relative paths, we can simply do add / something. It's going to be source and it should be an array here. And I also want to do copy paste the components and do the same for assets. This way we can also, but it's not going to be from source. It's going to be directly from assets. Will it work? Oh, I don't need the add / components. I need add components, and the same thing with assets as well. So that was my mistake. If I reload, everything is working back again, but now, as I said, we are importing a bit easier without having like this long relative imports. From assets, we also define it as add assets, and that basically means that whenever it encounters a path that starts with add assets, because we define it here as add assets, it will basically replace it with assets from the root directory. So that's how it works, and that's how it helps us import easier things. From product list items, for example, we can do here constants. We can add like more where we can use the source and so on. I'm not gonna update a lot here, but from now on, I'm gonna try to use the alias paths because it's easier to write them, and then you can easier move your components in different folders without having to worry about the relative paths being broken. With that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and commit everything and we can move on. Alright, so that was it with type-safe components. Now we have a reusable and type-safe component that we can use for rendering product list items. At the moment we are rendering 2 of them here on the screen, but they are not scrollable, and probably that's not how we are rendering lists of items. In this lesson, we're gonna learn about FlatList and how to use it to render scrollable lists of items. Let's do it like this. I'm gonna comment out the rendering of these 2 components to have an empty screen here. Now, let's go ahead and start working with a FlatList. A FlatList helps us render infinite scrollable lists such as the Instagram feed and so on. It's quite easy to get started. We simply import the FlatList from React Native and we can render it in our application like this. FlatList and self-closing tag. A FlatList has only 2 required properties. That is the data, which should be an array of items that we want to render. In our case, the array of items is products. The second one is render item. This render item should be a function that tells FlatList how should one single item from our array be rendered. So with this information, render item should be a function. Let's declare it as a function. Here, we are going to return how we want to render one item from the array of data. We know that to render one item, we specifically for that, we define the product list item. So if we do it like that, we're gonna render already a scrollable list. The problem is that it only renders the products at position 1, for example, here. So how do we specifically render the item that currently the FlatList is rendering? For that, in the function properties here, we're gonna receive an object of informations. One of that information is item, and we can destructure it from that object, and we can simply send this item to our product because the item will be one single item from our array. So this, for example, this one, we know that this is a product. So that's why we are sending the item to the product. Now, as you can see, we have a scrollable list with different products, with different images rendered on the screen. Perfect, and it's as simple as that. Now I can remove this comment, and I can probably even remove a view around the FlatList and only leave the FlatList. As I said, it's quite easy to get started, but at the same time, FlatList is a very flexible component that allows us to do a lot of different styles of lists, both vertical and horizontal. What I want to do for our application is to, first of all, render items in 2 separate columns. To do that, the FlatList has a property called num_columns, which stands for number of columns. We can specify it as 2. It doesn't support changing it on the fly, so it will render an error, but if you press RR double time, it will reload. But the thing is that it doesn't yet display it in 2 columns, even though it's trying. The problem here is with our product list item itself. So let's hold command and press on it to open it in a new tab. And the problem is with our container itself. The thing is that the container does not specify its width and the image specify width 100. So what it's trying to do is it's shrinking and not leaving space for the other column. To avoid that, we're gonna add a flex1 property on the container itself. And what that will do is it will split equally the space amongst its siblings. So because we have 2 columns here, it will split the space in a row equally between them. And if it's going to be 3 of them as well, they will fit properly on the screen. That's how we can render grids. I'm going to move back to 2 and we can cover a little bit about the styling itself. For example, there is no space between these items. There are couple of ways. One of them, probably the easiest when you get started, you would go ahead and add the spacing on the container of our item, for example, by specifying margin 10. And just like that, we have space around all our items. But there are some other ways of doing that as well. And these are the gap property introduced very recently in React Native. What we can do is specify the gap on the parent component, and that will put this spacing between the items. To do that, we can use the FlatList content container style, which is the styles applied to the container of all the items. So if I add here gap 10, what we will see is a gap between the rows. If we want the same gap between the columns, there is another property of a FlatList called column wrapper style, and this is the styles for the wrapper around the columns. So if I add gap here 10, that will add space between the items. And lastly, if we need space around the whole flat list, we can do that in the content container style by adding here padding. So even though this solution requires more properties, like 3 of them, gap, and padding, sometimes it's better to do that because, for example, in this way, the flat list itself, the scroll bar is at the right. So I just wanted to show you different ways you can manage the gap between items. And yes, with that being said, I think we are done with our flat list. I'm gonna check one edge case when there will be an odd number of products. For example, if I comment out this one, I think, yes, the last one, as you can see, takes the whole amount of space because that's what we told him to do. Flex 1 is share the space equally amongst your siblings, but the last one doesn't have any siblings, so it will take the whole space. I think what we can do is probably add a max width here of 50%, and that will specify like take as much space as you need, but not more than 50%. And that will put the last one properly as well. While we're still here, I saw that the last image, and maybe others as well, is not fitting the container properly. And that is coming from our product list item. In the image, by default, images will resize to fill the whole container in which they are displayed. And when the container has a different aspect ratio compared to the actual image that is being displayed, sometimes we'll lose some of that image. We can adjust that using the resize mode, and the one that is by default is cover, which means cover the whole area with the image. But when we want to make sure that the whole image is visible, we can use a resize mode contain, and look at the 6 cheese pizza. It already fits fully. And if I remove that, it will be cut a little bit. So in this situation, I think we want a resize mode contain. All right, so that's it with our flat list. That's how we use it to render lists of data, multi-columns, how we use gap to add spacing between items. And yeah, we are done with the menu screen and the flat list. All right, now that we have the list of products in our application, our next goal is going to be to create a separate screen for the details of one product. So whenever we press on one of these items in this list, I want us to navigate to a different screen with detailed information about the product. So that's going to be our next lesson, and here we have it. During this lesson, you're going to learn a lot about how to create screens using Expo Router, how to work with dynamic routes, how to implement nested navigation, and also how to understand the layout file in Expo Router. We're also going to learn about stack and tab navigators and how we can configure them to display exactly how and what we want. So let's move on to the implementation details. Let's open our application folder. The application folder, as we remember, is specific to Expo Router, and here is where all our screens are located. The benefit is Expo Router is a file-based navigation system, which means that based on the files and folder structure, Expo Router automatically creates and sets up screens for us and the navigation between them. So what do I mean by that? For example, if in our app directory, I'm going to create a file called product.tsx. In this file, if I'm going to export a very default product details screen that will simply render a text, that means that whenever we will navigate to our application/product, this screen will be rendered automatically without any extra requirements or without anything to do. On the web, that's very easy because we can literally change the path, the URL path to go to the products. On the mobile, this will automatically become a deep link. But about deep links, we can talk a little bit later. Or the way to get on the product details screen is to navigate here. How do we do that? And where do we want to do that? We will do that inside our component product list item, because whenever we press on one of these components, we want to navigate to the details page. Linking between screens is done using the link component imported from Expo Router. What we can do with that is render a link with go to details and provide the href property to the link, which stands for the path where we want to link to. Because we are using TypeScript, it already recommends us some paths, and we see the /product, which is our newly created screen in our app directory. Now we see that at the bottom of all the product list items, we see this link, and if we press on it, we are redirected automatically to this product details screen. So that's what it literally takes, creating a file for our screen and then using a link, or there is other ways as well using the router.push. But yeah, the easiest one is to use a link component to render basically a text link towards that screen. But sometimes we want to wrap everything inside the component with this pressable link, because right now only when pressing on the text itself will navigate. So what we want to do is we want to wrap the whole component. So let's copy this link, put it at the top, close it below the view, and also make sure to remove this text, because any text that is not inside the text component will raise this error. Text string must be rendered within a text. Very painful error when you first see it, because it's very confusing, but yeah. So what do we see right now? We see that first of all, our styles are a bit broken, because now the styles are on the view itself, not on the link. What we can do and what we should do is whenever we are wrapping around some other components other than a text, we can pass here to the link as child to make sure that the link is rendered as this view with its styles. So we see that the styles are back here. Now, if we press, you might expect it to work, but it doesn't work. And why it doesn't work? Well, because a view does not have the onPress event. The requirement of a link is to use a child with an onPress event. For example, the text has onPress event. So we could use a text as a child, not a view. What we can do is replace the view with another component from React Native called pressable. Pressable is similar to a view, but it has press events. Make sure to replace the root view with a pressable and the closing tag as well. And that's it. Now the pressable has this on press event, which will be used for the link. And when we actually detect a press, we are navigating to the product details page. That's the simplest way how we can implement this navigation between screens. The next question is, how do we know to which actual product are we navigating to? Well, for that, we have dynamic routes with Expo router. And to define a dynamic route, all we have to do is to define the variable that corresponds to that dynamic part of our URL. For example, instead of product, we will rename our file to the following syntax. We're going to use the square brackets to specify the dynamic path, and then we're going to provide the name of that dynamic variable. In our case, we can call it ID, and that will represent the ID of a product that we want to render. Now, if I'm gonna press on something, we're gonna see a red error because we changed the name of that screen. Back to our product list item, we no longer have to navigate to /product. What we have to navigate is, for example, /1 for the product with ID 1 or /2 with product with ID 2. But in fact, we want this to be a dynamic property taken from product.id. To add a JavaScript variable inside a string, we're going to use a template string with backticks instead of normal ticks. And instead of a property that we want to replace with a variable, we're going to add $, curly brackets, and then product.id. So what we're trying to do here is to navigate to / then the product ID. Now, if we check, yes, it works, but we still have to receive this ID on the other end. So let's go back to our ID, to our product details screen. And in order to receive this dynamic property from our path, all we have to do is destructure it from the use local search params, which is a hook imported from Expo router. And if I'm gonna use it to render it here, product details for ID and the actual ID. When I'm gonna press on the first one, we see product details for ID 1, and I can probably product ID for ID 1. If I'm gonna press on the second one, product details for ID 2, and so on until the last one. So to recap, in order to have a dynamic route with dynamic path parameters, we add them inside the name of a file or the name of a folder, that's also possible, with the square brackets. In our case, the dynamic path is the ID of a product that we want to render. We take it using the use local search params hook from Expo router, based on the same name, so the ID here should match the ID from the name of a file. And when we navigate, we make sure to add that dynamic property where we want to redirect to. The next step is structuring and putting together our screens. At the moment, we see that our product details screen inside is in our root navigator, is in our app directory. That is our root navigator, and that means that this screen, product details screen, is outside the tabs navigator. So when we go to that screen, that's why we don't see the bottom tab navigator, because we are outside it. What if we want to have a details page of a product inside the tabs navigator, but not as a separate tab, but as a separate screen from the menu tab? For that, let me first go ahead in our tabs layout and change a little bit the naming of our tabs. If we scroll down here, we're gonna see tabs index with a title tab 1. Let's change this to menu. We will see at the top menu. And the name of a screen in the bottom tabs is also menu. For the tab bar icon, instead of code, let's use cutlery. Okay, that's good. And let's also change the tab to the title from tab 2 to worders, and here the icon from code to list. Now, this is worders, this is menu, and it makes a little bit more sense when we will reference it. I also want to reduce a little bit the size of this tab bar icon from 28 to maybe 20. Yes, now it looks a little bit better. Perfect. So as I was saying, back to our use case. What I want to do is have a details page as part of our menu tab. That means that the menu tab will now not contain only one screen with a menu list, but will contain two screens inside it, a menu list and the details screen. That leads us to think that this is going to be a nested navigator, where we have a tabs navigator first, and inside it, instead of our screen, we're gonna have another navigator that will contain the two screens that we need. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, let's group these two screens that we talk about, the menu screen with the menu list screen and the details of a product. Let's group them together inside a new folder that we will create in the tabs directory called menu. I'm gonna move the index tsx from tabs to menu, and also the ID tsx, which is our product details screen. I'm gonna also move it to menu. They belong together. Now, the thing is that simply putting them inside the folder does not create a nested navigator. For that, we have to include another layout inside this folder, and that's how we group them together into a different navigator, for example. Because at the moment, even though they are in the menu tab, they appear as separate pages in the bottom tab navigator, which is the parent, the tabs. So in order to avoid that, what we are gonna do is we're gonna create a layout file inside our menu _layout.tsx. A layout is the component that wraps around all the other child components from this group. So the ID and the index will be wrapped inside the layout. That's a good place to use, for example, data or context providers to give it to other screens, or where we can define our navigators. So let's do export default function menu, which is going to be a function. And to define a stack navigator for this layout, we can simply return the stack component imported from Expo router. And just like that, we see that the menu in the bottom is one single tab. If we go there, we see a little bit like two headers. We can talk about that in a moment. But if I'm gonna press on this one, we see that we are still here in the menu, and we can go back at the top. So that means that now our menu tab in the tab bar is already not a single screen, but an nested stack navigator. Okay, there are still a couple of things we have to change. For example, in the layout of our tabs, where we are accessing the index, where we have this cutlery, we see that our menu tab lost the tab bar icon because we changed the name from index to menu here in our actual folder. So let's change from index to menu here, and now we see that back again here at the top. What we can also do is, if you refresh, you'll see this screen doesn't exist. Why? Because we don't have any index screen inside our tabs, and the index screen inside a folder is the default screen that will be rendered when that folder will be used in our navigation. So what we will do is we will create back the index file inside our tabs, index.tsx, and I'm going to reuse this small redirect component from our guide that will simply return the redirect component. And what we see it doing is whenever we get on the index of our tabs, we're simply going to redirect to the /menu, because that should be our home screen, let's say. So if I refresh, we see that we land on the menu, even though we see another added tab in the navigator. So it's a lot of going back and forth, like you fix one problem, now our home screen is the menu, but we have this additional tab that we don't want to see in the bottom tab navigator. Well, that's not a problem when you know how to fix it. And to do that, in the layout, let's go ahead and add a new tab screen that will target our index. Should be tabs screen. We need to target the index screen. So by specifying the name index, we can add configuration files. So what I'm gonna add is options href null. And by doing that, we are simply hiding it from the bottom tabs, and it's not there anymore. Now I can refresh the application. We land on the menu screen even though it's not the index. We get here because we first go to the index and then we are redirected to the slash menu. And in the slash menu, we have that index of the menu with a list of products. And our bottom tabs are exactly what we want. And probably the last step is to figure out this issue of double headers. Why it's happening? Well, one header is coming from the tabs layout. And if we look at the tabs with the name menu, we see that it has a header with a header even right with this icon and so on. But the menu Tab Navigator has its own header below it. Before that, we need to fix another issue. When we click on an item, we go to a screen that doesn't exist because we change a little bit the path to our details screen. So we have to go to components, product list item. And when we navigate to our product, the new path is going to be slash menu slash product ID. Yes, as you can see, it's working back. And how do we figure out the path to a screen? Well, we basically collect folders and file names until we get to that path. But the ones that are with round brackets, these are optional path parameters. That's why we can either have tabs at the front and it will work exactly the same, but because it's with round brackets, this is an optional path parameter, so it can be skipped. So the first one is tabs, then we have menu, that's why we have slash menu, and then we have ID, that's why we have product ID. So it maps and it automatically goes here. And I was saying that the Tab Navigator has its own navigation. So what I'm gonna do probably is the one from the tabs layout. Under the tabs screen with the name menu, inside the options, we can send here a header shown property false. And by doing that, we are basically hiding the header from the menu tab. And we are left with only one of it that is coming from our menu stack. Okay, we know how to hide it. How do you change configurations to screens? Well, we already saw here, but let me show you in a very blank way for you to understand how we can do that. So for example, what I want to do is change the titles of our index screen that renders the menu and the detail screen here. How we can do that? We can do that through the layout and through the navigation.screen, for example, stack.screen or tabs.screen and so on. By default, if we don't provide any screens, they will use the default configuration. They will take the title from the name of a file. But if we want some additional configuration, we can do that by moving from first of all, from a self-closing tag of a stack to an opening and closing tag, because in between the stack, we want to have stack.screens. Because Expo router behind the scenes is using React Navigation, that means that we can use all the configurations that you know or that you can find in React Navigation. For example, if you go to the configuring the header bar, if we go here, we will learn about such options on the stack screen that changes the title. As I said, because Expo router is using React Navigation, we will be able to use the same options from React Navigation. Going back here, there are two steps to send options to our screens. One of them is providing the name, and this way we are targeting to what screen we want to change. And it should exactly match the name of a screen here, for example, index. So if we target the index, we can send now options. And one of the options is the title that we can change to menu. Now the title of our index screen here became menu. This is one way of doing it. Another way is directly, not from a layout, but directly from the page. For example, if we go to the ID page here, what we can do is right away here, use the same stack.screen that we saw previously, and right away send options here like title details. And if I go there, we see title details. The benefit of adjusting it like this is that we don't need to provide the name, as Expo router knows in which file you are calling this stack screen, so it will change the details of this one. And another benefit is that here we have access to maybe variables like details plus ID. So we see details 1. If we go to something else, details 4. It automatically changes the title of a screen based on the information from the screen itself. All right, so that was more information about how to work with Expo router, how to first of all create separate screens by simply creating files, how to have dynamic path parameters that are sent through the path to the component, to the screen itself, how we can have nested navigators, how we can have a stack navigator inside the tab navigator, how to manage the headers, not to override them, how to also configure our stack navigator, tabs navigator using options from React Navigation, and yeah, how to structure and use it in your application. Now we are ready to commit these changes and move on to the next lesson. All right, so now that we have our product details screen ready, let's go ahead and actually implement and render the details of a product on this screen. For that, in our next lesson, product details screen, our goal is going to be to render the following screen. Image on the top, we're gonna have a size selector, and here we're gonna learn about using state to manage the actively selected size, price, and at the bottom the button to add to cart. Okay, let's go in our application, and the first step that I want to do here on the product details screen, knowing the ID, let's go ahead and get the actual data from our products. Import products from our products array from the asset bundle. And we're gonna do that using products.find the product where product.id is equal to ID. Product.id, let's do product.id.toString is equal to the ID that we get from the path parameters. For example, the product with ID 4 in the following situation. And having this product, we can, for example, change the title to product.name. Let's see if that works. We can go back, select this product, and the title of the page becomes the name of the product. So that means that we are searching and finding the product correctly. Now we have these details, but in order to avoid situations like this, like product?name, which is a safe way to access the name on a product when the product can be undefined. So sometimes you might have a situation when the product is not found. So we can add a check here. If it's different than product, simply return a text that will say product not found. And now it's going to be safe to access it here because we know that we didn't stop here. That means that the product is actually defined, so it's safe to access its properties. So what did we have there? We had an image. We already know how to work with images, so I'm not gonna stop too much here. Let's provide the source of the image using the URI taken from product.image. We can also have a default pizza image imported from components product list item. What's the problem here? The image should be imported from React Native. Perfect, and we need to add some styles. Well, we don't have a style sheet yet, so let's import the style sheet from React Native and define it here on the bottom. Const styles equal stylesheet.create, and here we're gonna have all the styles. For example, the one for the container or the page. Then we're gonna have the image, so I'm gonna define some styles that I believe we will need. Initially empty, but later we can add and style them. What else? The price we're gonna have, and for now probably that's it. Let's go ahead and give to the top view, let's give style.container. To the image, let's give it styles.image. And with this text, instead of rendering this thing, let's simply render the product.price. And beforehand, let's add a $sign to also render this on the screen. For the style, I'm gonna remove this object and we're gonna have styles.price. If I open the page again, we don't see the image, we don't, because we didn't provide the width yet, but if I'm gonna add here width 100%, or maybe it doesn't even have to be 100%, or in the design that's what we have, so we can keep it like this. For the price, we can use the same styles as we had in other parts. Increase a bit the font size, font weight, bold, and yeah, that's good for now. The container, let's first of all say that we want the background color white. Now we see that the container stops where the items that we are rendering there finish. If we want to say that, hey container, you should take actually the whole amount of space in this page, we can use this flex1 property that will tell container to take all the available space. Now everything is white behind the scenes, that's good. And we can add some spacing for this container as padding 10 to add some space around it. Now it looks much better. So that's our simple page with the image and the price. Our next step is going to be this select size component that will allow us to select different pizza sizes. This is a very common feature on e-commerce applications where we have multiple options of products. So here we're gonna learn how we can do that for our pizza. Let's put it between the product price and the image. And I'm gonna start with a label, text, select, size. Now we're gonna have a couple of sizes like S, M, L, and XL. We can render them as different text here like this, S, M, and so on. Or we can dynamically loop through the different options that are available, and for every single option render something on the screen. To do that, first of all, we need the sizes. Where do we have them? Let's define them at the top here. Const sizes equal to an array, first size S, then M, L, and XL. By having them in an array, we can always come back and change them here without going through the code itself. How do we render a list of items on the screen based on an array? We saw how we can do that with FlatList, but a step behind FlatList, what we can do is use the JavaScript map operator that allows us to map an array of values from one form to a different form. In our case, we want to map from strings to something rendered on the screen, to some JSX. Let's see how we can do that. To start, we need to access the sizes array here. So that's why we need the portal with curly brackets. Then we're gonna take the sizes and we're gonna map through them. In a map, we have a function that will be called for every single item in that array. For example, every single size in the sizes. This function will be called and we need to return something, the data in the changed form. So what do we want to render for every single size? We want to render a text component with the size as the value. Now, if I go on this product detail page, we see in a row S, M, L, and XL. And if I change something here, it will automatically reflect on our screen. Perfect. Whenever we are mapping, something to keep in mind of is that the items that are being mapped, they should contain a unique key here. This is important because that's how React optimizes how these components are rendered. So the key should be unique, so we can use some data from the item itself. In our case, we will simply use the size itself as the data. Sometimes we use the ID when we have some objects or some other unique identifiers. Without that, you're gonna receive a warning. Okay, perfect. We need to put them first of all in the same row. And to do that, we need to wrap them around a view. Let's wrap the sizes map into a view with a styles.sizes, and the text itself we're gonna wrap into another view to provide some styling for it as well, like style.size. Let's close the view here. And because now it's not the text who is the component being mapped, it's the view, we need to move the key from the text to the view itself. And we're gonna need also style for this size text. So styles, size, text. Let's go ahead and play a little bit with styles. We're gonna have three styles here, sizes. We're gonna have size for one item, and we're gonna have the size text for the text size text. Which one will I start with? Well, with a size text, I think it's simple. We will increase the font size to 20. Okay, now we can see them better. The font weight to either bold or almost bold, like a 500. And yeah, that's good. In order to put them into the same line and not from new lines, we're gonna use the flex direction on the parent component. That's why we encapsulated them inside the view, because if we assign to the sizes to this parent view the flex direction row, we are basically changing the direction of the childs in that component. So now all the childs are rendered in the same row. With a flex box, we can also specify how they are sharing the space for using the justify content. And initially that's flex start, but if we do space around, the available space that is left will be shared around the items. So this way we have they are spaced, like they are spread apart. Now let's go ahead and style the size container itself. I'll start with a background color, a very light gray, which is Gainsborough, and we see the background being there. Let's go ahead and change for example, the width to something like 50 and maybe aspect ratio of 1 to make it square. To make it round, we're gonna use border radius, and you should use like half of the width or height, for example 25. That will make it full rounded. To align the text inside in the center, we're gonna use two properties. One of them is align items center, that will put it on the center horizontally, and justify content center, which will put it on the same horizontal line. And yeah, I think that's everything that I need here. Maybe the whole row of sizes can have some margin vertical to add some spacing there as well. Yeah, that looks good. So what we have right now is the list of sizes properly styled and rendered on the screen. Our next step, how do we keep track of the currently active size? What we have to do for that is store somewhere which size is currently selected, and based on that data, display it or highlight it in this list that we are rendering here. For example, in the end result, we want to highlight with a gray background only the item that is selected. Here is where state comes into play. Using state, we can keep track of the data that changes in our component, and based on it, we need the component to re-render to reflect it on the user interface. So how do we keep track of state? We are using a hook called useState from React. An important rule of hooks is that they should be used in the body of the component, not outside, not inside functions, not even after if statements. So try to always add the state and other hooks at the top of your component. Let's define our state by calling this hook and by also specifying the default value. For example, if we want the default value to be medium, we can provide it here. Now the hook useState gives us back two things. One of them is the value itself, so let's call it selected size. And the second one in this array is going to be the setter. So we usually call it set and then the same name, selected size. Whenever we have to update the value, we will not be able to do that directly on the value. We will have to call this setter in order for React to properly update and re-render our component. So how do we use the selected size? First of all, let's use the selected size to conditionally render the background color of our size here. Here we're gonna use a couple of concepts like multiple styles, like conditional styles and state. So let's take it step by step. First of all, what we want to do is we want to be able to change the background color right away here. So the thing is that now all the styles of this view are inside the size, which are here in the style sheet. And the problem is that we cannot send variables to the style sheet. What we can do is provide multiple styles to our component. To do that, we're gonna put our existing style in an array, like this. And we can provide another object here, for example, background color red. If I go there, all the background colors are red. Why do we need the style here? Because whenever we have conditional styles, in this case, we want the background color to be highlighted only for the selected size. We can do that here with a conditional operator by doing that. If selected size from state is equal to the size that we are currently rendering, question mark, if that is true, then the background color should be highlighted, Gainsborough. With double dots, we specify if this is false, then the background color should be white. And just like that, we see that the M is highlighted because that's our default state. If I'm gonna select here Excel, it's gonna move there. So that's how we conditionally add styles. Try yourself, pause the video and try yourself to do the same for the styles of our text itself, where the unselected is going to be displayed with gray and the selected is going to be displayed with black. To do that, we have to, again, put our existing styles in an array and then provide the second conditional style. I'm gonna use the same structure as here because it has the same logic, but this time the color will change, the color of the text. So for the, if selected is equal to this value, the color will be black, otherwise it's gonna be gray. So now we see that the M is with black and the others is with gray. Perfect. Now, how do we update which size is selected? We want to do that when we press on our sizes. So remember that the view does not have a onPress event. Well, for that reason, we need to import a pressable that has the onPress event. We're gonna go ahead and the view with style size, we're gonna replace it with a pressable and make sure that the closing tag is also pressable. And now what we can do is have an onPress event. The onPress expects a function, so let's add the function. And what should we do when we press on this item? We need to set it as the selected item. So as I said, updating a state variable should always happen through the setter, through the set selected size, for example. So let's scroll down for the onPress event. And we're gonna do set selected and here the size that we press on. So now if I'm gonna press on L, we see that the selector changes right away. And this way is how we can track state variables, how we can update it and use it for example, conditional styles. Later on, we're gonna use this selected size when we submit the order. And the last thing on our product details page is the Add to Cart button. For the Add to Cart button, I have prepared for you the code for the button component, which is going to be a reusable button component made out of a pressable with some predefined styles. Let's go ahead and copy it from here and add it in our components, new file, button.tsx. Let's paste it and make sure that all the imports are correct. So real short, this button is using a pressable component, is basically sending all the properties that it receives down to the pressable, including the onPress and other properties, and has some predefined style for the container and for the text that it displays. To use this button component in our details page, let's first import it. So import button from add components. It can also be like this. Now this button, we can render it below the price with a text saying checkout or add to cart, right? Add to cart. Now we can send to this button any property that we can send to a pressable, for example, onPress. And instead of specifying what should happen here, we're gonna call a function, add to cart. Let's copy the name of this function, scroll up a bit and implement this function inside the body of our component, because later we're gonna have to do some logic here to actually add our product to cart. For now, we can confirm that everything works by doing console warn adding to cart. And if I'm gonna go to this page and press add to cart, we see the warning at the bottom, adding to cart which is coming from here. And in this add to cart function, we will also have access to the size that the user selected by accessing the state variable. So if I select small pizza, I will see adding to cart size S, and if I change it, it updates. Perfect. Another thing that we can do is simply putting margin top auto to our price. It will move the button and the price all the way to the bottom of the screen for easier access to the add to cart button. And with that being done, we are finished with our product details page. Let's go ahead and add all the changes to our repository. Product details screen. So far, we have our menu screen and the details page of one product where we can select different sizes. What we want to do next is to implement the cart features. So whenever we press on this button, add to cart, we actually want to store it somewhere in our application, and we will need a cart screen as well from where we will see all the items that we have in cart and later be able to check out. So in the next lesson, we're going to implement the shopping cart, which is a very common feature in a lot of e-commerce applications, and it's a great use case to teach some of the React context and how to have shared data in your application. So in this lesson, you'll learn how to use modals. We're going to use a modal for the screen that will display the cart. We're going to learn how to use React context to share data across components. Later, we're going to implement the shopping cart features like adding to cart, like counting the totals and so on. And we're going to implement that in our application. So let's go ahead and start by defining the structure and the screens that we need for our cart. As I said, we want to render the cart as a model, and we already have an example of a model here. Actually, it's nothing special about the model itself. So we are going to simply call it a cart.tsx. Let's render something dummy here, basically the cart screen, export cart screen. And we need to navigate to this screen when? Well, let's use a header button with a cart, and that way when we press on that icon to open the screen. We saw that functionalities inside tabs layout for the menu. And even though at the moment it has header shown false, like if we comment down, we will see this menu with an icon that opens the model. So I purposely didn't delete this header right for us to take inspiration from here. What we want to do is to add the same icon, but on the header below, which belongs to our menu layout. So in this menu layout, what we can do is, using screen options on the stack, we can assign the same options to all the screens inside this stack. One of these options is going to be header right. And using header right, we can render something in the right part of a header. If we go back to tabs layout, we see that that menu is using header like with a link to a model. So let's basically copy everything from here. We can even copy the header right like this and move it to menu layout as the header right like this. Here, we're going to need to import the link from Expo router, the pressable from React Native, font awesome from Expo vector icons, colors from constants colors, and I don't need the color scheme. I can do colors.light tint. And if I do light tint, we see that the icon below is with blue. Now, to not forget, let's go back to tabs layout and hide this header that was hidden before. Now that we don't need the header right anymore on our tabs menu, we can remove it from here because we moved it to our menu Tab Navigator. Let's go to the menu layout and finish some of the things that we need here. For example, what should the path be when we press on this item? It should be /cart because that's the file or that's the screen that we define, cart. So if I do cart, it's going to redirect to the cart. Now I want to also change the name of the icon or the icon itself to shopping cart. Okay, perfect. So now the icon is correct and it redirects to the right screen. But as you remember, we said that we want that screen to show as a model. How do we do that? We can have a look at how the previous model was configured. And to do that, let's open up root layout. And you're gonna see that there is a stack screen model that has an option presentation model, and that what makes that screen show as a model. So let's actually change from model to card here. Presentation, we will leave it as model, and now the card displays from the bottom as a model. Perfect. And one more thing is that we don't need the model anymore. A cool thing in the model that we can still look at is the model changing the status bar color. The problem is that now with a card, when I open the card, you see that we don't see the time and the battery anymore because they are rendered with black on black. That's why using the status bar from model TSX, we can use it in card to adjust the status bar style. Status bar, what's the problem? Is it imported from somewhere else? Yes, it's imported from Expo status bar. So make sure that we don't import it from React Native, but from Expo status bar. And now when we open the card, battery and so on will be displayed with light because that's what we have here. If it's iOS and we are on the card screen, display the status bar with light colors. Okay, now I think we are safe to remove a model. We don't need it anymore. We're gonna focus on our card. And as you can see, this header right is available on the product details page as well. So it's accessible really easily from multiple screens. The next step is about our React context. Why do we need a context and why state is not enough? The problem is that the data of items that are added to the card should be accessible from different parts of application. For example, to add things to the card, we're gonna have to do that on the product details page when we press add to cart item. And to see the items in the cart, we're gonna do that inside the cart screen. If we want to do that with simple state, we will end up with a problem called prop drilling, where we pass a prop down to a lot of children, like from app component to the screen, from the screen to the list, from the list to the component, and so on. So even though it will work, it will be very hard to maintain such an application that has this prop drilling. Instead of that, we're going to use React context that allows us to provide values or data to our components in our application. So first of all, let's see the basic structure of a context provider. For that, I usually like to keep the providers in a separate folder called provider. And let's start by defining our card provider.tsx. In a context provider, first of all, we need to create the context. That is done, card context, using a function imported from React called createContext. And the value of a context, let's initialize it with an empty object. In a moment, we're gonna add some values in the context that we need to share. Now this card context is an object with two properties. One of them is cardContext.provider and one of them is consumer. A cardContext.provider is used to provide values and cardContext.consumer is used to get or to consume these values. So let's first use the provider, and we're gonna use that in a custom component here called, let's call it const card provider. This is going to be a component that will render the provider, card context.provider. The provider needs the value, which will be the value that we export, basically, that we make available to the card context consumer. Values here can be, for example, items, which is an empty array initially, and maybe on add item, which is going to be an empty function or a function. Yeah, it can be values, it can be functions, anything. Now, all the children, everything that is going to be rendered inside the provider will be able to consume these values. So for that reason, we're gonna use this card context card provider to wrap around the whole application. We're gonna receive the children here, which in a moment I'm gonna show you what is this children, and we are going to render it inside our context provider. That means that all the children of our card provider will have access to the card context, to the React context, which is called card. Now let's use our newly created component card provider, but for that I'm gonna need to export default card provider. So let's use it to wrap around our screens that needs this provider. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wrap around all the screens in our application. That is going to happen in the root layout. Up_layout is a file that will basically be available and wrap around all the screens in our application. So what we have to do here is import card provider component from providers card provider, and let's scroll down until we see the root layout navigation and wrap around our root stack navigator here, our newly created card provider component. Let's figure out what's these children. These children is the structure from our properties, because we remember the first parameter are the props. And we also remember that a property with the name children, for example, should be passed to our component as, for example, children and something, right? Well, that's not the case for specifically children component. This is a special property. The value of the children property is going to be everything inside our opening and closing tags. So between card provider opening and card provider closing tag, everything here is the children. So think about copying this tag from here and replacing it here. That's what happens behind the scenes. And that means that now all the stacks in our tabs, in our cart, and in our components, they will have access to the items and the value that we export here. But that is happening behind the scenes, and we are simply taking the children and rendering it inside our context provider. Just with this setup, we are providing data. As I said, there is also another component, cardContext.consumer. However, we are not using it very often because it's much easier to consume a context using a hook called use context. And by using this hook use context and the actual context, we can get the data from this context in other components that has access to it. So let's go ahead and first do export const card context. And let's see, for example, inside the cart, let's go ahead and consume this context and get the items. So inside the cart, we need to consume the context. As I said, for that we need the use context hook from React and the actual context that we want to consume, called cart context from cart provider. From providers, cart provider. Now, this use context is a hook, so remember it should be somewhere at the top of your component. We can get access using use context and sending the cart context inside this. We will get access to the values that we make available, for example, items. So let's take items and let's do here cart items length is equal to items.length. Now, if I'm gonna open my cart, we see that cart items length is 0, but from the cart provider, if I'm gonna export an array with, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, we're gonna see that the cart has the cart items left 3. So that means that from our cart screen, we can get access to the data from our cart context by simply using the use context hook and passing the actual context here, and also making sure that the screen where we take this is somewhere inside the provider. And because we wrapped our whole application in the provider, we are sure that the data is available everywhere. Another cool trick that I want to show you here that will help you avoid having to import two things every time you need to use this context, and the things are use context and cart context, is in card provider to create a shorthand that will put them together. We're going to do that by exporting a custom build hook, which we will name it use and something like card. This is going to be equal to a function that will call use context and will specify card context. Now we don't even need to export this context anymore, because if we want to use it, we can simply import use card, and instead of use context card context, we can do use card. Now I can remove a card context and the use context, and with a simple import, we have the same functionality because we created this useful shorthand towards using our card context. So yeah, this is going to be your example or template of a context whenever you will have to work with one. So first we create the context using create context from React. Then we use the context.provider to wrap around children, to wrap around our components. Then we make sure to use the provider and wrap around the components or screens that needs the data. If only a couple of screens require that data, maybe you can put it around them only. After that, we defined a custom hook to get access to the context using the use context, and anywhere we import the custom hook and we get access to the items or to the data. Now, before moving forward, as you can see, first of all, let's fix some TypeScript issue. This children is not typed, and we can use a helper type imported from React called props with children. And this prop with children will have a proper typing for the children component. Another problem is that if we look into the cart.tsx, when we use the cart, it says that I don't know about any items. That's because we didn't specify what type should our context be. First of all, let's create the type for cart type. And what should the cart have? First of all, items, which is going to be an array of something. That something is an array of cart items. And as you can see, a cart item will contain information about the product. It will also contain the quantity and the other options like the size. So when a product is added to the cart, we need to know what product is added, how many of them are added, and what specific options were selected. That's our defined type here. So in the cart provider, let's say that the items will be imported from our types, and it's going to be an array of them. And the add item is going to be a function that will receive a new item of type cart item. It will do something and give us back nothing, like void. No, actually, we're going to simplify it a bit. Instead of sending the item, we're going to send the product that we want to add to the store using the product type. And what else? Like the options that we want. For example, a size. The size, we can specify it as cart item and select specifically the size property. So the size should be cart item at size, which will take the pizza size from here. Okay, so let's implement these items and add item inside our cart provider. Here in the cart provider, we can use state because now the state is made available through the context provider. So we will keep track of all the items in our cart in a state variable here. So let's define it as items and set items. Use state, initially it's an empty array. We can specify also the type of the state, like what data do we want to hold here, as cart item array. Now the items that we expose through the provider will be the ones coming from the state. So I'm gonna simply remove the dummy array from here and pass items here. And whenever you have the value, the name and the value in an object similar, you can simplify it by removing it and it's gonna be the same. On add item, it's going to contain some logic. So let's create a function out of it. Add item. The add item, remember, it's going to have this structure. It's going to receive a product, a size, and it should do something with it. Now let's map it to this add item. That is exactly what we have here. Oh, but we forgot to say that the cart context is of cart type. To do that, with angle brackets in the create context, we can specify the type. It will complain that the initial value doesn't have the required shape, but we can fix that by adding some default values, like items is empty by default and add item is an empty function by default. These are never going to be used because they will be overwritten with the actual value implementation in the provider value. Adding the item, let's first of all console log product here and think about where should we call this add item. Well, we should do that from the product details page when we press on the add to cart button. Let's go ahead into the tabs menu ID. This is our product details page. Let's import the use card and let's get access to the add item function from use card. If we hover over the add item, it should specify the add item is a function and it expects a product and the size. That's good because we have information about the product on this page and we have information about the selected size in the state. So when we press on the button, we call this function add to cart. What we want to do here is simply call add item, which is the function imported from our React context. Provide here the product and the size for the second one, selected size. We see that the product here can be undefined whenever it's not found. So we can add a simple check here. If product is undefined, then return, basically don't do anything. Now the second option here is that selected size argument of type string is not assignable to parameter of type pizza size, because our state is a simple string, but we need it to be of type pizza size imported from our types. It might also have some problems here with set selected because this array of sizes that we are using is an array of strings. If we want to specify that it's actually an array of pizza sizes, we need to tell it in the definition. And now if you're gonna do some mistakes here, it's gonna say, hey, this is not a pizza size. And everything else is completely type safe. So let's open the terminal and see what do we get there when we press on add to cart. We basically see the product and also we should see the size as well. What we can do with this is we can create a new cart item of type cart item. And what fields does it need? It needs the product that we can take from the variable that we receive. It needs the size. If we look at the cart item, it needs product, it needs size, it needs quantity. Quantity, let's start with 1. I think it also needs product ID. So the product ID, maybe now it doesn't need, but later on it will need because that's how we will connect it in the database. And another thing that it needs is an ID. Based on an ID, we're going to be able to change and update later on the quantity of that. So if I do here ID 1, it should be a string ID 1. Now we don't have any errors. And what we can do with this new cart item is append it to the rest of the items from our state. To do that, what we're gonna do is call the set items, and we're gonna set it with a new array made out of, first of all, the new cart item at the top, and then the rest of the items that already exist in our state. We do that by destructuring the arrays, or spreading, sorry. Now, if I'm gonna go ahead and, for example, add this pizza to the cart and go to the cart, we see cart items length 1. If I'm gonna press again, we're gonna see cart items length 2. And we can also have a look at the items themselves using a simple console log. In a moment, we're gonna render them, but until then, let's see if everything is working properly. Initially, it's an empty array. If I add ultimate pepperoni size medium there, we see that the ID 1 product, we see the quantity, we see the size M. If I'm gonna add another one with a different size, we see that this array has already 2 objects. Let's leave a couple of to do here, not to forget, and move on to rendering the cart, because it's gonna make more sense if we see something visually and then come back and add the rest of the features here. For example, when adding an item, if already in cart, increment quantity, then the ID shouldn't be hard-coded, the ID should be generated. So we're gonna do that as well. And of course, we're gonna add some other functions like update, quantity, and so on. That's gonna come in a moment. But as I said, let's go ahead and on the cart, let's do something with these items from the cart. So if I'm going to open cart.tsx, we already import the items. What we have to do is to render them. So having an array of cart items, we're going to use a flat list here instead of this text. We're going to use a flat list imported from React Native, where the data is going to be the items imported from our cart, and the render item is going to be a custom component for the cart list item. We can reuse the code from here to save some time and focus on the functionality. So let's copy the code that is responsible for rendering one cart list item. We're gonna look at how everything happens, but it's nothing new, nothing more than we already saw today. Let's copy this one, and inside our components, let's create a new file, cart list item.tsx. Let's paste the code. Let's go at the top and make sure that some of these URLs are correct. For example, the constant images is not there because the default pizza should be imported from somewhere else. Default pizza should be imported from product list item. There is no update quantity yet, so I'm gonna delete that from here, and we can comment out the on-press events here, and the rest should work as expected. Now let's use this cart list item, render it, and then we're gonna come back to see some implementation details. Back in our cart.tsx, in a flat list where we have render item, let's take the item and render it using the imported cart list item, cart item. Just like that. Now it doesn't display anything, but if I'm gonna add, for example, ultimate pepperoni to the cart, and if I'm gonna open it, it's already there. And if we go ahead and add a large margarita, it's going to be there as well. Let's go ahead and add some container style to our flat list to add, first of all, some padding and some gap between the items. That's much better. And as we can see, we can look at the cart list item, and what it renders here is, it starts with the image of the product, then it has in the middle the name of a product, the price of a product, and the size that was selected. We see that the pepperoni is M, the margarita is L. Then it has the quantity selector on the right, which in the middle displays the current quantity from the cart item, from the data that we store in the global context, and two icons that will help us change the quantity based on the cart item ID. We're gonna implement that in a moment. So yeah, now our cart is gonna look better, and I think we can also navigate there whenever we press on the add to cart. So in the app tabs menu ID, when we add to cart, I want to navigate to the shopping cart. We saw previously how we can navigate using links, but a link will not help us when we want to render it programmatically from some functions. To redirect in that case, we will use the router that we can get access to by using use router hook imported from Expo router. Then, for example, in the add to cart, after actually adding the item to cart, we can do router.push and we can push to the cart. Now, after pressing on the add to cart, the cart will open up. The next feature, let's go back to our cart provider and implement some logic and additional functionalities around this cart provider. One issue is that whenever we add the same item multiple times, it adds its individual cart items. Maybe that's what you want, but I thought that it would be useful if we simply merge together cart items and simply increment the quantity if the product and the size and the options are the same. So how can we do that? Whenever we are trying to add an item, Let's check if the item is already in the cart. Simply increment the quantity. But for that, we could reuse a function called update quantity. But for updating the quantity, our cart items should have unique IDs. The problem is that at the moment, all of them have the ID 1, and it will also generate an error here encountered to children with the same key 1, because the ID is used for the key inside this flat list. What we want to do is to generate a unique ID for every cart item. The way to do it is using Expo Crypto, and Expo Crypto has a function called generate UUID that allows us to generate a random unique ID. To use Expo Crypto, let's go ahead and install it from the documentation. In our application, npx expo install Expo Crypto. Then we're gonna import in the cart provider from Expo Crypto. Let's import random UUID like this. This is a function, and when we call it, it generates a random string for the ID, so we can replace this hard-coded one with random UUID. Now our items, when we add them to cart, they will have a random ID, and I'm not sure if we display it somewhere. We can, I don't know, console log them here, console log items, and we're gonna see the random generated ID. The ID looks like this, a random string. Perfect. And basically when we add a new one, it's gonna have unique IDs. And because they will have unique IDs, we will be able to change the quantity of a cart item knowing its ID. So let's add a new function to our cart context called update quantity. I'm gonna start from the top by adding it to the type, and let's call it update quantity. What it will need is the cart item ID or item ID of type string and the amount that we want to update the quantity with. It can be a number, but sometimes you don't want to let the quantity be updated with any kind of number. Sometimes you want only to do -1 or +1. So you can specify that exactly here by providing literals as the type, and this is a or. So it's either -1 or 1 will be accepted for the amount. The answer, the return, is going to be void. We don't expect anything back. The update quantity, let's make it as an empty function in the default when we create the context. And lastly, we need to implement it here. Let's copy the definition from the top, from the type. Let's add it as a function in our body as const update quantity to this. And instead of void, let's add the body of our function. And we see that the value mentions that we haven't provided the update quantity function to our context provider yet. Now that we have added it, let's do console log item ID and then amount. We're going to think about the implementation in a moment. Now I want to link this update quantity function to the plus and minus buttons. To do that, let's go ahead in our components cart list item, where we render the plus and minus here. First step is to use the use cart and get access to the update quantity function. And because our Expo vector icons, they have this onPress event, we can simply call the update quantity with a cart item ID. And for the minus, we will use the amount -1. And for the plus, we're going to use the amount simply 1. And by doing that, we're going to see in the logs, when we press on plus, the ID of the item and 1. And if we press minus, it's going to be the ID and minus. Now, how do we actually update the quantity? So what we are interested in is to, first of all, find the object with that ID that we specified and update the quantity there. So situations like this are a bit challenging when working with a state. But in this case, we are gonna use some array methods to loop and map around our objects and change it exactly how we want. What do I mean by that? Let's do const updated items equal to. It's going to be equal to items, but not simply items. We want to map through these items And whenever we map through items, what we want to do is to basically change the shape or change the individual items in that array. The thing is that we don't want to change all the items, right? We want to change only the one that matches this ID. So what we should do is, first of all, check if item.id, if it's different than the item ID that we are trying to update, then we don't want to do any changes to it. So I'm gonna simply return item. Otherwise, we're gonna return an object with some fields changed. What fields? Well, we don't want to overwrite the rest of the fields. So we're gonna destructure everything that already exists in that item, and we want to simply change the quantity to item.quantity plus the amount that we want to change it with. Now, these updated items will contain the same items, only one item with that ID will be changed, the quantity of it will be changed, and we can set it back to our state as updated items. Now, if we have two items here, one pepperoni and one margarita, changing the margarita plus one changes exactly that, minus one, okay, works, this one works, and this one works. I know this can look a little bit intimidating, and I will even go one step further to not use intermediate updated items, but to put it right away here. It looks a bit intimidating, but using a map, we are looping through every single item. We are checking if it's not the one that we are interested in. Don't do anything with it. Simply give it back and put it back in the array. However, in the other case, which means that if the item has the ID that we are looking for that one we need to update it. So create a new object with all the fields that currently are in the item, such as the size, the product ID, and only overwrite the quantity field of that item using the existing quantity of the item plus the amount. So here is quantity either -1 or +1. So that's how we update the quantity. It works, and it should probably work for, yeah. It will go in minus as well. So shall we think about something here? Yes, what we can do is after mapping and updating the items, we can put another step to this array of filtering. And filtering is basically getting rid of some items from the array. So filtering, we're gonna go through the item and we're gonna filter only if item.quantity, we're gonna keep the item in the array only if quantity is more than 0. So now, after changing the shape with mapping, for example here, after changing the shape, yeah, we see that as soon as it reaches 0, it will remove it from the cart. Perfect. Now we can reuse this update quantity function in the add item and check if the item that we want to add to cart already exists there. For example, if pepperoni with size M already exists here, the second time if I press, instead of duplicating it, let's simply increase the quantity of the first one. So how do we do that? First of all, we can take the existing item by finding or by looping through all the existing items in our state and finding the item that matches our condition. When should we consider two cart items the same? Whenever the item.product is equal to the product, and also when the size or the other options are the same. Not only the product should match, but also the item.size equal to size. Now, if it finds one of these items in our array, if existing item, then simply call update quantity to existing items.id and +1 and stop here, add a return statement to stop the execution here and not add a new one. Let's have a look if it works. If I'm gonna go to ultimate pepperoni, if I add once, it's 1. If I press add to cart again, it's 2. If I change the size, it's gonna add separately as 1 because it's a different option. If I'm gonna do again, it's gonna increase that one. If I go back to M, it's gonna increase this one. If I'm gonna completely change another one, another pizza, it's gonna add it separately. So as you can see, it works properly. Okay, perfect. And I think with that being said, we are done here. Let me remove this console log from here. This one was quite a long task, but we learned a lot implementing it. I think there is also some additional things in the card screen that I wanted to add. For example, I wanted to add at the bottom of a screen a button. So button with the text checkout. Okay. And maybe also the total price of our card. And I'm gonna do that, but before I'm gonna add some padding to the whole page, not only to the flat list, to have it here as well. Yeah, as I was saying, there is in a lot of cases the situation where we want to show the total value of the items in the cart. To do that, we're gonna keep the logic of calculating this inside the cart provider. Because yes, we can import the items here and calculate it here, but what if we need that information in multiple places? We're gonna have to copy paste the same logic multiple times. But if we keep the data here in cart provider, it's going to be easier to get access to it. So for example, we can have a value here total, which is a number. The default value of the total is going to be 0. And let's calculate it. Well, before calculating it, let's simply do total here. Yeah, we actually need const total equal 1, 2, 3. We're gonna come back to implement the logic of calculating the total, but let's go to the cart itself. And from the use cart, let's import that total value. We can render it above the checkout button as a text saying total, $, and then value of this field. So now if I'm gonna add something, we see total and that one. Can add some style here, margin top 10 or even 20, font size 20, and font weight we can do something like 500. Now that we are rendering it, we can go back to the cart provider and let's calculate the total of all the items. How do we do that? There is a function on arrays in JavaScript called reduce. The reduce will loop through all the items and will collect all of them in one single value. It is very useful for calculating, for example, averages or sum or products and so on. The way reduce works is it will call a function with two things. One is going to be the value that we accumulate over the execution of every iteration. In our case, let's call it sum, because we want to calculate the sum of the value of all the items. The second value is the current item that we are looping through. What we want to do is we want to add to the sum, for example, item.product.price. And you also need to provide the initial value at the end as 0, because initially the sum will be 0. So if I'm gonna add a pepperoni here, we're gonna see the total size, the total change. If I'm gonna add another pizza, the total calculates automatically. But if I'm gonna change the quantity, it doesn't update the total because we are simply adding the item.price. What we actually want to do is to add item.product.price multiplied by item.quantity. And this way, when we increase the quantity of an item, the total will also change automatically. And just like that, we calculated the total amount that the user will pay by summing the value of all the items in the cart. Let's go ahead and do git add. And now we are definitely finished with our shopping cart. All right, so what do we have so far? We have our product list page. We have a product details page. We are able to add things to our cart. We are able to check things in our cart, update them, manage everything. And the next step is going to be whenever you press on the checkout, what we want to do is to take this cart and create an order out of it. We're gonna do that in the next module, creating and saving the order in the database based on the information from the cart. But after that, what we will do is we will redirect the user to the order details page. Everything related to the orders is going to be an assignment at the end of this module for you to practice and try to implement things that you have learned so far. I'm gonna provide more information about the orders assignment later. later. But now let's think about the next steps. Once we will have orders implemented, our application for the user side will be more or less complete. The users will be able to view items, manage their cart, create orders, and manage their orders. That's the most important part of an e-commerce application or a food delivering application in this use case. Now let's move on to the other side of the application, the one that is going to be used by the administrators or the people who will manage the restaurant, because that side of application will have a little bit different features. Yes, it will also allow the administrator to view a list of products, to view a list of orders, but it will also give them some extra features like creating a product, updating an order, being able to filter between orders which are active and archived. With that being said, let's go ahead and move to the next task, which is going to be our admin side. The admin side is going to be the part of our application that is going to be used by the administrators. So, because it will have a lot of common features with the users, the plan is as following. We rename the tabs folder to user to specify that these bottom tabs are for the user side screens. We create a new group admin, and we basically have all the other screens that are the same between user and the admin. We then create additional screens for the admin side, like creating a product, updating it, and so on. And then at the moment in development mode, we can switch between user and admin side. And later on in the course, we're gonna see how that can be automated based on the user information and the user group that it belongs to. That is going to come with the authentication, but for now, let's make sure to structure our application with all the screens for the user side and the admin side. Okay, so I'm going to start with probably renaming the tabs to user. This way, it's going to be clear that this is the user side screens or user related screens. Let's go to the layout and make sure that we rename here from tabs to user as well, and reload the application. Everything is working as it was working before. Perfect, that's good. Now let's go ahead and copy paste the user folder and let's rename it to admin. How will we differentiate if we are on the user or admin? We will do that by opening admin, layout, and in the tabs screen options, let's do here a tab bar background. It's going to be colors.light.tint. Background tab bar style. Yes, that's what I wanted. And it should be background colors light, like this. So if the background color of our bottom tab is going to be blue, that means that we are on the admin side. So far, it's with white, which gives the impression that we are on the user side. If I refresh, we are on the admin because admin is alphabetically before user. So that's why it chooses admin by default. And there is some issues with the bottom tabs as well. So while we're here, let's fix it. For example, for the tab bar active color, I'm gonna use here colors light dot not tint but background because we switched them around. So now tab bar inactive tint color, can it be lighter? Yes, I think that one is good. So now we are on the admin side. Let's go ahead and hide the header here, and we're gonna do that in the layout, in the root layout. The same way as we hide the header of a user tabs, let's duplicate this and rename one to admin and also have header shown false. Now we got rid of the header there. How do we make sure that at this moment we are able to navigate between user side and admin side? For that, we're gonna add a root index file that will be the first screen that will be rendered. And let's use this simple component that has two buttons, to admin and user, that will help us do this navigation now. If I reload the application, we are greeted with the index file This is again temporary until we implement this automatically to be redirected. But we can press on the user and we are redirected back to the admin, I think. If I go to the admin, we are here. If I press user, we are also there. You know why? Because in the user index.tsx, we have this redirect to the menu. And because it doesn't specify in which menu, is it admin menu or user menu, it's gonna go to the admin menu. So let's go ahead and add the optional path here to go to the user menu. From our app user index, we are redirecting to the user menu. And from our app admin menu, we are redirecting to the admin menu. This way, if I'm gonna refresh, press on the user, we are on the user side. We know that because the bottom tab bar is with white. And if I refresh again and press on the admin, we are redirected to the admin side. This navigation is very important for us to understand because at this moment, we have in a way duplicated paths because the /menu, for example, or /2 is available both in the admin and in the user side application. So it's very important for us to navigate to the right side. And later on, we're gonna add some automatic rules to avoid a user getting on the admin screens. We're gonna do that, don't worry. But for now, let's go ahead and make sure that, for example, when we press on the item, on product item, we are redirected correctly from the admin screen. But what happens if I'm gonna go to the user screen and press on this item? We're gonna be redirected to the admin side. So for that, the same reason as we have to add this prefix admin or user, we're gonna go into our components and change the product list item because we need to be clear to which menu item, to the admin or to the user. But how do we know where are we currently, like on what screen we are currently at? We can know that using the either path name or the segments. Pathway will give us the whole path where we are, and the segments will be split by the slash. And if I do here console log segments and open it up, we're gonna see that the segment is an array where the first part is the folder admin, then menu, then ID. I'm gonna refresh, go to the user, you're gonna see that the segment at the beginning is user. So what we can do is using these segments, the first element from the segments, we can prefix our link with it here, slash, and then segments at position 0. This way, if we click on a product item from the user side, we're gonna be redirected to the user side menu product details. And if we are gonna refresh and go to the admin side and click on it, we're gonna go there because the segments will specify exactly. Go to the menu under the current segment that you are at. This should have been done easier. This should have been a simple relative path, but at this moment I didn't find it working properly, and a relative path should automatically do that for us. But it doesn't work. That's why the workaround is reading the segments and using it when we navigate to some detail screen. Okay, so that is our basic structure of the admin side with the basic screens that are basically shared among user and admin. Here, as an admin, the similar way as a user, what we can do is see a list of menu items. I don't think we need the card here. So what I'm gonna do in the admin menu, let's go to the layout, and here in the header right, we're not gonna have a card. But you know what we're gonna have? We're gonna have a way to add new items. So let's add the plus here, or plus square dash O, that will be plus like this. And what it will do, it will redirect to the create screen. At the moment it doesn't have it. So later on we're gonna redirect here to the create product screen, but for now we simply have the icon there. And I think it's not gonna be on all the screens. I think it's gonna be only on the index, on the home screen that renders a list of items. So let's take the header right from here and add it to the options of the index screen. And just like that, the details page will not have a header right, only the index will have. I can safely remove the screen options from here. And while we're still here, we can also add another icon on the details page. So let's go ahead and copy paste this text screen that already has the header right with icon as an example. And instead of name index, let's target the details page. It has the name ID with square brackets. So the icon that I want to render on the details page is edit. So I think there is an icon pencil that when we will press will redirect us to the edit screen. While we are still here, the details page of the menu item for the admin, it will not have the size selector. We don't need that. So I'm gonna remove everything that has to do with sizes. So I'm gonna highlight the view with style sizes. I'm gonna scroll down and remove everything here. Same way with select size, add to cart. I don't think we will need add to cart. The price doesn't need the margin top auto. We can also remove some styles for the size. Yeah, we can leave only the image. Probably the title can be rendered besides the price. Here it depends on you, like how you want to structure and display it. Title, oh, so the title can be, I don't know, 20. So the details page is not that important here. The admin will be able, however, to go to edit the product. We're gonna implement that in a moment. From orders, you're gonna implement that as assignment. And yeah, I think that's the most important part here. So the structure of our admin side screens is complete. So I can go ahead and do git add, git commit admin side. The next task is going to be the create a product screen. In this lesson, you're gonna learn how to work with text inputs, how to build simple forms in React Native, how to add input validation, and also how to work with image pickers. By the end, the goal is to create the screen like this that will allow an admin to create a product by selecting an image, by providing the name, price, and a button to create the order. So let's go ahead and start implementing this new screen for creating a product. So in the menu on the admin side, besides the index and the details screen, we're gonna also have a create.tsx screen. Let's initialize it with an empty component like this, create product screen. And knowing this, we can, in the layout, where we have this plus square in the admin, where we have this plus square, we can link to admin/menu/create. Now, if I press on this plus sign, we are redirected to our create screen. So what do we have to do here? Let's start by defining the style sheet, and we're gonna have a style for our container, and later we're gonna add something else. Let's start by styling this container. I want to align everything in the middle. So to do that, we're gonna use a flex one to make sure that our page expands the whole screen. We're gonna use align items center. Actually, I don't want to align them vertically in the middle, I want horizontally. So I'm gonna use justify content center and maybe some padding like 10. Now the next step is to start working with to create our form, as we can see here. The form will contain two input boxes, one for the name and one for the price. Let's go ahead and see how we can work with text inputs and how we can build simple forms. To work with a text input, we have a built-in component in React Native called text input. To render it on the screen, I'm going to render it below this text as a text input. It's a self-closing tag, and we will not see it on the screen, but it's there. If we add a placeholder here, name, we're gonna see the placeholder on the screen and we can start typing. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and work a little bit on the style, and after that we're gonna work on the logic and how to keep track of the data. So for the styles, I'm gonna do style.input, and above the style, let's use this text as the label. So it's gonna be styles.label. Okay, let's go ahead and add this input and label styles in our style sheet, and go ahead and start styling it. For the input, I'm gonna start with a background color white. That adds it there. I'm gonna add some padding to make sure that there is some room, like some space to breathe. I'm gonna make sure that the corners are a bit rounded. Border radius 10, maybe it's too much. Yeah, 5 is okay. And you can also work with, for example, borders. I'm gonna add some margin top 5 and some margin bottom more in order to separate two different inputs from one and each other. For the label, what I want to do is just simply decrease the importance of it by saying that the color should not be like a black but a gray like this. Maybe font size a bit larger, like 16. Yeah, maybe that's good. So with the styles, I think we are good. What I can do is I can duplicate this to have our price. The placeholder will be $9.99, and in the label I can also specify the value. Now everything should work, but there is also a way to adjust what kind of keyboard should the field provide. For example, to enable the keyboard on the simulator, I'm gonna press Command K, and we see that both of them are rendering a text keyboard. If for the second one I'm gonna say keyboard type numeric, we're gonna see that the first one is normal letters and the second one is only numbers, and we can specify the price this way. It doesn't mean that it's actually a valid number, because we can, with my keyboard, I can write their letters as well. It only specifies what keyboard type should be used. Perfect. What else do we need on this screen? Well, we need a button. So let's use our reusable button component with a text create and the function on press. We should call the on create function that we can define here. On create. Creating product. At the moment, we're not going to do anything in this on create, but later in that tutorial, in the course, you're going to learn how to save information about the product in our database. However, at this moment, we need to make sure that whenever that will happen, we will have access to the actual values that the user writes here. Because at this moment, when we press on this button, how do we take the value that the user wrote in the text input? Well, at this moment we cannot, because these are uncontrolled inputs, meaning that they are managing their own data behind the scenes. What we can do is make them a controlled input. To do that, we need a state variable. For example, for the name and set name is use state. Initially it's going to be empty string. Let's do that for the price as well. Use state, and the state of price is also going to be a string, and later we're going to convert it to a number. To make a text input a controlled input, we need to bind our state variable two ways. One way is by sending the value, the name. That means that whatever the state field has, it will display in the text input, but at this moment if we try to change, it will go back to what's in the state, because we are never updating the state variable. That's the second way, the second bind, which is when the text changes on change text, we want to call the set name with a new value. So now I can write something here and I will have access to it whenever we press on a button by using the state variable. So you're going to see the value of a name. We can do the same for our price by sending the state to the value price and the setter to the on change text set price. Now we can handle the price as well. And probably there will also be a reset fields function that will reset the name to an empty string and will reset the price to an empty string, and we can call that after we successfully save our values to the database. Save in the database. That's coming later. Now if I'm gonna press create, it's gonna reset the fields there. Regarding input validation, there are very good libraries that helps us do that, but I didn't want to include them here in order to keep this tutorial simple and accessible to everyone. So I'm gonna show you how we can add custom input validation with some checks and some functions that we can create that will add at least some basic validation to our forms. So first of all, let's go ahead and above the onCreate function, let's create another function called validate input. Validating this function will go ahead and validate all the fields that we have, and if there is an error, it will set it in state in order for us to display it on the screen. So let's go ahead and create the errors and set errors state, which is going to be a string. Now in the validate input, let's go step by step and validate our fields. For example, starting with a name. If there is no name, I want to set the errors to name is required, and I will return false, meaning that some inputs are not valid. We can do the same with a price. If price is not defined, I will set errors to price is required and return false. You might also have some more complex validation fields. For example, for us, it's important that the price, we will be able to parse it to a number. So what we can do is we can check if parsing the price to a float number, if it gives a not a number is none. If parsing the price results in a not a number, that means there is some characters in our price is not a number, and we can return false. And if none of these if statements returned, where none of these if statements were true, at the end we can be sure that all the fields are valid based on our roles, and we can return true. Now inside the onCreate, before we save in the database, what we want to do is to validate the fields. So we're gonna check if validate input is false is different than validate input, because it will return false when there is errors. We're gonna say return here, don't go. However, if the validate input return true, it's gonna make sure to submit the data to the database. Now what we can do is maybe above a button display our errors to make sure that we know the errors. And we can also add some style, color, red. Now we don't have any errors, but if I'm gonna press create, we see name is required. I'm gonna put the name, we see price is required. If I do AAA, create, price is not a number. So only having a proper number will work. And we also need to make sure that when we call validate input, let's start by resetting the errors, because we see the error are not reset. Name is required, and here if I do 1 to 3.5, create, it works. Perfect. So that's our basic input validation. The next step on our form, on our create product page, is going to be to select an image. So let's first of all start by rendering an image above our inputs. To do that, I'm gonna use the image. For the source, let's start by rendering the default pizza image. And for the style, it's gonna have styles.image. We have to import the image from React Native and define some styles for this image. We can make it half width, so with 50%, and aspect ratio 1. Now if I'm gonna go here, we should see the image there. We can also work with align self-center to self-align the image in the center. Perfect. Below the image, we're gonna have a text saying select image that will allow the user to select a new image from his camera roll. Let's add some styles to this one as well, and let's call it styles.textButton. Text button, what does it need? It needs, first of all, align self center. It needs font weight bold, and probably colors light dot tint. Select image. Perfect. Maybe some margin vertical to add some spacing around the text button. Perfect. So the next step is going to be to actually allow the user to select an image from his camera roll. For that, we're going to use a package, Expo Image Picker. The Expo Image Picker is a library developed by Expo that allows us to select images from the gallery. In order to install it, let's start with npx expo install expo image picker. I'm going to open the terminal and install it here. Then let's have a look at the example that they provide. If we scroll down a bit, here is the usage. What we need is, first of all, a state variable where we will store the URI of the image. So let's copy this state variable and add it at the top of our file. Now there is this pick image function that we can look in a moment how it works. But if I'm gonna add it, I don't know, somewhere here, and make sure to import everything as image picker from Expo image picker at the top, like this. And also make sure to call this pick image function when we press on the select image. So on select image, on press, I want to call pick image. Now, look what happens when I press on the select image. It opens the library. If I select an image, I can choose it and it should render here. No, it doesn't, because the image that we are rendering on the screen will always render the default pizza image. What we want is to render the image from the state that was selected, and if there is no image in the state, only then render the default pizza image. Now we can see that the image that we choose from the gallery is actually working here. So as we can see, the pick image function is using the image picker launch image library async. It has an option for the media types. So instead of all, probably I will select only images. Allows editing. This is the resizing stuff and editing that we have here. If you need a specific aspect ratio, and the quality here, 1 meaning full quality, 0.5 half quality, and so on. Then based on the results, we are setting the image and state, and we see a Typescript error saying that this URI is string, but our state thinks that it only works with null. We can specify that no, you work with a string or a null. And in this case, the error disappears here. Okay, so our form is ready. We are able to select images. Is displayed here. We can specify the name of a pizza. That data is tracked in state variables. We can set the state. It also has some validation for the fields. So if it's only digits, price is not a number, 1, it works. And with that being said, we are finished with our create screen component. Last touch is probably you can adjust the title of it using a stack.screen, and using options we can specify title, create product or create dish, menu, and if I go here, perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and add everything here to the git create a product. Going back to our task board, we see that the next step is to prepare the user interface for the update and for the delete features. Here is a little bit tricky because there are two ways you can implement the update screens. In a situation, we have two independent and separate screens for create and update, or we can have the same screen because the fields and the inputs are the same, but have additional logic inside it that will allow us to differentiate if we're creating or updating an item. For this use case, it's going to be best if we reuse the same create screen for updating an item as well. And how will we understand if we're trying to create or update? Well, first of all, let's go ahead, and when we press on the edit button on the details page, we want to navigate also to the create screen. So let's do that by going to the menu layout, and in the edit, let's also redirect to the same create screen. The thing is that redirecting to this create screen, we will also need to assign the ID of the item that we want to edit. So because of that, in the layout, we don't know yet this dynamic property ID. So instead of adjusting the option with a header right inside our layout, let's go ahead and copy this stack screen, which is all of this, and move it to our details page. We're gonna move it at the top inside the container here. Because remember, that's also possible, a viable way of adjusting the options of a screen. And also in this case, we don't need the name. We can directly pass the options. Make sure to import the dependencies that it needs. And if we go to the details page, we see this icon. And if I import the colors correctly, it should also be with a right color. But in this screen, we also have the ID of a product. So what we can do is we will attach the ID to the end of this URL. So let's go ahead and first add the string inside the curly brackets, because we will need to access some variables, then switch from normal string to a template string using backticks. And then we're gonna do question mark ID equal, and we're gonna add the value of our ID. This question mark ID, this is, if you're coming from web development, you're gonna know exactly what it is, but these are the search parameters that are also parsed by Expo router and made available inside the create screen, for example. These are dynamic parameters. So now if we go into the create screen, even though it doesn't have a dynamic path as the ID here, because in that case we are sending a dynamic property, we can get the ID here using the same use local search params. And we can say is updating will be true if ID is defined. So if basically ID is defined, then we know that we are updating. So if I'm gonna go here, I can use this is updating to change the title from create product to update product. So if is updating, it's going to be update, otherwise it's create product. So let's see if it works. If I go to the updating a product, we see the title update product. And if I go to the create button, we see create product. Even though it's handled by the same create screen. The only difference is when we are creating, there is no ID in the local search parameters. Remember, in the layout, we simply navigate to /create when we press on this plus sign. And from the details page, we are appending the ID as a search parameter, and it is available here. And we know that if there is an ID, that means that we're trying to update an item. So if there is an ID, update product. And we will update a couple of things here. For example, the button text should also be conditional. It's either create or update, and it's gonna depend on is updating, update, otherwise create. Now, instead of, when pressing on the button, instead of calling the onCreate, we can call an intermediate function onSubmit that will decide what should be called, the onCreate or the onUpdate. So let's add the onSubmit. Is going to be a function that will check if is updating. Let's call update function. Otherwise, let's call onCreate. For the update function, it's gonna look similar to the onCreate, but the logic will be different of what API calls we're gonna do. But still, we're gonna validate the input, and we're gonna console warn here updating product, reset fields. So let's call this onUpdate when we call the onSubmit function, and we are actually updating. Now, if I'm gonna go here to the update and press update, we still have form validation. For example, name is required. But if I do update, updating product, and on the plus, we are calling creating product. Even though it's not much, but we are basically defining these data flows that we will need in the next step when we will implement database interactions. Because on the front end side, it's quite similar, but on the back end, it requires some additional stuff like to update and so on. Another thing is that whenever we're gonna go to the update product, what we will do is we will pre-fill the input forms with data of the product that we are trying to update. So the name is going to be pre-filled, the price, the image, and so on. But that again is going to come a bit later. Now we are on the update screen. Also add the delete button with a confirmation dialog. That's true. If we are on the update screen, I think we should also add the delete button below the update, because that's gonna allow us to delete products. So you're gonna go to the details page, you're gonna go to the update and then delete from here. So let's add here another button only if is updating, and we can do that conditionally with AND operator. And we're gonna do a button here with the text delete. Maybe it should be a text button similar to how we have a select image with delete here, and the style will be reused from styles.text button on press. For deleting, we're not going to delete right away. I want to show you how we can have confirmation dialogues. So let's call a function called confirm delete, and let's implement this function at the top here. Confirm delete, just like this. And let's go ahead and try to go on the edit profile. Yes, we have a delete at the bottom. And when we press on it, we're going to call confirm delete. There will be another function on delete that will actually call the delete API call. But before that, I want to make sure that actually the user wants to perform that action. So console warn delete. In the confirm delete, we're gonna use a component from React Native called alert. Using alert, we can render native alerts on the screen that can also have buttons. Alert.alert. The first property of alert is going to be the title. Confirm the message. Are you sure you want to delete this product? And if now I'm gonna press on the delete, that's gonna be the title and the description. And only one default button, OK. What we can do is, as a third parameter, we can send an array of alert of buttons. Let's do the first one with text cancel, but when we press will not do anything. And the second button will have text delete. It will have a style destructive to make it red. And when we press on it, let's call the onDelete function. Now, if I'm going to go to delete, we see the first one cancel. If I press, nothing happens. But the second one, because it's destructive, is displayed with red. If I press, it's going to call the onDelete function that at the moment just simply says delete. But now we have this confirmation dialog, which is a very common use case in a lot of cases when you're dealing with forms and data, deleting and so on. And with that, we have our git commit. We have our update and delete product, but only, like the UI. That's what we have at the moment. So we are approaching the end of the first module that was focused on the user interface with React Native. I hope you learned a lot during this part, but in order to make sure that you're gonna get the most out of this tutorial is to make sure that you're using different ways of learning. So far, you probably coded together with me. From time to time, maybe you stopped and tried to experiment something on yourself. But I believe the best way to actually learn is to try to go a bit wild and try to implement some of the things yourself without any help. You're gonna go through some errors, but you can always go back and look at how you did it in other projects, in other parts of application. You can also go to Google, search something, as this is a very important skills for us developers. You can use AI tools like ChatGPT to help you solve the issues. All in all, you're gonna learn much better by doing it yourself, by going through the mistakes yourself. So I have prepared for you 2 assignments that you can try to do right now, and then we're gonna show the solution and move on to the backend side. The first assignment is going to be quite simple. Here, I want you to implement the authentication screens. The user interface of authentication screens is going to be this one. We have two screens, the sign-in screen with two input boxes for the email and password. For the password, try to make the password hidden, like with dots. Look through the React documentation and learn how to do that yourself. We have the buttons to sign in and the create an account button that will simply redirect to the sign up screen. From the sign up screen, we have the same fields, the same button, and a link back to the sign in screen. So here are a little bit of information of how you can do that. We will add a new group to our application, and you can add an additional button that will navigate there. You only have to work on the user interface in order to be ready for us in the later step to implement the authentication. So yeah, go ahead, create these two screens. You can look back at the forms that we have already built for the create product. You can reuse some of these components and create the sign in and authentication screens. After you are done with that, I have an even bigger assignment for you. And the second assignment is going to test not only some simple like creating a couple of screens. It's gonna reuse all of the information that you have learned so far. You're gonna be able to reuse some of the things that we created. Here I'm talking about the orders page. The first one is the orders list that will render a list of orders. Here is a very simple UI. It's even simpler than our product screen. So what you'll have to do here is first of all use the dummy data from our assets data orders. You're gonna see here some orders, and using a flat list, render a list of items. You're also gonna have to create a custom component for the order list item in your components folder, receive through the props information about the order, and render it here on the screen. After that, there are also some solution code that you can check with, because I understand this can be a little bit more challenging, but at least give it a try and implement it yourself. After that, also there is the order details page. Whenever we press on an order, we're gonna go to the details page. On the details page, on the top, you can simply render the same item as you rendered in the list, and below, try to render the cart items from the order with their quantity, their size, and their price. And that's it. It also has some solution screens, but all in all, the structure of the navigation is going to be very similar to, for example, if I'm going to go to the user, it's going to be very similar to our menu, because the menu has a index with a list of things. I'm gonna go to the user side to do it. So as we have a menu with an index with flat list, you're gonna have the same structure for your orders, which is on this part, and also a details page, the similar way as how we have a product details page. Our orders are on the 2, right? So you're gonna have to move from 2.tsx to a folder that will contain a stack layout to group them together. So yeah, I believe it's going to be a lot of learning opportunities for you to implement these assignments. We have covered a lot so far. Go ahead and practice everything that you learned by implementing these 2 assignments, and then come back and we're going to continue with the backend side. First of all, we're going to cover the solution for these assignments, quickly add it in our application, and then we're going to focus on the backend. In the next part, we're going to, as I said, implement the backend side, and for that we're going to use Supabase to implement authentication, database, querying, mutation, storage, real-time updates, and much more. So there is still a lot of things to learn to become a full-stack mobile developer, and I'm excited to go through it and help you on the journey of achieving that. When it comes to the assignment 1, I hope you tried it yourself and you managed to build the sign in and sign up forms yourself. If not, let's go ahead and follow the solution together, and I'm gonna comment throughout doing this what's the most important part. Let's go ahead and for the assignment 1 we had to create the sign in and sign up form. I'm gonna start by creating the group of screens for our authentication flow. So for that, in the app directory, let's go ahead and create a new folder called auth, and here we're gonna have 3 files. 2 of them will be screens. for example, signin.tsx, then we're gonna have a sign up screen.tsx, and lastly, we're gonna have a file for the layout, _layout.tsx. For the layout, it's pretty simple because all we have to do, I'm gonna take the code from the solution, is to export a Tab Navigator from Expo router. This will put our authentication screens in a completely different Tab Navigator, so we will be able to do some logic like navigating from the authentication routes as a group. Now, when it comes to the sign-in screen, based on the UI, we had to render a form with 2 inputs. We already worked with inputs in previous lessons when creating a product. So for this form, we're going to reuse most of the logic of rendering this form and working with inputs from there. Let's go ahead and take the solution for our sign-in screen. I'm going to copy the code and let's bring it in our sign-in screen here. We're going to go through the code. Actually, let's have a look quickly at the code because it's nothing complicated. What we have is at the top, we are setting the stack screen with sign-in. Then we have 2 text inputs with their labels. One for the email and one for the password. We are keeping the data in state, so the value of the email and set email and the same for the password. And then we have a button for the sign in and a link towards the sign up. Let's go ahead and finish this and see the screens in action. And I'm gonna bring the sign up screen as well. The sign up screen, as you see on the screenshots, it's basically the same with only some changes to the button labels and so on. So now that we have both screens, how do we navigate there? Because if I'm gonna refresh the application, we land on this index file. Let's go ahead and add in the index file another link here that will help us go to sign in. So the URL will be /sign in. Even though the sign-in screen is in the off group, because the off is in parentheses, that's an optional segment. So we can directly put /sign in here. Now, if I'm gonna press on the sign in, we are redirected to this screen. In order to hide the header at the top, we will go into the root layout, and the same way as we are hiding the header for our user and admin, I'm gonna duplicate one of them, rename it to off, and that will also hide the header on the authentication screens. So let's reload the application, go to sign in, and here we are on the sign in screen with the 2 fields. As you can see, the password hides the characters that we are writing, and that's done using the secure text entry property on the text input. If we're gonna press on the create an account, we're gonna be redirected to the create an account sign up page, from where we can go back to the sign in, either pressing here or going back with sign in like this. So pretty simple screens, but they will help us implement the logic of creating an account, signing in, and everything that is here on the index file is going to be handled automatically by our authorization provider. So we're gonna implement that in a moment. And that's it. That was our first assignment. This one was quite easy. And yeah, let's go ahead and have a look at the next one as well. The assignment 2 was a bit more complicated. And the assignment 2 had the goal of helping you practice everything that you have learned so far when we implemented the menu screens and the product details screens. So let's go ahead and follow it together. Before that, I'm gonna do git add assignment off. Yes, it worked. So let's go ahead and implement and follow together the implementation steps for the second assignment that will help us show information about the orders. So as I said, the first step is to prepare the navigation screens for the user orders. Let's go ahead in our application. So if I'm gonna go to the user side, let's start with the user side part. Here in the menu we have everything, but if we go to the orders, now we have this dummy tab 2 screen. The screen is coming from our user and here 2.tsx. As I said, similar to how we have a menu folder with the ID for the details and the index for the list, in a similar way we will have to structure our orders as well, because the tab for the orders will have multiple screens. Let's go ahead and start by creating a folder inside our user called orders. In the orders we're gonna have 3 files. One of them is going to be the index index.tsx, and this is going to be the file that will render a list of orders. We're also going to have the id.tsx that will render the order details, and lastly the underscore layout.tsx, basically we follow the same structure as the menu here. So for the layout, let's take it from our menu, because at the end of the day we simply have to show in the layout of the orders. We're not gonna need anything in the header right, like buttons or icons. This one is for the cart. So inside orders layout, let's remove this header right together with the screen options. We can clean up a bit the imports, and for the index, which will render a list of orders, we'll have a title orders. Now we see that we have a new tab in our bottom tab navigation. I'm not sure if it will work. It's an empty screen, but in a moment we're gonna fix it. I want to first of all remove the 2.tsx file from our project. We don't need it anymore. Delete. I'm gonna close these folders. Inside the user layout, where we have the tab bar icon for the orders, we have to update here from 2 that we just deleted to the new screen or group of screens orders. And this way we have the icon back here. So now we can go from the menu to the orders. Perfect. Now inside the orders index.tsx, if we look at the screen above, what we have to do is to render a list of order items. Let's go ahead and start by defining the screen that we're gonna need for the list of orders. So I'm gonna start with exporting the order screen that will return, it will return a list of things. For now, let's simply say a text imported from React Native, orders screen. Let's navigate to the orders, and if we see the text here, that means that we correctly render the screen. Now to hide some of the headers. The header that we want to hide is actually from user layout from here, because we see for the menu we have a header shown false, but for the orders we don't. So we're gonna have to duplicate this one here, not here, but inside the options as well, like this, and we are left with only one header. Perfect. I'm gonna close a lot of these files to focus only on the index.tsx. Here we're gonna need a list of orders. So for the data in that list, we're gonna take it from assets data orders, where I prepared a list of orders that we can work with. Let's go ahead and import that list in our orders index, import orders from assets data orders, and we're gonna use a FlatList to render them, FlatList. Let's go ahead, instead of a text, right away render the FlatList, data equal orders, and render item. It's going to be a function that will render some custom component. For now, let's simply do a text with item.id. If we do that, we see already 3 IDs here, which are coming from our dummy data because we have 3 IDs there. Okay, for the order list item, I'm not going to stop to implement it here, but we will have a look at the solution that I provided somewhere here. Prepare the navigation, create the order list item component that will render one order, and here is our component, order list item, a component that will receive an order and render it on the screen. Let's do that in our components. The file is going to be called order list item.tsx, and let's paste here the code. Inside our flat list, let's import the order list item, and instead of rendering a text here, we're gonna render the order list item, and we're gonna send the order that we want to render. And just like that, we have a list of orders here on the left. Actually, our order list item is using a library days.js. I'm not sure why in my case it's not complaining, but we have to actually install this library. Here in the guide, I left a link to a documentation on how to use days.js, and we are using days.js to parse the date and display it in a human readable way. So all we have to do is, for the installation, is to run npm install days.js. Let's do that here. And it also uses the relative time plugin to show relative times. We don't have to install anything. It's automatically imported with a library. So now, as you can see, our date, where we have it here, instead of simply displaying the created at in a format that is hard to read, like this, instead of that, we are parsing it using date.js and displaying it from now, which displays a relative time, for example, 3 days ago, 21 days ago, an hour ago, and so on. So it's a much easier way to work with days using the date.js library. Other than that, everything here, we already know how to work with that. We have a simple view with 2 text on the left for the order ID and the time, and on the right we have a order status. Everything is styled, a bit of styles on the text, some flexbox, and we have our custom view for displaying an order list item. Going back to our flat list here, you can probably add some padding for the content container style and some gap between the items, and just like that we have some spacing around these items. And I think that's everything for the order list. Perfect. Let's move on. And the next part of this assignment is the order details page. For the order details page, our step is to first start by creating this page and getting the ID from the search parameters. The file already exists here, id.tsx. Let's go ahead and export here default function, order details screen, and it will return a text initially, just for us to see. So here is going to be order details. We need to make sure to import text from React Native. And now if I'm going to go to the order list and press on one of these orders, we should see the order details page. Here we have it. Perfect. Now, because we have a dynamic path parameter ID that is going to help us fetch the right order details, we need to get that ID. We do that using the use local search parameters imported from Expo router. And now if I'm gonna display the ID on the screen, we're gonna see that whenever we navigate to an order, it will display the right ID. So this one starting with 32145, 32145. What we can do here is set the title of this page by putting the text into the view. We can also, let's import the view from React Native. We can also set the stack.screen. We can set the title using options. Let's import stack from Expo router. And the title will be a string saying order, and then the ID of a order like this. So now if I'm gonna go here, oh, you see that on the admin side, we don't have it yet, but it's gonna come in a moment. Let's go to the user side. And if I go here, the title of a page updates to show the order ID. Perfect. So that was the first step. And what we can do is, based on this ID, look through the product based on the data imported from dummy data. Later on, we're gonna fetch it from the database, but now we can manually search the order using orders imported from assets.find. We're gonna find an order where order.id is equal to ID. Now we can add a check. If we didn't find it, simply return a text not found. Otherwise, what we can do is use this order data and render the same component that we are using for the order list item. The same component that we are using here, we can use on the details page as well to start rendering some information about the order. So I'm gonna use order list item, the component from the previous assignment, and we send there the order that we fetched. Now, if I'm gonna go there, user, orders, if I'm gonna click here, we see cannot read property ID of undefined. What's up with console log order? Do we have a typo somewhere? Undefined. Oh, because we are not returning here. So if I do return not found, and oh, it's not gonna work actually. I'm gonna show you why. It's gonna say not found because we are comparing a number with a string. Let's convert the order.id to string and compare it this way. Okay, now as you can see, on the details page, we also display this order list item. You can add some styles here, maybe padding 10. Yeah, that works. On the order details page, besides displaying the information of the order, I also want to display the items from that order. This is going to be very important for the restaurant admins to know what actual products or dishes did the user order. This is going to be another component that we have to build that will render an order item. So that's why the component is going to be called order item list item. A little bit long, but let's go with it. So I'm going to copy the name of it, order item list item. Let's go ahead in our components and create our file for it. Components based .tsx. The order item list item. I'm going to take it from the solution here, and it will receive a order item, which we can see in the types how it looks. So if we look at the types at the order item, it looks very similar to how a cart item looks. It has some references to the product that it includes, the order that it's part of, some information about the size and other options that the user selected, and the quantity. So all of this information will help us render one order item here in the list. As you can see in the middle, information about the pizza, the size that the user selected, and on the right, the quantity. So in the order item list item, let's have a look if everything is okay. We have an image on the left. In the middle, we have some texts, and on the right we have the quantity. Perfecto. Now let's go ahead and back in our order details screen, orders id.tsx, and here we're gonna render a flat list of order items. If we look in our dummy data, we see that each order has also order items here. Using a flat list from React Native, the data is going to be order.order items. And the way we want to render them is using a component that we just imported called order item list item. And the item is item. And just like that, we have that here. We can also add some gap for this component and maybe some gap on the root view as well to add some space around the top and the bottom list. Now we have a list of items that were included in that order. So if we'll check other orders, we're gonna see that this list is different. This user only ordered one pizza, the last one ordered 3 pizzas. Another trick I'm gonna show you here is the way flat lists behave when there are multiple components on the same screen. The rule of thumb is that we only have to have one scrollable or one flat list on a page. We can have 2 if they have different directions, one horizontal and one vertical. And another thing is that the flat list, the area that is scrollable, now will share the space on the screen with the order list item. And what do I mean by that? I mean that when scrolling the flat list, the order list item will stay visible on the screen. So if you see, when I'm scrolling, the top part stays on the screen. Sometimes that's what we are interested in. Sometimes we need something on the top that always stays on the screen. Other times we need that top part to scroll together with a flat list. If you need to do that, you can pass to the flat list components like list header component. Here, a function that will render something. It will render this order list item. And if you do like that, now if you scroll, you're gonna scroll the whole list together with a header. So that's something that I thought would be important for you to know how to basically manage scrolling with when flat list has some items on the top, or also you can do list footer component. That would also work, and it's gonna be displayed at the end. So that is our order details page that renders information about order details. Perfect. Before we finish this assignment, we need to make sure that we duplicate this stack of screens on the admin side as well. Remember that we are now managing 2 basically applications in one. On the one side, we have a user screens here, and on the other side, we have admin screens. On the admin screen, we have to basically replicate our orders folder. So let's simply copy paste it in the admin. Now let's refresh the page and go to the admin side. We see already 3 tabs in the bottom. That's good. Let's first of all remove the 2 TSX. That is a screen that we don't need anymore. Move to bin. And in the layout of the admin, where we target the 2, let's target orders here. And also remember that we also want to hide the header the same way as we did for the menu. If I go to the orders, on the admin side, we have a same view with a list of orders. The thing is that you might think like why we are copy pasting so much, maybe that's not the best way to approach it. But the idea is that the UI logic that we have in these files is very minimal. For example, here it simply renders a flat list of items. Now, in the next step, when we will implement the backend, the data that we are using will be very different on the admin side and on the user side. For example, on the user, he will only see his orders. On the admin, he's gonna see like all the orders in the application. Also, like it comes down to additional features like creating, updating, and so on. So we are just starting with the same layout and then we can adjust it based on our needs. Anyway, for the admin, I think so far we are good. Admins have a possibility to see a list of orders and to see the details of an order. Perfect. Let's go ahead and commit everything because we are done with assignment 2. Let's have a look what other tasks we have in our UI module. Actually, we have a last one, and this is a little bonus. It contains some additional features that we will also need for managing orders. For example, on the admin side, we want to allow admins to change the status of the order. So let's go ahead and render this status selector, which is going to be very similar to how we implemented the size selector of a pizza on the user side when we select it. So as you can see, we can move through these different sizes, and we're gonna use very similar logic to do the status selector. So here is actually the code for the status selector. Let's go ahead and grab it, and we will need that in our admin side in the orders and order details. Where we will do that, we can do that in the list footer component of our flat list. Remember, we can add a header and a footer for a flat list, and let's go ahead and add the code for our selector. We're gonna need to import a couple of things here. For example, the order status list. This one is imported from the types, and it's basically a list, an array of order statuses: new, cooking, delivering, delivered. We are using that to map through them, and for each one of those statuses, we are rendering a pressable. A pressable, which is a basic view that handles also press events. Let's import it from React Native and pressable, and also the colors from our constants. Now, if we go to the admin side and check the details of an order, we should already see the status selection. And when we press on one of these statuses, we are simply warning something on the screen, but later in this course, we're gonna see how to actually send an update mutation to our database to update the status of a order and also notify the user that, hey, the status has changed. But now what it does, it highlights the status that matches the order status. So this one is in cooking. If we look at the one that is delivered, it's gonna highlight the last one. I'm going to commit here to have it as a separate commit. The bonus feature that I was talking about is the top Tab Navigator. First of all, let me introduce the problem that I want to solve with this. And the problem is thinking about how the admins will manage the orders. I was thinking that if we put all the orders of a restaurant on this screen, on the user side, that's okay because the user doesn't have a lot of orders. But on the admin side, I believe that restaurants get a lot of orders every single day. So it would be better if we separate the past or the orders that have already been delivered from the currently active orders that need your attention, like need cooking or delivering and so on. So for that, it would be nice to have at the top a tab bar from active to archived orders. When we have this kind of navigations, first of all, let's go ahead and see how we can implement that. So let's go ahead and open the admin side, the orders, and the file or the screen that displays this list is this index tsx. But as we said, we want to move from having one screen that will manage the list of orders to having two separate screens, one for active orders and one for past orders. That means that if we have two screens, we're gonna have a nested navigator. Let's go ahead and do that by creating in the orders folder a new folder called list. In the list, we're gonna, well, first of all, move the index that currently renders a flat list of orders. So let's move index to list and let's duplicate it. And for the second tab, which is going to be our archive. So if I copy paste it in the index in the list and rename it to archive, we're gonna have basically two screens, one for index, which is gonna be the active orders, and one for the archive. We're also going to need a layout that will group them together into a tab navigator, layout.tsx. So let's do export default order list navigator. We need a function and what it will return. Let's start by returning the tabs navigator from Expo router. Now, if I go to the orders, there is a problem because now in the orders, we do not have an index. So going to the admin orders, the list index, it's a bit weird what's happening here. In a way, it's working. When we go to the orders, we have another tab navigator on top that maps from index to archive. But as we said, we wanted these tabs not to be on the bottom, but to be on the top. The thing is that at the moment when recording this tutorial, Expo router did not support that material top tab navigation out of the box. It only supports tabs, stack, and drawer. That's not a problem because we can integrate Expo router with any other navigators, especially the ones that are coming from a React Navigation library. Because as I said before, Expo router is built on top of React Navigation. Let's search here material top tabs navigator. We see that this is exactly what we need, some tabs on the top. And in React Navigation, that is accomplished with material top tabs navigator. Let's go ahead and start by installing this type of navigator by installing the first set of dependencies in our application and going back to take the second installation for the React Native pager view. Let's wait until it installs. Now that we have that, we can have a look at how to create a navigator with a top tab navigator. So we see that we have first of all to import this create material top tab navigator. We're going to do that in our list layout where we want to create the tab navigator. And now using this and the with layout context imported from React Native, we can create a custom navigator and connect it to the Expo router. We do that by declaring the top tabs is equal to layout context, and here we are creating the material top tab and we specifically access the navigator from there. Just like that, we created these top tabs that can be exported from the layout or used with all the configuration and everything else available inside the material top tab navigator. We see that the tabs now are displayed at the top, the index and the archive based on their names of the files. That's pretty cool. And let's finish with some adjustments here. First of all, we need to hide the list header. The list header is coming from orders layout. We can access here probably the list, and instead of the title, we can say header shown false. Now if I'm gonna go to orders, yes, the header is removed, but now the tab bars are displayed below the safe area view, below the notch on the iOS. We can fix that issue using a safe area view. Let's go in our list layout where we have our top tabs. We're gonna import the safe area view from React Native safe area context, and we're gonna simply wrap it around our top tabs. And when we wrap components into a safe area view, on the top, it protects us from the notch. On the bottom, it protects us from this also bottom thing. If we go to the orders, what's going to happen? Well, nothing is going to happen because we need to also provide some style here. The style that we need is flex1 to make sure that the this container takes the whole space. We can also say background color white to make the safe area white. And we see that at the top, it correctly changed the color. If I don't have it, as you will see, it will display with gray below the safe area. But if I have a background color, it displays properly. But on the bottom, it also displays some area here. And this area actually is the same amount of size as the bottom notch on the iOS. So if we only want the safe area view to work on a specific edge, in this case, we only want it to work on the top edge. We can specify that using edges. And if we say only on the top, it will apply padding only on the top, and we get rid of the unnecessary padding on the bottom. Now we can move really nice between index and archive. And I think there is also one more issue. If I go to the admin orders, we see that layout no route named index exists in the orders. Should we simply remove the index from the layout? And will it work now? If I go to admin orders, yes, it works. We can go here, we can go back from archive as well. We can go back. If we go to menu and back here, it remembers where we are there. So perfect, it works pretty well. The only thing that is left is maybe to change the names of the tabs, and it's the same approach as we are familiar with for changing the names of a stack or other screens. So for the custom top tabs, we're gonna add here top tabs.screen with a name index. We can change the options of it to say title active. Perfect. So that's how you can implement custom navigators using Expo router. And in this situation, we did that using material top tab navigator. And this brings us to the end of the first module related to the user interface. The next part is going to be the backend. Welcome to the module 2 of our full stack mobile app development masterclass. During this module, we're going to implement the backend side of our application, of our food ordering application, and we're going to do that with Supabase. Supabase is an open source alternative to Firebase, but I believe it's much more than that. It started as an alternative to Firebase, but now it's a very powerful backend system for mobile and web applications. So in this module, we're gonna get started with Supabase. We're gonna create a project and learn more about the platform that we will work with. Then we're gonna implement the authentication system. We're gonna do the creating an account with email, signing in and managing the session. And also on the front-end side, we're gonna implement the proper navigation and protected routes. Then we're gonna design our database and we're gonna start the querying and mutating the data. We're gonna implement the CRUD operation, which stands for create, read, update, and delete for our models, for our products, orders, order items. And we're gonna learn and use React Query as the querying and fetching library that will help us cache and get data from our API. Then we're gonna implement the uploading images and storing them on Supabase storage in the cloud. And lastly, we're gonna implement real-time updates. We're gonna subscribe to updates to, for example, new orders, and as soon as a new order is created in the database, the admins will be notified and they will see it appear in the list. The same thing on the user side. If a order changes the status, they will automatically receive these updates. So, a lot of exciting things today. Make sure to follow the project guide because we have all the steps that we need there, and we also have there additional details that will help you move along. Okay, if you are ready, we can get started with module 2 and implementing our backend side. So, the first step for our backend is to configure, create a new Supabase project and configure it in our React Native application and make it ready for the next features like authentication, database, and so on. You can open up the documentation of Supabase from here, the Getting Started guide, but we're gonna do it step by step together. So let's go ahead and first sign in into Supabase account. You can do that using your GitHub account. That's what I did. So on our dashboard, let's go ahead and create a new project. I'm gonna select my organization, and for the project name, I'm gonna do food ordering. The database password, add a strong database password here, but make sure to remember it. Then we can choose the region where our servers will be located. You can choose one that is closer to you or that is closer to your end users. Let's go ahead and press create new project. And we're gonna wait for Supabase to set up our project. Initially, when setting up a project, Supabase will configure our Postgres SQL database. Postgres is a relational SQL database, which is quite powerful and very well documented. There are a lot of resources out there that will help us navigate and create tables and query them. While we're waiting for the project to initialize, we can actually continue with our guide, configuring Supabase in our project. What we need to do, and you can check in the Get Started guide, is we have to install some dependencies. I'm gonna actually copy them from our guide to install Supabase GS and some extra dependencies. Let's go ahead and install them here. The next step is actually to create a client and configure it and make it ready for us to use it. So here is the configuration file that we're gonna copy from here and create it in our source in a new folder, lib, that will hold the code for our libraries. And here we're gonna have a new file called supabase.ts. Let's paste the configuration here. And the only thing that we have to change is the Supabase URL and the Supabase key. To get them, we're gonna go back to our project and we see that it finished setting up. So we can go to the project settings. From the settings, let's go to the API and here we have a URL. Copy the URL. We need that in our Supabase URL. And the second part is this unknown public key. This is a safe to share key because later on, the way we will implement authorization on our API is going to be based on whether the user is authenticated or not. So it's safe to have it in your code. Now, Supabase is ready actually to start interacting and working with our backend here. The configuration step is done. Let's go to the next task, and in the task board, that's going to be authentication. During this lesson, we're gonna implement the authentication steps for our application. We're gonna start by creating an account on the sign up screen, signing in on the sign in screen, then fetching the session information and using a React context provider, share it with all the other screens in our application to be able to properly navigate the user and protect the routes based on the information about his profile, like the group he belongs to, is it an admin on a user, and in general, like if he's signed in or not. For that, what we have to do is we're gonna start with the sign up flow. Let's go ahead and start with the sign up screen, because the first step is to create an account. How do we do that? Well, let's open admin auth sign up, and that's where we will have our code. First of all, we need a function sign up with email, or let's create it with a sync function. And here we can start by doing a console warn sign up. Let's link this function with a button click. So when we click on the create account, we're gonna call sign up with email. Press create an account, it doesn't work. So that's a very good thing to always check, because I have a typo here, it should be on press. If I press sign up, perfect. So what do we have to do? We will first of all import the Supabase client that we have defined in our library. So we can do library Supabase. Now using this client, we can call the auth module. I think I need to destructure it. Yeah, now it works. So supabase.auth, and here we can call the function sign up and provide the options. The options required is the email. The email, we will take it from state, so we can leave it the same because it's the same name, and the password. So because it's the same name, we will simply have sign up, email, and password. We can go ahead and get the results that Supabase will return, and one of them in this object is going to be the error. If something happens, for example, if error, Let's go ahead and simply using an alert from React Native, show the error.message. Now, if I'm going to go to create an account, if I do some specific mistakes and I'm going to press create an account, we see the Supabase returning us the error. Password should be at least 6 characters. Perfect. We can then actually do some proper data. And if I'm gonna press create an account, nothing happens, but behind the scenes, I'm pretty sure our user has been created. If we go in our dashboard, we can look at our authentication tab. And here we're gonna see the newly created user. We see also that it's waiting for verification. So if I look at my email, I already receive a verification email that I can confirm my email account. You can leave it like that if you want extra protection. But what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to turn off this requirement of having to validate the emails. And we can do that in the authentication providers. I'm gonna select the email provider, and here I'm gonna disable the confirm email. And just like that, I'm gonna press save. Let's go back and create a new account here. For example, I don't know, create account. And if I go back to the dashboard, the newly created account should be there. Perfect. Additionally, I want to show you how you can also track the loading state in order to prevent this function to be called multiple times. So we're going to have a loading state, set loading, use state, and yeah, it's false. When we call this function sign up with email, we will set loading to true. And when we finish the execution of this function, we're gonna set loading back to false. And with this information, we can go ahead and disable the button, disabled, if is loading. So if it's loading, the button is going to prevent us from creating another account, like when we wait for it. And you can also, like with this loading, you can have like additional UI feedback. For example, I can change the name. If it's loading from create an account to creating account and then ... And now if I'm gonna, from the sign up, if I'm gonna do create an account, we see the label. After that, it finishes, it disappears, and it will also prevent us from pressing it multiple times while we wait for the response. That's a very common use case to stop the multiple execution of the same request. So with the sign up, we are finished. Let's go ahead and do the same for our sign in. Actually, I'm going to look at the sign up and copy this sign up with email, including the loading state. So let's copy this function and bring it to the sign in. Here, we're also going to, in the sign in screen, to import the Supabase library. Let's rename from sign up with email to sign in with email. And here, the function that we will call to the authorization is going to be sign in. We need to actually specify sign in with password. Then we provide the email. We provide the password. We need to import alert because it's used if there is any errors. And let's hook the sign in with email to the button. So on press is going to call sign in with email. The button will be disabled if we are loading, and the text can also be if it's loading like this, just for us to see something, some UI feedback. So now if we go to the sign in screen and use any random email, we should probably see an error, invalid login credentials. Perfect. If I'm gonna use a proper email here that I created an account with, we should see signing in, no error, which means that we correctly sign in and the user already have a session. But we're not done yet, because the next step is going to be to fetch this session that the user gets from Supabase with all the tokens and so on, and use it to properly navigate the user to the right screen. But with signing in and sign up, we are finished. And as you can see, it's pretty straightforward to do that. We simply created the project with Supabase, and automatically we get authentication out of the box without having to set up and configure anything else. Then with supabase.auth, we were able to call the sign up and sign in with password, and everything works out of the box. Our users are managed. In Supabase, we can see a list of them here in the dashboard. Now, moving on to the next step. The next step is going to be about authentication provider. As I said, our user correctly creates and signs in. When that happens, Supabase gives him a session with some tokens that will authenticate and authorize him to make the next request to our database and so on. We need that session in a lot of places in our application. So for that reason, we're going to create an authentication provider that will take care of this session. And yeah, let's get started by creating one in our providers. I'm going to start with naming it authprovider.tsx. Remember from the card provider the steps that we have to take in order to create a React context provider. First of all, we need the auth context that we can create using create context imported from React. We're also going to need a type for the auth data, and this is going to be used as the type of this context. We need to provide the initial value of empty object. Now, the provider. Let's export default function called authProvider. This function will receive some children, which is a React node, so we can type it using props with children. And what it will do, it will return the authentication context.provider with its value that we're going to define in a moment. And inside it, it will render the children. Now, what's left for us to do is to wrap our application in this auth context provider and then come back and provide the data that we need here. But first of all, let's go to application layout, because here is where we also have a card provider. Let's import the auth provider and let's use it in our root layout navigation to wrap our stack like the root stack. And I'm even going to wrap our card provider because the auth provider is something, it's basically the first thing that we need there. All right, so authentication provider is there. Now, what do we need to do in this authentication provider? Let's go ahead and query the session of a user. We're gonna do that when the auth provider is initialized or is mounted. So for that, we need a use effect with an empty dependency array. And that means that this is going to be executed console log auth provider is mounted when the authentication provider is mounted. So if I'm going to look at our logs, restart here quickly, we see the log of provider is mounted. At this moment, what we can do is we can fetch the user session from Supabase. So because that is going to be an async function, let's declare this fetch session async function, because we cannot run async code directly in a use effect. We need a function and then we need to call this function right after declaring it. It's a little trick that I don't like very much about React, but we have to do that. Now inside this fetch function, which is async, we can call asynchronous functions. For example, await Supabase, let's import it from our lib Supabase, auth get_session. Let's have a look at the result of the get session. If I'm gonna look there and restart the application, we don't see anything because we haven't console logged the result. So we see some data, we see some errors, so it follows a very consistent way of giving you data. It gives you an object with data, error, and probably also loading, is loading. But if we can look at the data and inside the data, so let's console log data and see what do we have there. We have an object called session. So that's what we are interested in, data.session. Let's go ahead and define a state variable where we will store the information about the session is equal use state. Initially, probably it's null, but the type of it is going to be session imported from Supabase library, session or null. Now we can simply do set session with data.session. Let's go ahead and export this session using the auth context provider, because based on it, we're gonna identify if a user is signed in or not. I'm gonna start by defining the session in our type. So the session is of type session or null. Let's initialize it with null here when we create the context and make sure to use the session from our state to export it through the of context provider value. Now here we are setting it in state, and I think that's everything that we need here. Now if I'm gonna go ahead where, for example, on the index.tsx, here where we are rendering everything, let's go ahead and try to take the session. So session equal use of, oh, we haven't defined the hook use of that gives us access to the context. We're gonna do that now. Let's export it as default from the provider, export const, not as default, but as a const. Use of, that's going to be a custom hook that will help us get access to our context. Now back to our application index, let's import use of from our providers, and let's see what we have there in session. If we have access to the session, if I'm gonna refresh, we see that on this screen, we have access to the session. And based on the session, we can redirect the user to the right place. For example, we can check if there is no session. Let's return a simple redirect component that will redirect us where? Well, if there is no session, that means the user is not signed in. So we can redirect him to the sign in screen. And otherwise, the user will see this screen. So if I'm gonna refresh, we are back to the sign-in screen. Why? Because we thought that we are logged in. We saw the session in our console log. Why we're still on the sign-in screen? Well, that's because initially the session is null, but we should wait for the session to be fetched and only then take a decision whether it's authenticated or not. So let's go ahead and add here a loading state in our auth provider. Loading, set loading equal use state, and initially it's going to be true because when we mount we want to initialize with true to say that hey, we are still loading, we are not sure if a user is authenticated or not, and only when we finish fetching the session information we're gonna set loading to false. Now let's go ahead and export this information from our context. So loading is going to be a boolean, initially it's going to be true, and we export it with a value here, loading. Now in the index.tsx, when we take this decision, let's go ahead and first check if it's loading. If it's loading, I want to simply return an activity indicator, a spinner. So now if I'm gonna refresh, we see that we're not redirected there. Initially there is a loading state, and only after that we are back to this part, to these buttons, because we are already signed in. If you're interested how we can do the sign out, we can add a new button here below with sign out, and on press we can call simply supabase.auth.sign out. If we do that and press on this sign out button, nothing happens, but if I refresh the page, we should be redirected to the sign in page. Perfect, that's what we want, and that's happening because when we reload, our auth provider is loading the session and it fails to load the session because the user is not signed in. And we get here and we get automatically redirected to the sign in screen. From here we can go back and signed in, and we're gonna receive a response, but again nothing happens automatically. We will have to restart the application to go to our other screens. Why is this update not happening automatically? Well, because the session is only fetched at the moment when we mount the component, which basically stands for the initial session when the application opens. As the user uses the application, this session can change. Things can happen, like either the user can sign out, or he can sign in, or he can create an account. So what we want to do is to register and listen for session updates, and when that happens, update the session in the state. This way we will have this real-time updates of a session and navigation from authenticated to non-authenticated. To do that, we can subscribe using this Supabase of state change, and we're gonna do that inside the same use effect, which means that we're gonna subscribe when we launch the application, when the auth provider mounts, and we sign for the auth state change, and whenever that happens, we are updating the same session in our state. And now probably I'm gonna refresh first. If I'm gonna press on the sign out, we should automatically be redirected to the sign in, because Supabase will trigger this function. It will update the session with a undefined or null, and back on our index.tsx, the session is going to be null and it will redirect here. So everything happens automatically. At the moment where we are managing the redirection is on this index.tsx, the first screen that will be loaded when opening the application. With Expo router, we can also run our application on the web. And the problem with that is on the web, the user can manually change the URL and get to a place where he doesn't have access to. For example, if he is not authenticated, he will be redirected to the sign-in, but he can manually go ahead and type /user/menu and he will get there, because nothing stops him from doing that. Well, for that we have to protect our groups with some guards, with some rules. Let's go ahead and first protect the authentication screens. It feels a bit weird to protect the authentication screens, but we don't want already signed in users to somehow get here. And that's what happens right now. We signed in, but we still remain here. So what we can do is, let's go ahead and import the session here from use off, and we're gonna do the guard here. So if session is true, that means that the user is signed in. Then simply return a redirect. We can redirect to the home screen, and the home screen will take it from there and redirect where the user has to go. But what we want here is basically redirect away from this group, like you don't belong here if there is a session. If there is not a session, simply render the stack screen. And this should have fixed the problem of automatically redirecting to the index when we sign in. So let's sign out, type our login details again, sign in, and we are automatically redirected here. Even if I'm gonna try to go back, it doesn't allow us to. Good, so now we have protected the off layout. All the screens inside /off are protected and only unauthenticated users will be able to see them. Let's do the same for the user side layout. In the tab layout, we are also gonna get the session, and we can do the same. If session here is not defined, that means that the user is not authenticated, simply return redirect. We can redirect to the /. We can always redirect away to the /, and then the / will take care of the rest of the navigations. So now our user side is protected by a guard as well. For the admin, we need some extra features, and we're gonna get there in a moment. So far, we have implemented basic authentication flows, meaning that when the user is not authenticated, we redirect him to the sign in and sign up screen. When he's authenticated, we redirect him to the user screens. But we also have the admin side part. And for the admin side, we have completely different rules. And how we're gonna manage that, we're gonna see in the next steps. For that, we need to first of all be able to set some additional parameters on the user profile and be able to set the group that he belongs to, because this is going to be group-based authentication or authorization. So what we actually need is going to take a couple of steps, but we need that in order to be able to manage additional fields on the user profile. At the moment, if we go to the tables, we see that we don't have any tables available in our database. That's because the schema that is selected is the public. Here in the public is where we will store all the tables that we define. But if we select from here, we see that there are other schemas. For example, the auth schema is where all the authentication information is stored, including like users and so on, right? What we want to do is whenever we need to store additional information on the user, we need that to keep track of his information in the public schema. So what we are gonna do is we are gonna create a profiles table in our public schema. We're gonna link that with the authentication table that is managed by Supabase, and we are gonna create a PostgreSQL function that automatically creates a user profile whenever a user is created in the authentication users table. It might sound complicated, but it's way easier than expected because there is a predefined template for that. So what we can do is we can go to the SQL editor, and here there are some quick starts and user management starter. That's what we are interested in. So if I'm gonna press on it, we're gonna see like a predefined SQL file that will be executed to create our profiles table with information about the user like ID, username, and so on. It will also create a function that will handle new user creation. So whenever a new user is created, a profile will also be created and automatically linked to the user from the authentication table. And that's most of it. It will also set a storage, but we don't need that at the moment. So don't change anything here. Simply press run to execute the query and create that table. We see that the result is success. We can go back to our tables and we see here profiles. At the moment there will be no profiles because this table has just been created. But let's go ahead and create a new profile. So let's give it an email, creating an account. We are redirected to this home screen, and right away we see the profile line appears here. If we see this ID ending with 6C8 matches the ID of a user that was just created. So if I look at the authentication, does it show the IDs as well? Well, yeah, it shows it here in the user ID. So if I copy, yes, it ends with 6C8. So that means that now our table profiles is linking to the user that is generated, but now we can manage data here, we can query data here, and we can add additional fields and information that we want to store about one specific user. Also, you can have a look at the database schema visualizer, and you see that this newly created table is linked to the auth user ID. That's important in the next steps, but for now what we want to do is to edit the profile, to add a new column for every single user that will specify the group he belongs to. So let's edit the table, and under the columns we can add one more column called group. This group is going to be of type text, and the default value, let's call it user. I'm going to open the settings here and say that this is a required field. So I'm going to deselect the is nullable. Now let's click save, and this way our users now will have a group column. If we scroll through these columns, we see group user. What we have to do next is to fetch the information about the profile, and then using this group we will be able to redirect to the admin side or to the user side. So let's go ahead and where we will query the information about the profile. Well, you guessed it right, we're gonna do that in the auth provider. Here we're gonna, besides keeping track of a session, we're also going to keep track of a profile. Set profile, use state. This is going to be of type profile that we can define a bit later. So how do we query the profile? Well, I'm gonna check our documentation, group-based navigation. So here is our code that will fetch the profile from the Supabase. Let's take it from here, and in our auth provider where we fetch the session, after we fetch this session, let's go ahead and do, actually shouldn't be if session, but if data.session, if we received a new session back from Supabase, then we also want to query the profile. So let's query Supabase from profile tables. We're going to select everything about the profile, but we're going to only look for the profile, the ID that matches the session. So it should be data.session.user.id, but data is also here. So you know what? I'm going to go back to session and simply destructure the session from the data right away here, and we can remove it like this. And set loading false is only going to happen only after this if statement. So only after trying to get the profile as well. We want to show a loading indicator until we know enough information about the user to decide where he should be redirected. Now set profile data. Let's have a look at what this profile is. So console log. Let's do profile. If I'm gonna look here, we see avatar null, full name null, and so on, but the group is user. So that's very important for us. Group is user. What we can do is we're gonna export probably the profile here. Profile. At this point, let's put it any. I'm gonna return back and add a proper profile. Null. And let's export it in the value as profile. Should I add here a simple variable is admin, which is a boolean, and it's gonna simplify how we query it, because we can look at the profile, but if we export simply a boolean is admin, we will initialize it with false, and here in the value we're gonna export is admin profile question mark dot group. Only when the group of a profile is equal to admin will he be an actual admin. Now we can use this is admin, well, first of all in the index that handles these redirections. So after this check, let's go ahead and also take the is admin, because if he is not an admin, well, if he's not signed in, he's gonna be redirected to the sign in. If we get here, it means that he is signed in, which means that if he is not an admin, let's simply redirect him to the user side, But if he is admin, I'm actually going to let him see this user, admin, and so on, except the sign-in. I don't think he needs the sign-in. So an admin will have a possibility to choose. Does he want to look at the application as an admin or as an user? So now I'm gonna refresh. We are redirected to the menu here, which means that we are a user, right? That's the logic. And we cannot go back. We cannot go to the /off. We cannot go to the /admin and so on. Actually, to the /admin, we will be able to go if we manually navigate to that screen. I can show you that on the web or with a deep link, but trust me, we will be able to do that, because at this moment we haven't added a guard to our admin layout. So what we can do here is we will get the is admin from the use of, and we're gonna check if he's not admin, he doesn't belong here. So let's return a redirect to href /. Because without this, let me actually show you something. Without is admin here, let me show you like a simple mistake that you can make. For example, in the user, I'm gonna go in the menu layout, and here in the header right, I'm gonna simply say when we press on the card, don't go to the card, but go to the admin. So even though we are a user, without an admin guard here, we will be able to get here somehow, either by a mistake or a bug, or by manually changing the URL, or by sending a deep link. But if we, for example, have this, even if there will be a bug like that, or we are gonna try to change the menu, we're always going to get back to our place, because this layout is protected. Perfect. Okay, so let's not forget to change back here to cart. Yes, that's good. And we saw how the user is redirected to the user side. Let's go ahead and change in our database manually the group of our user to admin. If we save changes and go back to our application and refresh, we're gonna see that we are redirected here, because an admin can choose he wants to manage or he wants to check the user side application. So he has access to both of them. Now all our routes, including the admin layout, is protected. The off layout is also protected, and the user layouts are also protected with the session redirect. And in the index, we decide where he should be redirected. Perfect. So with that being said, we are finished with our authentication. So yeah, I hope you learned something new here. I know it's a lot of things like all over the place, like a context, a lot of screens, a lot of guards, some changes to the Supabase, but at the end of the day, like it's a lot of pieces, but they are quite understandable, I would say. All right, so we are finished with authentication, and let's go to our next step. The next step in our plan is the product CRUD operation. the create read updates of a product. This is quite a long lesson. We have to implement a lot of these operations. We're gonna start with designing the table, implementing it, and then fetching information in our application. For fetching, we're gonna use the React query library, and we're gonna implement like the details, read product by ID, the creating a product, updating it, and finally deleting it. So without further ado, let's jump into it and start by creating the product table. The product table, we will create it based on the data that we already have in dummy data or based on the types. So if we look at the type, a product has an ID, it has image, name, and price. Let's go ahead and create a table where we will store our products or dishes, let's say. So from our Supabase project, let's go to the database actually. And under the tables, let's go ahead and create a new table. For the table name, I'm gonna name it products with lowercase p. You can provide here some information. Leave the enable row level security by default. We will talk about that in a moment. And under the columns, let's add some extra columns. For the name, we said that we have image and we also have price. Now let's go ahead and select the data type. A name will be a text. So let's select text from here. Image can also be a text and price will be a float number. It can be float 4. 4 means how many bytes are used for the data. So how large these numbers can get. If we look in our guide, you can double check the data and the types that we have here. And we see that we also have to make sure that the name required, so let's deselect is nullable, and the same for the price. The image, we will leave it as nullable because some products might not have the image. With that being said, let's go ahead and press save. And just like that, we have a new table ready for us to store data there and to query it. If we go back to table editor, we can look at the products and we can go ahead and insert manually some rows for us to be able to query. The ID and created that will automatically be created. For the name, let's do, I don't know, Margarita, and price $9.99, and the image I'm gonna leave it empty because that's possible. We can add one more, for example, name pepperoni, and let's press save. Now, as you can see, the IDs are automatically managed and auto-incremented. There is also an automatic field created that is managed automatically by Supabase, which is great, and the name price is here. So the next step is to try to fetch this data, query this data in our application. Let's go ahead in our React Native application, and where we will query the products is on the menu, and let's start with the user side. So up user menu and here index for the list of products. Here we can go ahead and fetch the information about products. When do we want to do that? We will do that in a use effect. When the component mounts, we want to fetch the products. So when component mounts, we need to do something. That means that we need a use effect with an empty dependency array. Now here what we can do, I will create this fetch products async function, because remember, we cannot run async right directly in the use effect. We need to declare a function and then call it like this. And here what we can do is we can use the Supabase to query our data. So supabase.from, and here we need to specify the table name. So let's say that the table name is products. What we want to do is we want to select, and here we specify the columns. If you want to select all the columns, we're gonna use the star, and what we will get back is data and error. Let's go ahead and check this information by console log, and I'm gonna start by console logging the error because I'm pretty sure there is an error. So if I refresh and go to the user, actually there is no error. That's a bit weird. Let's see the data then. The data is empty. And that tells me something, that the data is empty even though we have items in our database. Why is that happening? Well, that is happening because of the permissions. Remember, when we created, we selected this enable row level security. This is how authorization works, and Supabase is leveraging the row-level security authorization from PostgreSQL. PostgreSQL has these authorization rules that we can create to add some logic to our queries to make sure that only specific users are allowed to do specific actions. These policies are defined on the table, and we can create multiple policies for different actions targeting different users and groups of users. By default, nobody is allowed to do anything. Like nobody can query the data unless he is a root user, like unless you are the admin of a project. To enable someone to do some operations, we're gonna go to the table in the table editor, and we can view the policy here. So let's press view policy, and we see that it doesn't have any policies yet. Let's go ahead and create a new policy. There are some like quick policy, for example, to enable read access to everyone, but I don't recommend that because we want only authenticated users to be able to read products. The rules that you enable here will depend on the user experience that you want to provide. For example, if you want anyone to be able to view a list of products, you would add this read access to everyone. For example, if checking your menu can be done by anyone, you'd be interested in that. And then only creating orders or checking the orders can be specific to authenticated users. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna protect all my routes only to allow authenticated users to do requests there. So actually I'm gonna go back and choose the full customization here for the policy. The policy name will be allow authenticated users to select. We're gonna select the operation that we want to allow. For now, to keep things simple, let's do wall. We will allow all roles authenticated. Here is where we specify to which type of users this rule applies. Anon, this is anonymous. Authenticated, this is authenticated users. And using expression, I'm not going to have any specific logic here. Like if you are authenticated, I'm going to allow you to do that. Maybe we can talk about more specific policies, more granular policy a bit later. But for now, let's keep it simple for us and allow all operations on our products table for only authenticated users. So let's save a policy. And now if I'm going to go back to our application and restart the application and go to the user side, we're going to see right away some data here. So that's perfect. What we can do with that data is store it into a state variable. Maybe also add a loading indicator or loading state. Maybe we will also need a error state. So as you can see, where I'm leading with this is that while it's possible to fetch data from Supabase directly in our component, doing it yourself without any extra library, it's going to get out of hand pretty easily, because in all the projects we're going to have an effect, we're going to have a couple of state variables for data, error, and so on. So it's a lot of work. For that reason, what we're going to do is we're going to use the React Query library. React Query is a very powerful state management and also data fetching library that we will use to fetch data, and we will leverage the power of the caching mechanism to keep the data in sync on different screens. For example, when creating a new product, we can refresh the product list and so on. You're gonna see the power of it in a moment. What we have to do here is we have to start by installing React Query. So let's go ahead and copy that command here, npm I /React Query. Then we will need a query provider where we will create the query client and provide it to the rest of the screens. So let's copy actually this code here because there is nothing interesting there. And let's go ahead and in our providers create the query provider.tsx. What we do here is simply create this client, and using the query client provider from the library, we are exposing this client. We still have to import it in our root layout, app layout. Let's import it here. query provider with a name query provider. I'm going to put it below the auth provider because the query provider will need to know information about the authentication, but I'm going to put it above the card because inside the card we will need to run queries. So the card depends on the query provider. That's why I decided to put it in between. Now all our screens will be able to run queries and mutations for our data using React Query. Let's go to back to our menu index where we are fetching these orders using Supabase, and let's see how we can transform this one to a query. What we need to do is we need to import the use query hook from Tanstack React Query, and at the top of our component we are going to use it, use query. Now use query needs some options. So let's define the object with the options. The two important properties is the query function, which is the async function that will be executed to get the data. But above that, we need the query key. And the query key is helping React Query cache the query. So we're gonna, the query key should be an array. And here we will specify that this is our products. We're gonna see in a moment like different ways to define these query keys and how they can help us. Now in the query function we need to specify how do we want to fetch the data. React Query is very flexible in terms of how you're gonna bring the data, so you have to write the logic here. We already wrote the logic of querying our data, so let's copy it from below and put it in our query function. Now what we need to do is, if our Supabase returned an error, let's simply throw a new error using this error message. We have to throw it in order for React Query to understand that, hey, there was an error, because later on we're going to be able to get it right away from here. But if there is no error, what we're going to do from here is simply return data. And this data is what we return from the query function is going to be accessible through data here at the top. And besides this, we also have, for example, the is loading, which handles the loading state. Now what we can do is, I'm gonna remove the use effect here, is we can check if is loading, let's return an activity indicator to show that, hey, we are loading data. If there was an error, so if error, then return failed to fetch products. Make sure to import text from React Native, and let's go to the user side here. We saw the loading indicator, we didn't see any errors, but I don't think that this data is coming from the database. The FlatList is still using products. If we change from products to data, right away we see the data and information coming from our database. You can either work with data, or you can rename the data here to products, and it's better to rename it to keep the naming like clear, like, hey, this is an array of products. And if I'm gonna go here, yes, this is the data from our database. And we can safely remove a use effect and the products, the dummy data with products. We no longer need them. So it's quite a lot of things to unpack here probably, but the benefit of React Query here is that it manages automatically for us the loading states, the data, the error states. It also manages and optimizes our query behind the scenes, knowing this query key. And if from our screens we're gonna send the same query with the same key products, it will know not to double refetch it or to take it from the cache. And another screen where we will need to run the same query is going to be our admin side. Instead of copy pasting the whole logic of how to query our products, it's going to be better if we create reusable functions that we can use across our application whenever we need to query products. For that, what we're gonna do is, in our source, let's create a new folder, API, and here to keep all the helper functions that will help us fetch data or mutate data. Let's start with creating the folder for our products, and let's start with index.ts. We're gonna use custom hooks. So let's start by exporting a const. A custom hook is a simple function it's recommended to start the name of a function with use in order to basically tell that, hey, this is a hook, and the name is going to be use product list. What this will do, it will do everything that use query is doing. So I'm gonna copy everything from here and move it in our use product list. Let's import the use query here. And we also need to import Supabase. And instead of destructuring the result, I'm gonna simply return the result. And if you return the result, whenever we will use this use product list, we can basically replace all of this use query in our menu index and destructure it by simply calling use product list that we can import from our API products. And we don't need the use query and use Supabase anymore. So with this approach, we keep all the logic of querying data in our API folder, and then our components, they are pretty lean, which means that they are not doing a lot of heavy work on fetching or thinking about like how to fetch, how to group, and so on. It simply uses our custom hook, use product list, and it will give back like the data, error, and is loading another things that the use query returns. Then based on that, we simply render different things on the screen. So now if I'm gonna go to the user, we see the menu. If I'm gonna add a new thing on in our table, name, new, price, 1, 2, 3. If I'm gonna save, come back here, reload, go to the user side, we see the new pizza, the new product appear in the list. To replicate this logic on the admin side is going to be easy. Like, let's go ahead and from the menu screen, copy these lines. Using the use product list, the is loading that shows the activity and the error. Let's copy it from here, go to the admin menu index, and inside the menu screen of the admin side, let's go ahead and fetch our products. Let's import activity indicator, import text, and remove the dummy products from here. Just with this couple of lines, if I'm gonna go to admin side, we see the loading indicator and we right away see the pizzas here. Perfect. So that's how we fetch a list of data from the API. Our next step is to implement the next operation, read product by ID. Starting from here, we are going to follow pretty much the same approach. Whenever we need to implement a functionality, we will go to our API, we will create this functionality as a custom hook, and then import it where it needs to be used, like on the screens that it needs to be used. So let's start with creating a new hook for reading a product by ID. So use product. This hook will also need an ID because we need to know for which actual product we want to query. Now I'm gonna copy the same query below and we're gonna adjust it a bit. I'm gonna start with the query key. This is important because if we're gonna do the same query here, it will basically overwrite our products. So what we should do is probably change this key to specify that, hey, this is a completely different query. The rule of thumb is to use the variables that differentiate the queries, in this case the ID, as one of the values here. So if I'm gonna paste the ID here, query to the products with ID 1 will be cached separately than a query to the products with ID 2 and so on. So that's why we need the ID there to store them in different places in our cache. Now to our Supabase thing is we're gonna use from products, we're gonna select everything, and after selecting we will also add the equal operator where we can specify the column that we want to filter based on, for example ID. We want the ID to be equal to the variable that we receive. This will return an array of things, but we're interested in only one item. So at the end we can simply put dot single and it will take the first item and return it as an object, not as an array. We can leave the same here, if error, throw error, otherwise return data. Now that we define the query, we can use this hook in our application. user menu ID, basically from the user side. Whenever we press on one of these pizza, we want on this page to query that data about that pizza. Let's go ahead and probably after getting the ID here, we're gonna use product from API, and let's take here the, as always, data, which we can right away rename to product, the error, and the is loading. The use product here expects the ID. We need to fetch the product by ID. We could use this ID, but the problem is that this ID is of type string or actually an array of strings. So what I'm gonna do is let's rename this ID to ID string and parse it to a number ID using the parse float ID. Parse float ID helps us transform from a string to an ID, but now the problem is that this ID can also be an array of strings. So with some magic here, by checking the type of ID string, if the type of ID string is string, we're gonna return ID string. Otherwise, we're gonna return the ID string at position 0. So if it's just a string, return it. If it's an array, return the first item from there. And now the ID is of number and we can use it here. So this is a little bit ugly, but it is what it is. Now make sure to also remove a line that manually loops through the dummy products. So remove this line because now the product is being fetched, and we can remove a import as well. Now if I'm gonna go to the user side and press on the margarita, we see $9.99 at the top margarita. If I go to pepperoni, we see the updated price, which means that it's correctly fetched from the server. But you should also make sure to add the checking if it's an error or if it's loading. So the same way as we had, like for example, on the index with this is error. If is loading or if is error, we can have it as well before our main return statement. And I don't need this if product is undefined. Okay, now if I go there first, it should show a loading indicator and then the pizza. Perfect. And if I go again, you see that's another thing. Like if I'm gonna navigate to a new product, you see the loading indicator for a couple of milliseconds. But if I'm gonna go to a one that is already loaded in cache, it automatically, like without even showing the activity indicator. And that's the power of React Query Cache. Whenever we do this, remember to also do the same logic for the admin side. So on the admin menu detail screen, we have to do the same steps. So from this part, let's first parse properly, or let's take these 3 lines of parsing by ID and querying the product. I'm gonna move them to our product details on the admin side. Let's import the use product from our API, and let's make sure to remove this line that finds the product from dummy data, and we don't need it anymore here. Now test it by going to the admin side and pressing on one of these items. There was a line saying that it's not found just because we don't have this if loading or if error in the admin side. So if you add them and import the activity indicator, it's gonna show properly the loading state and only then display the details. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's continue with our CRUD operation for our products. So far, we have implemented the read operations to read a list of products and the details of one product, knowing its ID. The next step is specifically for the admin side, because admins should also be able to create products whenever they fill in and complete this form. So let's see how we can do that. And we're gonna start by implementing in the API product index a new hook for creating a product. So let's export const use insert product, and this is going to be a hook that will return. As you can see above, we are returning a use query in the previous queries. The thing is that before, like here above, we are querying, we are getting data from a server. In the inserting a product, this is an operation. This is mutating something on the server. So for that, we need another hook from React Query called use mutation. So let's return here the use mutation, and the options that the mutation expects is, first of all, the mutation doesn't have a query key because we are not querying data, we are sending data. So it only has an async function called mutation function that will receive some data. We can type it with any because we are going to cover the types in the next lesson. And here inside the mutation, we will receive the data and we need to do something with that data. What we're going to do is we're going to use Supabase to insert some data in that database. So as well, with await Supabase, we are also going to use from to target the table that we want to work with. And the table is called products. What we want to do is we want to insert a new line. Here we need to specify the data that we want to insert in the product column. When we try to insert manually the row, we know that the ID is automatically generated together with created ad, but we need to specify the name, price, and image. Let's do that here. So insert name is going to equal data.name, image is going to be data.image, and price is going to be data.price. Now it will also return back error if that happens, or the data, but the data we will get it only when we call single at the bottom. Let's see. Now let's have the same checks. If error, throw a new error. If data, simply return data. The data is already here. Let's rename the data that we received as new product, and we're gonna return the new product. Now, let's go ahead and use this mutation inside our create screen. That screen is in our application admin menu, create, and at the top, after all of these fields, let's go ahead and use the newly created hook, use insert product. The information that use insert product returns is everything that the use mutation gives us back. And the use mutation will give us back a function called mutate. Whenever we call this function, we are executing the mutation function that we define here. So it doesn't execute right away. It's a function that we can call to create or to execute it. Let's rename it to insert product. Now, using this insert product, what we can do is go to where we have the on submit, on create. Here we have the save in the database. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna simply say insert product, and the variables should be, well, the name, the price, and the image. The problem with the price is that in our state, the price is of type string. In the database, we need to save it as a number. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, for the price, I'm gonna parse float the price from the state, and this way the price becomes a number. Let's give it a try and see if we made any mistakes. I'm gonna go to the admin side, create. Let's do, I don't know, from the app, 1, 2, 3, 4. Creating from the app. Yeah, because it's here. Let's have a look in the database. From the application, yes, it has been created successfully. If you have any issues with creating it so far, double check the policies and make sure that the products table has a policy that allows insert operation for authenticated users. I gave authenticated users permission to do any operation. Yeah, so the next step, what we can do here, when we call the mutation function, we can add as the first one is the data, the variables. The second one is some additional options. And one of the additional options that we can specify here is the on success. Basically, this function is going to be called when our mutation is executed successfully. So what do we want to do when on success? Only then we want to reset the fields and maybe even using the router to navigate back. So do we have a router here? No, we don't have a router, but we can get access to the router using use router hook from Expo router. And after the product is inserted successfully, I can do router.back. So going back to the admin, if I go here and say 1, 2, 3, create, after it is executed, we are redirected back to our menu. And in our menu, we don't see the newly created app. If I'm gonna refresh, it's gonna be there. Yes, it's here. But we would like to see it right away. How can we do that? We're gonna do that by going back to our API products, and the same onSuccess function we can define here when creating the mutation. We need it here because it's the right place to do these kind of things that we're gonna do in the next moment. So after the async mutation function, we can also define another function called onSuccess, that is going to be called when the function successfully executes. What do we want to do when this function successfully executes in order for the item to appear on the first screen? Remember, the first screen here is our index that uses the use product list. The use product list is here. If we scroll up, is this query. So what we can do is we can tell our React query invalidate or refetch the query with the key products. To do that, first of all, we need access to the query client. We can get access to the query client in our insert product hook by using the use query client imported from the Unstack React query. Now, having access to the query client, on the onSuccess, we can use it to invalidate queries with the key that we want to invalidate, for example, products. And we can also probably await. And the same way as you have onSuccess, you can define other functions, for example, on error. And here you're gonna receive error and maybe log it in your somewhere or do something about it or show an alert. I don't need it. Any error handling here. So now if I'm going to go to create a new product, 1, 2, 3. If I'm gonna create it, we're redirected back to the menu, but as you can see, it already appears here. So it automatically refreshes the products, and in fact, it will also refresh the products on the user side on the same device, basically, because it uses the same key query. So that's why we are defining the query key to be able to target, refetch them when something happens in our application. In our case, when we insert a product, we want to refetch the list of products because we know that by creating one, we will update the list. React query will invalidate, and what it does actually behind the scenes, it fetches the query again. It executes the select products again. So that is it with our inserting a product. This one is going to be updating a product. Yes, let's start by creating this use product export const use update product equal to a function, and the use update product will look very similar to our creating a product. So let's copy everything from inserting a product in our update and do a couple of changes. First of all, let's look at the Supabase. What do we need to update a product? Well, instead of insert, we're gonna call the update. The update will contain all the data from here, from data, name, image, and price. But we want to update based on the equal operation. We want to update a specific item. And the item is going to be the one where the ID matches a specific ID. Whenever we update an item, we will know the ID of that item. So we're gonna send it here through the data, and we can access it as data.id. Then we can probably select and .single here. Not new product, but updated product. Let's return advanced updated product. And on success, which query should be invalidated here? Well, we will invalidate the list of products because one of them will be updated, but we will also invalidate the query for the details of one product. So use product with ID. So this query key will also have to be invalidated to be updated. But we don't have access to the ID here. Well, we can have it as a second parameter in the function parameters. So here is going to be our data, and we can access it as data.id. or you can right away destructure it from here as ID. Now let's go ahead and use this use update product hook inside our admin menu create. Similar to how we have the insert product, we are going to have a use update product, and here let's rename it to update product. I want to do the same trick here with the ID. I want to first of all take it as a string. I'm gonna copy it like this. I'm gonna take it as a string and I'm gonna parse it to a number. Now what's left to do is to call this update product function on update. So on update, let's call the update product with the data about the product. For example, name, price might have changed, similar to how we have here for inserting, and image. But besides all of this data, remember that we also have to pass there the ID for the data ID. So the ID is going to be the value that we parsed above here. Update product. We can define the same on success logic as the second parameter. So when the product is updated successfully, we're gonna reset the fields and we're gonna do router.goBack. So if I go to the admin and we're gonna try to edit pepperoni to something, well, actually I forgot something. The thing is that on the update screen, when we are trying to update, we also are querying the details of a product. So for that reason, we need to query the details of the product that we want to update. So for that, we're gonna use the use product, and the use product hook requires the ID. We're gonna give the ID that we received here, and let's take data as updating product or something like that. Updating product. Now this updating product, when it changes, I want to update our state variables to reflect, like to set the name based on the product that we want to update. So in a use effect, when the updating product changes, so we're gonna add it as a dependency. What we want to do is if updating product, then we want to set the name using the updating product.name, set the price using updating product.price, and what else? We're gonna set the image with updating product.image. And now if I'm gonna go to edit the pizza pepperoni, it should fill here with the details, but it doesn't. Why? We can have a look at the updating product information. So it has it there, but it doesn't call the use effect. It doesn't go into the set here. Oh, I have a mistake there. But what about the price? Maybe it should be to string. Yes, price to string worked. So now if I'm trying to edit it, it will be pre-filled with the values of the product that we want to update. Perfect. And let's see, pepperoni 1, 2, 3. If I press update, it goes back, it updates here, and if I'm gonna refresh, will it still be there? Yes, it's there. And if I change the price to something like that, there is a small issue and I know why that's happening. In the onUpdate create, we should only reset the fields when the success comes, and we should remove it from the bottom of this function. And this way we can update it, update, and we are back to normal. So that's our onUpdate function. Wait a second. Why is this function called onUpdate create? I think I wanted to call it simply onUpdate. Let's double check the onCreate as well. That's what I was afraid of. Cannot convert undefined value to object. I think it's coming from a missing ID here. So I'm gonna add a question mark dot when accessing the array. And now if I'm gonna go to admin for updating, what's happening? New, let's try to update it. Yes, it works. Yes, so our update product is finished, and with that being said, we have create, we have read, we have update, and probably the last one is the delete a product. Let's go ahead and implement this together, and we're gonna start with a mutation in our API products. called export const use delete product equal to a mutation. So I'm gonna copy the top part here. When deleting a mutation, where is it? It needs one more. Yeah, when trying to remove something from Supabase, let's go ahead and do a wait Supabase dot from products. What we want to do is we want to delete, and it needs, well, it needs, I think, a logic here equal, where ID is equal to the ID that we will receive as number. So ID, column ID is equal to value ID. Let's have a look at Supabase documentation. And I'm going to show you how easily it is. Like, you go to a table and you check the API documentation here. And here are some already predefined queries that you can run. I'm going to scroll down until I see the delete rows. Yeah, the equal should come after the delete. So the equal should come after delete. Okay, so I'm going to have it as simple as this. Maybe we can also add the on success. What should happen on success? We should use the query client to invalidate the list of products. So yeah, it's also going to be async. And let's use it also in the admin menu create. When we are trying to delete, I mean, on the update product, there is the delete button. So let's import it here, const mutate delete product equal use delete product. Now we're gonna call this delete product function in the on delete here. So we need to call it, we need to send a variable ID, which will be our ID number. Oh, it doesn't even have to have an object. It can be simply delete product ID. And as a second parameter on success, what we can do here is reset fields and router back. On success, it's a function. And I don't even think it should be router back because it's gonna redirect us here. Router, maybe replace to the admin side, because we know that we are on the admin side here. So if I'm gonna go to the hey, edit, press on the delete, confirm, we should be redirected to the home screen if there is no error. And now the hey is not here. The same thing with 1, 2, 3, we can go ahead and delete it. JSON object requested multiple or no rows returned. Yeah, make sure to also take the error and to throw it if that happens. Let's go ahead and commit all the changes. This is our product CRUD. All right, guys. So with that being said, we have all the CRUD operations for our products. So it was a very long tutorial, but now we know how to work with Supabase to manage the data in our database. We know how to work with React Query to query and mutate our data, cache it, invalidate the queries, manage the loading states, and all of the good stuff when it comes to working with remote data in an application and implementing CRUD operations. All right, so in previous lesson, we have implemented the product CRUD, but if we go back to where we used it, for example, if we go into the user menu index and we check what is the type of our products, we see that it's of type any, array of any, or even undefined. So that's no bueno. Whenever we see the any keyword when using TypeScript, that's a red flag. And we need to go ahead and probably type properly our use product list. The use product list is a use query and it's using Supabase. And even Supabase doesn't know what type is the items in the product. The best part is that we can generate types automatically from our Supabase database schema and use them to type the whole Supabase interactions in our application. So that's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna configure the TypeScript integration with Supabase. One way to do that is going to be to download the types. If you go to your tables, to any table, if we go to the API and scroll down, there is the generate types and you can download these types here. What I'm gonna actually show you is how you can do that from the terminal using the Supabase CLI. Let's go ahead and start by running npx Supabase login in a terminal. So I'm gonna go ahead and log in here, and Supabase will ask us for an access token. We can generate that by simply opening this URL here, and on that page you will be able to generate a token. Simply press generate token, copy it, and paste it back in your npx Supabase login. I'm already logged in, so that's why I'm not doing it. But now we can simply run a command with npx Supabase to generate the types. So let's copy this command from here. Let's paste it in our terminal. But before running it, let's go ahead and change the your project ID here with the actual project ID of your application. So going back to Supabase, if I'm gonna go home and maybe the project settings, here we're gonna see reference ID, which is the project ID, or you can look in the URL. In the URL, you'll also see the project ID. So let's put it as the project ID. And what we are doing here is we are generating the TypeScript types and writing them to a file called source database.types.ts. After a couple of seconds, we have a new file, database types, which was generated based on our tables. As you can see, we have our public schema tables, including the products and profiles. And for every single table, there are information about what is the data type, also what is the data type when we're trying to insert, when we're trying to update, and so on. So these are very helpful types that we can right away use inside our lib Supabase to specify the types, to send these types to our client. Now Supabase doesn't know what types it's using. So let's go ahead and simply import database from database types and send it here as a generic to the create client as database. Just like that, if we're gonna go, for example, in our API index, when we call Supabase from products, if I will hover over the data, it already knows it's not any anymore. It already knows the actual data based on the information from our table, from our database. So next time you update, you add new tables, go back and run the same npx Supabase gen types TypeScript with your project ID to update your types, and they will reflect in your application. Now, let's see if the use query will also, for example, if I go to API, user menu, and if we go to the index here, will the products be typed? Yes, the products are properly typed automatically by simply sending these types to the create Supabase client. The item is automatically and it matches the types that we have. Perfect. So what I also want to show here is how you can define some helpers, because whenever you will want to specify that something should be of a product or profile type, it's going to be quite hard to access it just because of the way these types are structured. So you're going to have to access data, public, tables, products, row. Instead of doing that, let's go ahead and create some helpers. And I'm going to do that in the, actually, let's do that in the types.ts, because types.ts is the file with the types that we define in our application. And later we're going to have to remove them. But for now, let's just simply at the top here, define some helper types for our database. Let's just simply copy them from here. And I'm going to show you how they can help us. For example, now what we can do is let's go into the components and let's say that our product list item, I don't want to type it manually as I have done it so far. We have done that because before we didn't have Supabase in our stack. Now that we have Supabase, I want to say that this product should match the type of a table from Supabase. If we look in the database, it should match the public tables, products, and the row specifically. But with this helper tables type that we define here, which looks like a lot of magic, we can easily type our product list item here, not with product, but with tables. And here we can specify which table. It's the products table. And just like that, we don't need the product type anymore that we define manually. And this will come directly from our database generated types. Yeah, we can change that. We can look in other places in our application where we are still using this product type in the card provider. Let's have a look at the card provider. So the card provider will receive not a product that we define, but it should receive a type of tables products. It's here as well. So what I can do is simply say type product equal to this tables product, and then leave everything else as it was and remove the imported product. All right, so I'm not going to continue. I'm afraid to confuse you too much, but what we can do here is we can use the types generated automatically by Supabase to make sure that we are using, we are typing the things based on the data that at the end of the day will come from the database. So instead of specifying it manually like we did before, we are using this helper function table that gets us access directly to the row here. So that is everything about the TypeScript integration with Supabase. Let me go ahead and do git add Supabase TypeScript. All right, so in the previous lesson, we implemented the products CRUD and the TypeScript integration. Now, let's go ahead and implement the CRUD operations for our orders. Because in our application, besides looking at the products, you will also add them to cart. And whenever you press the checkout, we want to record this order in the backend. And as you can see, the order will include some products, but not directly products. It will be order items, because besides the information about what product are you ordering, there will also be information about the quantity and the options that you selected. So let's start by designing our tables in Supabase dashboard, and we're gonna start with the order item. If we look in our hand-written types, we specify that a order will have information like ID created at, which will be generated automatically. But besides that, it will have a total and a status. The total will represent the amount, which can also be calculated, but maybe we can write it directly in the table. And also an important thing is the user ID, because we have to know who placed that order and where basically to deliver. So with that information, let's go ahead in our Supabase dashboard, and we're gonna go to our database. In the tables, let's go ahead and create a new table and call it orders. We're gonna have a row level security here. And for the columns, besides the ID and created at, as we said, we will also have status, which will represent the status of a order. It's gonna be a text. And we can also set a default value. We're gonna set the default value to new. And whenever we do not send a value for the status when creating an item, it will initialize with new. And we can set that this is a required field, so I'm gonna deselect the nullable. The total will be a number, or actually a float. We can choose a float 8, maybe there will be like very huge orders. And the initial value, we can set it to null, and it will also be a required field. Going back to our type here, the last one is the user ID. And the user ID is the way we are gonna connect the order with the user. So it's gonna be called user ID. The user ID is going to be the field that will help us create the relationship between an order and the user. In relational databases, there are multiple types of relationship between tables. The first one is one-to-one relationships. And a one-to-one relationship, it's easiest to explain using this relationship between the of users table and our profiles that we created. So here we have a one-to-one relationship between one profile belongs to one single user and nothing more. If we think about the relationship between orders and users, one user will be able to create multiple orders, And if we invert the statement, one order will only be created by a single user or will only belong to a single user. So this is a one-to-many relationship, and a relationship like that is defined using a foreign key on our orders table, for example. So the user ID will be a relationship. Here we're going to select a table. First of all, select the schema public and then the table. So we're going to connect it with our profiles table. And we know that profiles will also be connected with auth user, but in general, like everything in our application, when it comes to the user, is going to be managed in the profiles table. Now we can select the column from profiles, and that's going to be the ID. And the action is also important to specify, because if an order is attached to an user and the user is being deleted, what should happen with a order? So with Cascade, whenever the user is deleted, all the orders assigned to that user will also be deleted automatically. And I think that's the most appropriate one here. So what else do we need to specify here? Oh, it says that the column type don't match. It should be a UUID. So let's first select the type as UUID, and then we're gonna connect it with our profiles ID and select Cascade Deletion. Now our table is being created, but as I said, besides the table that will hold the information about the orders, we should also have another table that will hold information about the order items. And the order items, will have a link towards the product that was selected, quantity and size. Here we can see the type that we have with product ID, with order ID, size and quantity. Let's go ahead and create that table as well. It's going to be called order_items, and we're going to go and add columns. First of all, it's going to contain the product ID relationship. So this is going to connect to our products by ID, and it should be of type big int. So int 8. Select that, and after that we can define the relationship. And here as well, because our order item will be linked with an order, if a order is deleted, what should we do with order items? I think we can also delete them as well. So let's save this relationship. And what else besides product ID? The size that was selected. So let's add the size here of type, it can be text, and it's going to be required. The default value we can set to M. What else? Quantity. Quantity is a number, and it's going to be an int 4, non-nullable, and by default it's going to be only 1, because if there is a link to the product, we assume there is at least one product there. And let's double check that with the screenshots from here. And on the right we have the product ID, size, quantity, and also the order. Yeah, that's very important. Order item should also have a relationship with the order in which this item was added. So here we're gonna select order ID. It's going to be of type integer 8, and we can connect it with our order by ID, and whenever the order is deleted, we're gonna delete the order item as well. And we can also probably put the product ID and order ID as required fields, because without them it's gonna be useless. So with that being said, we can press save, and we have our 2 new tables created, ready for us to integrate and save information there. If we look at the schema visualizer, our database already looks more interesting. We can move things around and we can see the relationship between all of them. Starting with profiles that will have orders, the order will have items which will include products. So this way we will be able to manage all the orders that users create. But before we do that, we should also make sure to add some policies to our newly created tables. So we can go to the table editor, and under the order we can select here view policy, and we can create a new policy to allow all operation for authenticated users. And here we can just say true and true. Actually here, it's gonna make sense to allow operations like update and delete only to people who created the order, but we will also need it for the admin, so admins should also be able to update. Okay, never mind, let's just keep it simple and allow any authenticated user to perform these actions. Review and save policy. And we should do the same for our order items. View policy, new policy, and let's customize it authenticated and here true, true. Review and save policy. All right, so we are ready here on our Supabase dashboard. Let's go ahead in our application and start integrating with our Supabase to create, read, update, and all the rest of the operations that we need to do on the orders and order items. All right, so let's go ahead and follow our guide. And the next step is going to be to read orders. For that, we're gonna need some information in our database. So let's open the orders table and insert something here. For the ID and created that's gonna be populated. The status as well, it's gonna be defaulted to new. The total, let's say 1, 2, 3, and we will press here select record to connect it with a user. At the moment, we have only one profile in our profiles table, so that's why we only can select from that one. Let's press save, and maybe we can create a new one. We can override the date, for example, to 2022, and the status can be delivered, and the total 50. And also connect it with my user ID. Save. Let's also add another profile in our profiles page. Let's connect it with a dummy account, like with this A. And for the group, it's going to be user. I think everything else can remain the same. I just need one new user to create an ID that will not be mine, to be able to filter properly the orders only that I created. So I'm going to create a new one and link with this ID ending with CC. Let's go ahead in orders and create a new one. The total is 1 and the user ID is the user ID ending in CC, the second one. Now we have 3 orders, 2 of them are mine and 1 of them is linked to another user. Let's go ahead in our application and implement the read operations for our orders. Similar to how we handled the CRUD operations for products, we're gonna start by creating a folder in the API. Let's call it orders. And let's start with the index.ts file. And here we're gonna have probably a look at the index from the product to see how we implemented the read operations. A lot of things are quite similar, so it's gonna be easy for us just to copy paste and adjust the data that is being requested. For example, use product list. This is the one to read a list of products. Let's take it in our orders file and adjust it to instead read orders list. I'm also going to copy the imports from products here like this. And let's go ahead and change our query. First of all, it's important to update the query key. Here we're going to work with orders. So let's call it orders. And we're going to query from Supabase. The table is going to be called orders. We're going to select everything and return the data. As we can see, the data is any, because if you remember, if I have here products, Supabase will be smart enough to understand that this is of type product because we have types defined for the product tables. Now we added new tables, but we didn't regenerate the types. And that's why when querying from orders table, Supabase doesn't know what type is the data in that table. So what we have to do in order to get full types, anytime we do changes on our database layer, we have to regenerate the types again. So I'm gonna scroll up in my terminal until I find the command for npx supabase gen types, and I'm gonna run it again. This should go ahead and regenerate our database types. And if I'm gonna look here in the database, we already have order items and the orders row. And automatically, Supabase should be able to understand the types that we receive here. Perfect. So now it's going to be easier for us to integrate with this use product list. Yeah, we need to update the name. Use admin order list, because only the admin will query all the orders from the database. Let's call it like that and go ahead, open our application, admin orders list index. And here I'm going to also open the screen on our device. Let's go to the admin side, orders. And here is the index screen, the active orders. Let's go ahead and use our newly defined hook, use admin order list. This one, if you remember from the previous lesson, will give us the data, which will be our orders. It will also give us the is loading and the error. What we can do with that, we can simply follow the same approach. If it's loading, we're gonna render the spinner, the activity indicator. If error, we're gonna say fail to fetch. Otherwise, we're gonna render the flat list. Now we can safely remove the orders from dummy data, and the orders should show from the database. Let's go ahead to the orders tab, and we see 3 orders, 1, 2, and 3. And this is exactly the orders coming from our database that we defined here. Perfect. So that is reading the list of orders. Let's go ahead and see how we can implement this on the user side. On the user side, we don't want to query all the orders. We only want to query users' orders. So actually, instead of filtering, probably I'm gonna simply create a new hook here in our API called use my order. And when doing that, because we are defining all of this data fetching mechanism inside custom hooks, that means that we have access to other hooks in our application, such as use of. And using the use of, we can take the information about the user or about the session, and the session has ID equal session.user ID. Let's go ahead in our Supabase from orders. After we select, we should also define a filter. We want to make sure that the column user ID equals to the ID of a user that makes this request. But we see that this ID can also be undefined. So before we execute this Supabase function, we're gonna check if ID is undefined. Let's simply return null. But it shouldn't be undefined when we get to this page, because at that point the user should be in the session. And because this query, we don't want to keep the same key for this query, because it's going to contain different data. It's going to contain filtered data. And now we have the same name for the admin orders and for my orders. So this can mess up how the items are cached behind the scenes. In order to make sure that my orders are stored separately from the admin orders, let's go ahead and add as the second parameter an object with user ID, and there we're going to specify the ID from here. Now we are ready to integrate this use my order list inside our user orders index. So let's go ahead, and most probably it's going to be the easiest to look at how we used the hook in our order screen from the admin and simply replicate it in the user side. The only difference is going to be the hook that we are using. Instead of admin order list, we're going to use my order list, and here activity indicator. Now we can remove the dummy data and go to the users to see if it's being correctly filtered. As we can see, there are only 2 orders, the ones connected with my user, and if I go to the admin side, the admin will see all the orders, all 3 of them. Perfect. If I look here, there is a TypeScript error saying that order list item, the order that it expects is something different. And that's because the order list item is still using the handwritten order type here. What we can do instead is use the helper tables and specify that this order is coming from our database tables orders. Now we see that inside here, like when we access order ID and so on, created that, TypeScript is not complaining. So that means that we have these fields. And if I go back here in our list, TypeScript is okay with this as well. So this was both of our lists, but actually, in fact, I want to also show you how we can add additional filtering, and because on the admin there is the active and the archived orders. So for that, inside our orders API, where we have an admin order list, it's either we also like duplicate this 2 times, or we can add some options here based on which we're gonna filter and send the Supabase request. And the option here is going to be a Boolean field archived. And if that is false, we're gonna query active orders. Otherwise, we're gonna query delivered orders. So we saw how we can use filterings like equal, but in this case, as I said, based on the archive, we're gonna have an array of statuses. We will want to filter on the status order. So on the active, we want to display all the orders that are new, cooking, and delivering. So for that, we're gonna use includes or in an array operator, but for that we need the actual array. So let me show you actually how it first works. For example, if after select we will do in, we will specify the column. The column is status, and as the second parameter, we're gonna provide an array of values. For example, new and cooking, and also delivering. So if I go to the admin, orders, cannot array property archived of undefined. Well, yeah, because when we use the use admin orders in our list, we need to send here whether it's archived or not. So here on the active is gonna be false. Now we can go there to the admin orders and see that failed to fetch data. Why? Well, we can go ahead and see the error. Admin orders. No, everything is fine. So as we can see, it correctly filters the order and doesn't include the delivered. If we have here also the delivered, we're gonna see a new order pop up here. Why it's not delivered? Oh, because it's all capital. Yes, now all of them are here. So as we can see, we can filter based on an array of values, and we're gonna get only the orders which status is inside this array. Now, based on the archive, let's go ahead and define basically the array of statuses that we want to filter on. So statuses is going to be equal. If archive is true, then it's gonna be an array of only the delivered. Otherwise, it's gonna be the rest of the values. Now let's use these statuses instead of the hard-coded array, and it is going to depend on the archive or not. Now, to see it in actual action, let's first of all see it in if the active tab is working. Active tab is working, and if I'm gonna go to the list archive, let's also query here data using the admin order list. But on this screen, we're gonna say I want archive to be true. Let's import it, an activity indicator as well. Now if I'm gonna go to the admin, here we're gonna see the active orders that are in new, cooking, or delivering, and on the archive I'm gonna see only the new. But it doesn't work. You know why? Because we are using the same key for the admin order list in both cases where the archive is true and false. That's why it's overriding the query. So here is an example when you forget to specify the proper query key, because here the query also depends on some variables like whether it's archived or not. So if by simply adding this to the array of query key, they will be stored separately, and as we can see, it works properly. On the active new, here is delivered. And that's how we can filter and read our orders. Perfect. Moving on to the next step in our read, we're gonna go to the read order by ID. Let's go ahead in our application, and reading an order by ID is, again, let's open our API. Let's open both orders API and products API. In products, we can look at the use product. We can copy it in our orders and adjust it for our use case. Let's rename it to use order, and we can probably be more specific because use order is very general, or maybe we can do use order details. It's also going to receive an ID number. The query key will be orders and the variable ID. We're going to fetch from orders. We're going to select all the columns where ID is equal to the one that we're requesting. And yeah, now it's ready to be used in the details screen, both on the user. If you go to the orders ID here, instead of finding it manually, what we're going to do is we're going to receive it using the use order details. We need to send here the ID, but the ID again is this problem with string and that has to be parsed to a number. So let's actually look at how we did that here in the menu item with parse float and ID as a string. I'm gonna copy these two lines and I'm gonna add them at the top. So we first take the string and then we parse it to float depending on the type. Now, user ID will give us back data, which is going to be our order. It's gonna be is loading and error. With this, we can do the is loading activity indicator and the error. And I think we can remove these two blocks as well. Yeah, the dummy data as well. We did that in the user side. So if I'm gonna go to the user side and click on order 1, yes, it works. And here as well works. Perfect. Let's do the same. So I'm going to copy the whole body of a order detail screen and let's put it in the admin as well. Admin orders. So at the top, instead of this body, I'm gonna use the one that we had there. Make sure to import the use order details and the activity indicator from React Native, and make sure to test it. Always test it. Let's go to orders. If I click on one of them, we see it properly. And if I go to the archive, it's also gonna display the proper status here based on the one that we have in the database. The next step is creating orders. When should that happen? If I go to the user side application, we're going to be able to add things to the cart. And when we press checkout, we want to first create the order, and after that, create order items and link them to the order. Let's go ahead and do that, starting with creating the order. And we're going to do that in the orders, having a look at how we did that use insert product. So let's take the insert product in our orders and see what we should change. Starting with a name, use insert order. Let's import the query client at the top from React query. We also need to import the use mutation. This is our first mutation for the orders. So what should happen here? Mutation function will receive some data that at this moment we typed it as any. That's not exactly what we want. I think what we want is somehow to say that data is of type tables orders, right? Yes and no. The table.orders is also going to include the ID, also going to include the created at. If we look in our source, the helper tables will access in the last place, there is this row. So if we look into the database types, for example, for orders, this orders table has multiple types here. For example, the row will have this type. But when we have to insert, we can use this type, which has the optional ID, optional created at, which are have default values, and actually all of them are optional, you see? So we should somehow access this type instead of a row type. To do that, let's go ahead in the types and maybe duplicate this tables helper type. Let's duplicate it and call it insert tables, and from row, we're gonna change to insert. Now, if we use this helper in our function instead of tables, let's see what do we get. If we hover over the data, we see that the ID created at are optional. So what we can do is simply say that we want to insert the data here. Why Supabase doesn't like? Yeah, because it should be in the orders table. Yeah, you see how smart it is. Like, it detected that we're trying to insert orders into a product, and it's told us. So that's why we need to change to orders. And yeah, I think that's what we have to do here. But as you can see, there are, for example, this user ID. We are not going to want to send this user ID. I mean, we can send this user ID to the data when we call the mutation, but another way is we can also, because we have access here to information like use of, we can automatically take it from here. So let's take it as session, and the user ID is going to be equal to session.user.id. So when we insert the data, we can override, we can destructure all the data. And at the beginning, we can say that the user ID is equal to the user ID from here. This way, we will not have to send through data the user ID. But if we will send, it's going to be overridden. So I think it's better if we make sure that the value user ID from here takes priority and will override anything that will come through the data. Okay, so I think we are ready to import this use insert order in our cart and start using it. The logic where we will call all of this, remember we had a provider that has the responsibility to manage the cart. This is the cart provider. I think this is the place where we will also call the create order function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to export from this provider a function called checkout. This is going to be a simple function. It will not return anything, and we can define it here as an empty function. But in our car provider, we can implement the logic. What should happen when we call the checkout? First of all, start with a console warn to make sure that at least we call this function when we press on the checkout button. Now, export the function checkout through our value, and on the checkout page, we can link the press of the button to this function. Let's find the checkout page in our application cart, and here we have items total and checkout from the cart. Now, when we press on the button checkout, on press, let's call the checkout function from our provider. Now, if I'm going to press on this button, we see checkout. Perfect. So what we have to do is go back to our cart provider, and in the cart provider, import our API function use insert order and insert it when the checkout function is being called. So cart provider, at the top, we're going to define our hook here. And as you remember, the hook will return the mutate, which we can rename to something that will make more sense, like insert order. Now, this is a function that we can call to trigger the insert order operation. So let's do that here. We need to send the variables, even though we don't have to send actually anything because all of them are optional. I think we're gonna send at least the total. Now, if I'm gonna go to the user, remember that now in our database, we only have 3 orders. If I'm gonna go ahead and go to the cart and press checkout, nothing happens, but in our table, we see 1 more order. Perfect. What we can do here actually is we can add on success. And what should happen on success? Do we have something like reset items or something like that? Where we can add it here as clear cart, which can reset the items from the cart to an empty array. So on success, we can basically clear cart and probably do router go back if we have a router here. We can get the router from use router, import it from Expo router, and we can simply go back when the order is placed by doing router back. Actually, not router go back. You know why? Because we want, after placing an order, we want to go to the detail page of a order. So what we can do is router push to the order with that ID. So it's going to be /user/orders/ and the ID of a order. But how do we know the ID of a order? Well, we get it here on success data. The data will contain something. Data dot, let's look in our cart provider. What are we doing here? Yeah, we're actually returning the new product. Data.id, what that will be. Let's simply console log data to see what values we have. So let's go to the user, create a new product. It's null. Let me look in the products real quick. Because remember on success, we can take, is it because we didn't provide the return function? The new product is never actually. Because do we need select afterwards to get it back? Yeah, I think without select, it will create the order, but will not return it back. Now we receive it here. And we should receive it also in the on success. Yes, that means that in our cart provider, we will also receive it as data and it will have data ID. So let's double check if that's true. If I create, I expect to be redirected to the newest order created a few seconds ago to the details page. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. So far we are correctly creating orders, but we lose some very important information from the order, the items that have been added there, because I add here items, I create the checkout, and we only create the order. The next step is to also, after creating the order, to also create order items and link them to our order through their relationship. For that, in our API, let's go ahead and create a new folder for order items. Let's go ahead and start with index.ts. And based on our guide, what we need is to create order items. Create the helper function to create order items. Okay, I think we're gonna take the insert operation from orders and work based on it. So let's take it from here. Let's also take the imports and see what we have to do. Insert order, we're gonna rename it to insert order items. It's gonna work with order items table. It should be order underscore items. The table is going to be order items. The data that it expects order ID, which is not null. It expects product ID. It expects quantity size. So there is no data that we can take from here somewhere. That's why we don't need even the user ID. That's not a field there. And I can remove it from here. Now let's go ahead and try to call this function, and we're gonna do that also from our card provider. After we insert the order, knowing its details, we're going to add to that order a list of order items. Let's define here a new function called save order items, and this function is basically going to be our own success here. Should we simply take everything from here, put it in our save order items, later we're gonna think where exactly they should be called, and the data as well here, and the save order items will be the function that is being called after the order is successfully inserted. The data we can also say that is going to be of type tables, and it's going to be orders. Let's call it order actually. So let's go ahead and import our insert order items mutation, the similar way how we did this one. Insert order items, insert order items. Now we're gonna call the function, make sure to import it. We're gonna call the function in the save order items. So insert order items will insert data. So what information does it need? Well, let's go ahead and just take one item from our list of items in the cart and try to insert that one and see if it at least works. And then we're gonna think how to insert multiple items. So the data, what does the data need? Order ID and product ID. Well, order ID, we can take it from the newly created order.id. Product ID is going to be the item from the cart dot product ID. And that's the only thing that is required. Let's see if we need anything else. Quantity and size, that's also important. So quantity, item 1 dot quantity, and size, item 1 dot size. So let's see if at least one item is inserted, but we don't want to redirect with a router and clear the cart before we finish inserting the order items as well. So for that reason, we're gonna add the on success here, the on success, and only here we're gonna clear the cart and navigate to the order ID. So let's see if at least the one item is being added. I'm gonna go to the user, let's select Margarita, let's select large and press add to cart, then quantity 2 and checkout. We get on the orders page, even though we don't see the items yet. Let's see in the database if they are recorded. So I'm gonna go to the order items. We see one created just now for the product with ID 1, which if you go there, it's the Margarita, and size L, quantity 2, and order ID 10. Exactly what we needed. So the item is being saved correctly. Now the next thing is how we can insert all the items from the cart, if there will be more of them. We can do that because if I'm gonna look in the API, where we use the Supabase, when inserting something, we can insert a list of items by sending an array. The data here, let's say that it's not gonna be a one insert table, but it's gonna be an array of them. And simply instead of destructuring, of course, we're gonna say data, or let's call it actually items. It's gonna make more sense. Now these items, let's see in the card provider when we call it. Insert order item now doesn't expect one object like this, but it expects a list of items. Order items equal to the items from the cart. If I simply do that, it's not gonna exactly work. Let me comment this out. Order items. It's not gonna work because of the types. In the cart, these are cart items, and we don't have like the right types, and we don't have a order ID. So I'm gonna have to map through them, through the cart items, cart item, and for every cart item, I'm going to create this structure of object. Every order item should have a order ID, product ID, quantity, and size. And now Typescript is not complaining because the types are matching exactly what we need. So if I'm gonna go to the user and select Margarita, use cart is not a function. What happened? Oh, I have a bug actually. I'm taking the information from item 1. I don't even need the item 1 anymore. I'm gonna take it from the cart item, just like that. And let's give it a try with this new approach of inserting an array of items. Let's go to the user side, add some pizzas, and press checkout. JSON requested what? multiple or no rows returned. Oh yeah, because in our mutation here, I said single, which will take only one item, will return one item back, when in fact I should have an array of items here. So give it a try again. Pepperoni L and one pepperoni M, which are two product items. Check out. And we are on this order. If I look, this is the order with ID 12. The total is correct. And order items, there are two of them. And both of them are linking with the order ID 12. The quantity is also correct and the sizes. Perfect. So that means that we are correctly creating order items and linking them with the newly created order. And after that, we are simply redirecting to the details page. Going back to our APIs here, remember to update this on success message because it should invalidate the right queries. It's not going to be a problem, but it's inefficient if you are creating order items, but invalidating the query products, which has nothing to do with this. So in this case, I don't even think that we need to invalidate any query. So we don't need the query client. We can clean a little bit here. And the same thing in the orders. Let's see what we invalidate when we insert an order. We invalidate products, when in fact we need to invalidate orders. This query, orders. We are finished with reading orders and creating order items. On the reading side, actually something is missing. If I'm gonna go to my orders, to the latest one, 12 for example, let's go ahead and order them chronologically based on the orders that are most recent. I want to display at the top. To do that, we can specify the order in which we want to sort them when we query them from Supabase. Let's go to the API orders index, and in the my order list, we can, after equal, we can say dot order, and we specify the column that we want to order based on. We're gonna use the created at, and we can say that it's not ascending by saying ascending false, and that's gonna be the most recent first. So if I go to the user orders, I should see yes, the latest here at the top. And we can add that as well to our admin orders for the admin to also see the most recent orders at the top. And remove this from here, and if I go to the admin orders, he should see the newest one at the top. Perfect. But I actually was looking for something else. When we query the details of an order, we will also need information about the order items, because at this moment we don't have that. Even though we have, if we look at, for example, application, admin, orders, details page, we have a flat list there with a list of order items. Yeah, the problem is that we are not querying them yet. What we could do is to add a query here in the order items to get a list of items based on a order ID. That would work, but that would require one extra query in our application. What we can do as well is whenever we query a order, so let's go to the order index, when we query the details, order details, we can also include fields of items related to this order. We can do that by specifying in what columns we want to select. A star means all the columns from this table. If you do a comma and here specify a table related to this, which is called order items, let's do select order items, and here you can also specify which columns from where. I'm gonna select all of them, and this way let's go ahead in the admin order details and query the information about the order here. Not query, but console log. And let's see what data we have there. So if I'm gonna select the latest order, we will see some issues, but we will also see that in the data, besides created at, there is also a field order items, which is an array of order items. The problem is that an order item does not have the image of a product because the information about the product is not in the order item table. In order item table, we only have product ID. So the product is a relation of the order items. What we can do is also in this selection field of order items, add another comma and say that from the order items, we want to access the products as well. The name should match the name of a table, products, and we're gonna select all the fields. Now if I'm gonna go to the admin and check the order with the first one, here we have it. Now it works, and now we see a list of product items with the information like quantity is coming from order items, the size is coming from order items, but the name and the image is coming from the products. So this way you can query nested data in one single query with Supabase. I think that's really powerful. And it should work on the user side as well. Yes, it works. So it has these order items here, so it knows that it will take it, and even products. But when we get the data, yes, it has. But here, order, it also has order items. So what's the problem? FlatList, order.order items. So order is possibly undefined, that's why. We can make sure that it's not undefined by adding in the error here. If error, or if there is no order, then there is a problem. Now order items will be okay. And to make sure that we get rid of this TypeScript issue, let's go to this component order item list item and change from the handwritten type to the tables helper type. And here we're going to specify order items. Well, we can say that this item, we are sure that it's going to be not only information about the order item, but actually something additional. By doing that, we're going to specify that it will also have products of type tables products. So besides the fields from the order items, it will also have products because that's what we are querying here. All right, perfect. With reading, we are definitely finished. We learned also additionally how we can query related data. Now let's see the update order, because admins will have a possibility to update the status of a order. So let's go ahead and create this mutation in our API orders index TSX. So going to API orders index, we want to have an update mutation. Let's look at how that was implemented in the product. Use delete. No, we're going to look at the use update product. Let's copy this one from here and see if it will help us implement it faster. So let's start with use update order, updated order, Supabase. The table is going to be orders. What we're gonna update, well, let's specify the data that we want to receive here by taking the insert tables, the orders. But not insert, this is an update query. So if you remember, besides row and insert, there is also an update. So I think we're gonna create another helper type that will give us access to the update type by specifying here update at the end. So the data, the input will be of type update tables. And here we can put all the ... data, or actually we don't even need the object, we can just do data, but the data will it have ID? The data has an optional ID there, but whenever I update the table, I need to have a required ID. So what I'm gonna do is probably instead of having only the data, I'm gonna have two fields, the ID and the updated fields. And the type is also going to be an object. The updated fields will be of this type, and the ID will be of type number. Now, instead of data, we're gonna take the updated fields. Instead of this data.id, we're gonna do ID, and we're gonna return the updated order. Now on success, we're gonna refresh orders and also the orders by that ID, because we're gonna update an order with ID, and we want to update it in cache as well whenever we use this query. So with this, let's test it out. We're gonna import it where? In the admin side, in the order details. No, this is product details. Order details page. Here, whenever we press on this cooking or when we're trying to change the status, we want to change to update the order. So let's go ahead in our application, admin, orders, details. Here we're gonna need the update order. The mutate, we're gonna do update order. And whenever we press on one of these statuses, let's go ahead and call a function. A function update status, where the status, let's simply create this function, connect it with the status list, and make sure to send the status that we're clicking on. Let's see what type it is, order status. Not sure. Now, when we call this function, what we want to do is we want to call the update order function and send their variables. It needs the ID and it needs the updated field. Updated fields probably is going to be a better name. So sorry for that, but I'm gonna change to updated fields. And yeah, let's send the ID. What ID? This ID. And updated fields will be only the status that was passed here. Now, I think it should work. Let's go ahead into the admin. Let's look at one order. Let's change it to cooking. And it's not like instant, but after the change is saved, because we are invalidating queries, the change reflects automatically. So if I go back, we see that this one is in delivering, order 12. But if I will put it into delivered, if I go back, it's not displayed here, but if I go to archive, it's already here in the archive. And yeah, it works properly to update the orders. It updates correctly. And it's also going to be displayed on the user side as well. So with that, as we can see, we are finished with a CRUD operation for the orders and order items. I know it was long, but hopefully by repetition, by doing it multiple times, now it makes more sense how we can interact, how we can define these API calls, and how to better structure everything when it comes to managing data with Supabase. All right. So now that we have all the CRUD operations for orders, there are situations where we want to update users whenever some data changes. For example, in our application, I would like the admin to receive the new order as soon as someone places it, in order for him to be able to accept it and to start cooking without having to restart or refresh the application. On the other hand, on the user side, I want us to implement real-time data. Whenever the user is waiting for his order, I want to update the status as soon as it is updated in the database. Right now, we would have to refresh or go back and come here to see if it was updated. So here is where subscription will come into play and will help us listen to updates and do something when this happens. So let's go ahead, open the real-time data with subscription. And the first step that we have to do is to enable subscription on the table that we want to listen to updates. The real-time is not enabled by default on all the tables, but we can enable it easily through the dashboard. Let's go ahead in our table editor, and the table that I want to listen to update is in the orders, because whenever a new order is inserted, I want to update, and when it is updated as well. So let's go ahead and click on the edit table, and here enable real time. Let's select that and press save. Just like that, now we can start listening to real-time updates for the orders table. If you look at the API here, you can already scroll down and see some real examples of subscriptions. So I think it's almost the last part with subscribe to changes. So if we simply copy something from here, it will work. Let's see which one do we want to copy. I think we want to subscribe to insert events on the admin side. So let's go ahead and copy this one from here, which you can also find it in our guide. Let's go in our application and think, where do we want to subscribe to insert updates? We want that on the admin side when he is on the orders page here. Let's go ahead in our application admin, and that's going to be for us the active tab of our order list. So order list index. When he's here, I want to subscribe to new changes. When do we want to subscribe? As soon as this page mounts. So for that reason, we need a use effect that will have empty dependency list to make sure that we subscribe whenever this component mounts. I'm gonna simply paste the subscribe to insert code snippet from here. Let's put it here and see it in action. We need to import Supabase here, and yes, event insert, schema public, table orders, and we're gonna simply console log the payload. Let's navigate to that page and let's open the terminal. I'm gonna clean it a bit, and let's go ahead from our tables, insert an order manually. Let's insert, and I'm gonna leave everything by default, save. A new order is created, and if we look in the terminal, we see change received with the event type insert, and there is a field with new that actually has the data about the newly created order. So we can take this one and add it into some state variable to merge it together with our orders that are already queried. Another thing that you can do instead of saving like this new data that we receive in state is simply invalidate some queries that will trigger a refresh. So using the client, use query client from TAN-stack query, import. Using the query client, when we receive the insert update, I can simply call the invalidate queries. And which ones? The ones that are responsible for this query. So, or if I do orders, this will actually invalidate all the queries that starts with orders. So if we look in our API orders, this will include the admin orders, this will include the my orders and so on. So let's see if that actually works. I'm going to bring the emulator close to us here, and we can insert a new order here and see it automatically appear without any refresh. Right away, order 14 a few seconds ago appears on the admin side. If I do it again, as soon as it's saved, our list is updating to reflect the new change. So yes, one way is to receive a payload and using it to save it in a state variable and then merge. That's a bit more complicated, but it will not require an extra query. With invalidate queries, this is the easiest way because we just simply invalidate and let React query refetch all the queries that start with orders, and this way we have the changes there right away. But whenever we are subscribing to data changes, we should also make sure to unsubscribe. We can do that using the return statement here. We can call it orders subscription or something like that. And if you return a function from a use effect, this function will be called when unmounting the component. And here is where we can clean up all the subscriptions and so on. So we can call unsubscribe. Just like that, to make sure that we don't leak memory. I would go one step further and extract this subscription to our API orders. Maybe we can create a new file here, subscriptions.ts, and let's call it export const use insert order listener or subscription. This is going to be a custom hook where we can put our use effect like this with a query client as well. So let's copy it here. And because it's a custom hook, it's gonna be able to use other hooks like use effect, use query client. Make sure to import it from TAN-stack query. We don't need use mutation. We don't need this one. We need the Supabase. And yeah, that's probably it. Now the last step is to go back in our index screen and use our custom hook called use insert order subscription. Just by calling this subscription, it will subscribe and perform like invalidate query when the new order appears in the database. So let's double check that. Let's go to the orders here, add a new one, which will have ID 16, go back, and it's right away there. So it subscribes correctly. And you can add this one on other screens as well when, for example, if you have other screens where you want to update when new orders are inserted, you can do that as well. Another subscription that I want to show you is the updating the order when the status changes. So listening to update events. Yeah, let's get this use effect. But first we're gonna define in our API order subscription a new hook similar to this one called use update order subscription. But when we subscribe to update orders events, we also need to know the ID of specific orders that we want to listen to, because we don't want to listen to the updates to all orders. Maybe you do, but in this case, I want to listen to order updates when we are on the order page. So I want only to subscribe to this order with ID 16 updates. So for that, this hook will need a ID number, and we can take the use effect that will subscribe to update events on our orders table using this filter. ID is equal to the ID that we receive here. Now in the payload, instead of refetch, we can simply invalidate the query as we do previously. And the query will be not all the orders, or maybe we can invalidate all the orders, but probably we are interested in orders and then comma the ID. We need to make sure that we look what was the query key for order details. Yeah, the second parameter is simply ID. We need query client in here. So let's make sure we add it before the use effect. And just like that, we can use this use update order subscription inside our user orders ID at the top. And let's import it from subscriptions and use the same ID here. Now let's go ahead and I don't know, maybe we can try to run it on 2 devices. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to simulate the iOS being the admin and the Android here being the user. So I'm going to create actually a new account, user, create account. And here we see the menu. Let's go ahead and add some items to our cart. For example, this pizza margarita. Let's go ahead and add maybe pepperoni. And I think I'm good with my order. Let's go ahead and check out and pay attention on the admin side, because when we press checkout, as soon as we save a order, it should appear on the admin side automatically. So now I press checkout and we see order 17 a few seconds ago with status new. On the user side, we see the details of the order. I can go from the admin side, say, okay, we've got your order, it's cooking. And on the user side, it automatically updates to cooking. After some time, the administrator will come back to this order and say, hey, it's delivering, automatically updated here. And finally, it's delivered. And we see the update here and the order goes to the archive for the administrator. Perfect. So that was our real-time functionality to listen to updates and automatically update our UI to notify whenever some events are happening real time. You don't have to implement these real-time updates for every feature, because, for example, implementing a listener for when new menu items or products are added, I don't think makes sense, because menu items or products are being created very, very rarely. So you don't want to simply listen to subscriptions and once a month to some users to receive it. It's better to use subscriptions for data that changes often and data that users expect to see it in real time and update. And I think when people are waiting for their orders, they're interested to see as real-time updates to it. Okay, so the next task is going to be about storage. So far, our products that we have added, they all are missing their images. And now in this lesson, we're gonna implement the possibility to upload images whenever the admin will select something. We will upload it in the cloud, we will link it to our product, and whenever we are displaying it in our application, we're gonna download the image and render it there. So let's have a look at how we can do that using Supabase. Here you'll find the quick start for the storage documentation, but it's quite simple. All we have to do is go to the storage page in the dashboard. So let's go ahead in our dashboard. Let's find the storage. And here we're gonna see our buckets. We already have this avatars bucket. It was created automatically when we set up the initial user management template. We can leave it there. It's not gonna be any problem. But yeah, let's go ahead and implement our bucket. We're gonna name it product-images. So let's create a new bucket. The name is going to be product-images. And you can either have public buckets or you can have private buckets that will only be, the files will only be accessible by authenticated users. So I'm gonna have private buckets. Let's press save. And here is our bucket. We can manually actually upload files here. We can create folders and we can upload files like images, PDFs, documents, anything, and like music and so on. Can upload any type of files. The next step is going to be uploading the image when we create a product here. So remember, when we select a product, what we get back in our app admin menu create, what we get back from this pick image is the URI link to the local file on the file system of the device. So in the next step, we're gonna need to read that file from the file system, transform it to base64, and then send it to Supabase. So let's first start by installing Expo file system that will help us read files and base64 array buffer. I'm gonna install them in our application here, and inside the create product, we're gonna actually take this upload image function, because I don't think anyone would remember or would write these type of functions from the top of their head. So I don't want you to have this expectation that, hey, someone actually remembers how to do that. No, I always have to Google it when it comes to transforming files and reading and base64 and so on. But yeah, this function, upload image, let's paste it in our create.tsx somewhere in the body of our function. We have to import the file system. So at the top, I'm gonna import everything as file system from Expo file system. And also what else we will have to import? The random UUID is imported from already installed Expo crypto. And this is helping us create a unique file name, because if you leave a file name the same as the file name from the file system, in that case the files might collide if they have the same name. So for that reason, I'm overriding the name with a random UUID. The content type, I'm gonna only go with image PNG, and what's left is having this base64 file representing our image. We're gonna use the Supabase to import in the storage. In this bucket, we're gonna upload the file, and by decoding the base64. Decode is imported from base64 array buffer from here, and with this command, we are uploading the file to Supabase storage. But uploading actually is not that complicated. It's more about management and transforming, reading the file, transforming to base64 and so on. What we are doing next is we are returning from this function the path to the file, and we need this path in order to write it into the database to know where to find the image of that product, because it will have a random name. So what I'm gonna do is we should call this upload image inside the onCreate. Let's start with onCreate. In the onCreate, this is the object of a new product. So let's do image path equal await upload image, and that's it. Now this onCreate will become async, and the image path will be either string or undefined. Let's assign the image path to the image of our product that will be saved in the database, and this way we are linking the image uploaded to the storage with the item from the database. Going to the admin and trying to create a product, styles doesn't exist because I messed up here the file. Oh, let's copy everything here. It's gonna be easier. Control Z until I find the styles, and after that, paste everything. And now going to the admin, create. Let's see if we upload this image, what's gonna happen? Image, question mark, invalid inputs for type. No, I think that was a warning that we already had. It took some time to upload the image, as you saw. Maybe we should add some loading indicator, but finally it was uploaded. If we look in the application, the image is not yet displayed. If we look here, in order to understand what's the error, let's go ahead and console log the error here. So console log error. Let's try again to upload a product. Error, invalid input syntax for type big int none. That's another one. And here, new row violates row level security policy for the table objects. We have to set up some policies to allow users to upload. Let's go to the storage, product images. Oh, in the configuration, there are policies. So as we can see, Avatar has some policies, but our product images, the newly created bucket, does not have yet. So let's create a new policy. Let's go with full customization, and let's select the operation to maybe select and insert that will allow users to upload and download images, but not delete them. Let's keep it like this for now. Target roles will be authenticated. Let's review, save policy. Now let's try it again and see if that fixed the problem. The error is null. Let's look in our product images bucket and we see the newly added image. Maybe I clicked 2 times on that image, so that's why it was uploaded twice. And also in the products, the image is linked here properly. We would expect the image to already show in our application, but if I'm gonna look at the latest ones, they are even white. It's not even the default template because it's trying to render an image with this path. This is only part of the path for the image, and because the images are not public, we have to first download them from the storage and only then use them in our application to render on the screen. So in this step, we're gonna download the images, and because we're gonna need this functionality to download the image in multiple places in our application, if multiple models will have these remote images, I decided that we create a custom component called remote image that will do this downloading of images. Let's go ahead and define it in our components, new file, remote image tsx. Let's go ahead and copy the code for this remote image and look at it together. It will receive the path from the database, and based on this path, what it will do is it will download the image from product images bucket. You can also have this name of a bucket configurable through properties, but I left it hard-coded. And after receiving the data, it will receive it in binary. So that's why we are defining a file reader. We are starting to read the data, and when we finish downloading it, we are simply setting the image in state, and from the state we are rendering using the React Native image. So again, this is not something that you have to remember, so that's why we can copy paste it from this guide. Let's give it a try and see if it actually works. So the remote image will receive a path and a fallback image, and we need to render that in our components product list item. Instead of this image, we're gonna import the remote image from remote image. Now let's replace this one with remote image. It's not gonna have a source because the source will be defined there. Instead of source, is gonna have a path, the path to the file or the name of a file, which we will take from product.image. We saw that in our database. This is our path of the image. And a fallback will be the default pizza image. String or null is not assignable to that. Probably remote image can be string or null. And just like that, we see the images downloaded and displayed in our application. We should do that on the product details page as well. So let's go to the application, user, menu ID, and where we have an image, we're gonna replace it with remote image. We're not gonna have a source, but we're gonna have the path coming from product.image, and the fallback will be default pizza image. So this is on the user side, but we are on the admin. Let's do the same on the admin, menu ID. Instead of image, let's do remote image. So if I go to the product details page for a product where there is an image, we see initially the fallback, and after that the image is loaded with the right image. So that's how we are storing images in cloud using Supabase. And yeah, after the initial setup, it's really easy to replicate this functionality in different parts of application to upload images and so on. You can go ahead and also add some loading indication because it takes a little bit of time for the image to upload. Maybe you can add like a progress bar to let the user know what's happening. And other cool thing about this remote images, you can also, when downloading the image, Supabase has some automatic way of transforming images, of scaling down. So this can help you optimize the speed of how fast the images are loaded, for example, on the initial screen, where they take some time, as you can see. To do that, we can look at the documentation, but as I remember, that would be in our where we download the image, so in the components, remote image. When we call download here, we can send a second option with transform, and the transform can have a width 50 by 50, and we're gonna see right away like the scaled down version of our images. It didn't. Oh, feature not enabled for this tenant. I think maybe that's an additional feature. Didn't know about that. So I'm gonna remove that transform, but know about that. If you need to scale down images, you can do that with Supabase. All right, so that was the storage lesson for uploading images, setting up buckets, and downloading them in our application. So when thinking about what this application is missing for it to actually be usable by a restaurant, definitely I would say that payment processing is a required feature for such an application to exist. And that's what we're gonna focus today. We're gonna focus on integrating Stripe payments. We're gonna see how to do that. But for that, we're gonna also look into how to run Supabase locally, how to work with edge functions. After that, in the end, we're also going to look into EAS and push notifications. This is advanced features, but also very important for a lot of mobile applications to be able to notify the users, to send a push notification when something happens. And for our applications, we will send push notifications to admins when there is a new order, and push notifications to users when the status of their order has changed. So pretty excited about this. Let's go ahead and cover it step by step and finish the whole application as we have it right now. Before we go into the actual advanced features, I want to stop first and do some cleaning. I want to go to the bug fixes and polishing, and here I covered a couple of bugs and fixes that would make the application just a little bit better. So yeah, here is our application, and there are a couple of bugs that I want to fix first. The first one is images not working inside the cart. So if I'm gonna go to the user side, most of these products, they simply do not have an image attached when I created them, but the ones below, they do have an image. But when I add them to the cart, their image is missing here. And let's have a look at why this is happening. We just forgot to add the remote image here. So if I'm gonna go to the source components, there should be, is it a cart list item? I think so, because it's this one. So if I simply remove it, yeah, something changes. So yeah, instead of using a normal image, we're gonna use a remote image, and we can see how we have done that inside the product list item. So in the product list item, we see the remote image that we have built. That is a custom component that we built in the previous part that simply downloads and renders an image from Supabase storage. So for the path, I'm gonna take this one, cart item product image. Fallback is the default pizza, styles image as it was before, and resize mode contain. So I can remove the first image and leave only the remote one inside the cart list item. And now if I'm gonna add a product that actually has an image to our cart, it's gonna be rendered correctly. So the first task for us is done. Then we're gonna have images not working in the order item list item. So that's after going to the checkout. On the order page as well, we do not have a remote image. So that component is order item list item. And again, as we have done in our cart, we should swap the image with a remote image. Make sure to import it here. For the path, we're gonna use it as it was here, item.products.image. Fallback default pizza image, yeah, that's okay. So we can go to the user. I'm gonna check the latest order that was placed a few seconds ago, and the image is correctly displayed. I'm gonna move actually this one at the top because it also is related to images. And specifically, images are not uploading when updating a product. So this is on the admin side. And if I'm gonna go here, everything is working perfectly when creating a product. But when updating one, for example, if I'm gonna go to this new fresh pizza, if I'm gonna update it and select a new image, choose, and then update, the image is not gonna update. It's gonna stay like this. And why? Because we simply forgot to call a function when updating. So I'm gonna go to the source app admin menu, create, because in this page, we're handling both creating of a product and updating it. If we look at how we handle it on the onCreate, we see that we are actually calling the upload image function, while in the onUpdate, we forgot to do that. So let's do the same upload image that we have done in the onCreate function. Let's do the same in the onUpdate. We're going to have to make the function async. And this image path is going to be used in the next statement where we update. So instead of image, we're going to use the image path, similar to how we had in the onCreate. And just like that, I think we should have proper image picker when updating a product. So if I'm going to do update, it's redirecting back and it loads the image. And if I'm gonna look here, it's the new fresh pizza. So we see the image has been uploaded correctly. So this one is done as well. Another feature that you might need, I mean, in a production application, you will definitely need. Here I'm talking about the logout functionalities for users. For example, admins have kind of way of logging out on this index page, but a user will not get on this page. He will only right away be redirected to the menu, to the main application. So that's why we will need a simple profile page that will have a simple button, sign out. And yeah, that's gonna help us sign out from the user account if we need to. To do that, what I'm gonna do is inside our source application user, we have here the screens from our bottom tab navigation. So we have orders and menu. And if I'm gonna create a new file here, profile.tsx, and export from here a simple profile screen component, I don't even need React. Then what we should see, if I'm gonna go to the user side, is a new page in the bottom tabs here. If you want to be fancy and change the title and the icon, we can go to the layout here, scroll down until we see our tabs, and we can add as the last one, we can add a tab screen with a name profile because it should match the name of a file, title, profile, and tab bar icon. Is there a user tab bar icon? Let's see. Yes, there is one, and we can navigate there, and it shows our title there on the top. But yeah, make sure to remove a header shown false on the profile, because on this page we would like to show the header. And now we can go back to our profile screen, and instead of, I don't know, we can leave this one here for the profile. But what we are interested in is rendering a simple button imported from React Native, not from React Native elements, but from React Native, with a title, sign out. And on press, we're gonna have to actually sign out. So if I press on this sign out, we see the console warn. The last step is to actually go ahead and sign out. And we're gonna do that using Supabase. So we imported Supabase client from our library. We're gonna use the auth module and their sign out. We're gonna call sign out. And if I'm gonna press on the button, right away, we are navigating to the home screen. And from here, we can again log in as an admin. Perfect. So the sign out is working. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on making it look better. You can do that. I only wanted to show you how to do it technically with Supabase. And yes, we are done with all of these tasks. I'm gonna let them for you. And yeah, let me go ahead and do a git add everything, git commit. The next step is going to see how we can run Supabase locally. And why do we need to do that? Before going to production, this is a very good, recommended way to pull your Supabase instance locally. And after your application is production, try to test everything locally before you are sure that what you implemented works, and only after that push it to your cloud instance on Supabase that is going to be used by them in production by the end users. So this is a way to separate environments, that development environment that we're going to try to use the local as much as possible, and production environment we're going to keep using Supabase remote. With Supabase local, we will also be able to create edge functions, and more of that we're gonna see in the next step when we will integrate with Stripe. So let's go ahead and follow the guide for the Supabase local. Here I left some information about the documentation on what you have to do for setting up your system for local development with Supabase. So you can go ahead first in the getting started, and here you're gonna see how you can install the Supabase CLI using npm. And you can install it in your application, or you can install it globally. In my case, I'm gonna use npx to interact with Supabase. So for that reason, as you can see here, I'm not gonna have to install anything upfront, because npx automatically installs the Supabase package if it's the first time we are using it. Another requirement that I'm not gonna go into in depth right now is running Supabase locally using Docker. So in order to run our Supabase instance, we're gonna have to install and set up Docker desktop on our system, because Supabase has containers, and when running it locally, we simply run it using Docker. And that's why we need Docker desktop install and configure on our system. And if I'm gonna look for Docker on my machine, it's gonna start and it should run behind the scenes for us to be able to run Supabase on our machine. And yeah, that's it. Now we're gonna start by making sure that we are logged in with our CLI. And I'm gonna go here in a terminal. And as I said, because I'm going to always use npx, I don't need to install Supabase globally. I'm gonna use npx Supabase and write login. I'm already actually logged in, but what you can do is go ahead and grab your access tokens and paste them here, and you should be good to go. Now we need to initialize Supabase in our project. So for that, we need to run Supabase init. Let's go ahead in our project, and every time you see Supabase command, remember that we're gonna use npx. So npx Supabase init to initialize our local Supabase configuration in our project. And let's select no for this one, and Supabase init has finished. What we see here is a new folder called Supabase, and here is some configuration about our Supabase. The next step would be to link our local Supabase instance with our remote one. So what we have to run is Supabase link and provide the project reference. Copy this command, but don't press enter yet, because we actually need the project reference. To take it, we're gonna go to our Supabase dashboard here. Let's go to project settings, and we should find the reference ID under the general settings. Let's copy it, and back to our terminal, we're gonna provide this project reference to link our local project with our remote one. We need to enter our database password. So I'm lucky that I remember the database password. Most probably you will forget it, but that's not a problem, because also from project settings you can go to database and you can reset your database password through here. Now that our Supabase, local Supabase, is linked with our remote one, the last step is to pull all the changes that we have created through the dashboard. And these changes are, for example, creating our tables, storage, authentication, and so on. And to pull all the changes locally in our Supabase folder there. To do that, all we have to run is npx Supabase db pull, to pull the changes from our remote Supabase instance that we created and set up on the Supabase dashboard, to pull it down in our local Supabase instance. It asks us to update the remote migration history table. Yes, we can do that. And we have it finished. What this created is a new file in the migrations directory that basically is a long SQL script that takes an empty database and brings it to the same state as we have created everything here, basically creating all the tables that we need, all the functions, and so on. So as you can see, it creates tables like order items, adds columns, orders, as you can see. The only small thing that is missing from here is a trigger. So if I'm gonna try to execute this one, actually let's try to do that right now, and then we're gonna see the problem together. So now we can commit our local changes. Probably we're gonna do that in a moment. Let's first try to start our local Supabase instance. To do that, we're gonna do npx Supabase start, and if we have our Docker running on our system, Supabase will download and start the containers that it needs to run our backend. So we see that it's starting our containers, and we see at the end a list of information. These are quite important URLs, and you can get them anytime by simply running npx supabase status. And for example, one of these URLs that are important is the studio URL. And you can see this is a localhost URL, but when you open it, it's similar to how we saw the Supabase dashboard. But this time, it's not running anywhere in cloud, it's running locally on our system inside Docker containers. Inside these Docker containers food work that, as you can see, has a lot of containers, a lot of things going on behind the scenes, but we don't have to care a lot about that because everything is managed by Supabase, and it's the same way as we are working with a remote one, the same way we're working with a local one, and it has the tables that we need, the order items, orders, and so on. How can we connect to the local one? Because now if I'm gonna refresh the application, it's still going to connect with the remote one that has all of these pizzas and menus. Our local one should not have any data at the moment, and let's see how we can connect to it. We're gonna do that inside our source lib Supabase, because here is where we create the client, the Supabase client. Here there are the Supabase URL and the Supabase key. What we can do is let's go ahead and create the .env file and put these URLs in the environment. So Expo now supports environment variables, and the ones that we want to make public in the client side, they should start with Expo public, if I'm not mistaken, and then we can call it Supabase URL, for example. And the second one is Expo public Supabase anonymous key, anon. So yeah, I'm gonna take the old ones, I'm gonna put them here in our environment, just like that. And in our Supabase client, let's simply take them using process.env. We're gonna take the name Expo public Supabase URL. And for the second one, it's going to be process.env, and it's the second variable. Now it's giving us an error because this environment variable can be either string or undefined. And let's add a default value, like if it's undefined, to be an empty string. Same here, but it's still going to give us an error because we have to restart our development server, the server that is running bundling our React Native application. So let's stop it, start it again. Now Expo will load, as you can see here, it will load the environment. It has the Supabase URL and the Supabase anon. And if we run it on iOS, it's loading, it's working, and it's going to connect with our remote Supabase, right? Invalid API key. I think we should remove. Let's try to start them again. Yeah, now I think it's gonna work. Let's try with admin. Yes, perfect, it's working. But the cool thing is that now from env, we can either change the env file, we can provide like multiple env files, like an env local, or we can simply update the URLs here. So to tell our React Native application to connect with our local Supabase API. And the URL and the anon that we need, we can get them by running npx supabase status. And here we're gonna see the first one is the API URL. So let's take this one and provide it as the Supabase URL. And for the key, for the Supabase anon, we're gonna use the anon key here that is also provided for us. Let's do it like this. If I'm gonna refresh the application, we shouldn't have anything. And let me do that by running npx supabase. You don't have to do that, but I'm going to reset my database because by default, we shouldn't have anything in our backend. We have to create a new account. We have to upload new products and so on. Because remember, previously we were working with the remote one. Now we are connected with a local one. We're gonna do some changes, tests here, and only when ready, we're gonna publish our updates to the remote one. So now if I'm gonna refresh, we should see that, yeah, there are no menu, and I should actually sign out, and we will also see that there are no users. To navigate and see the database context, we can go into the local studio URL. And here in the local host, you should see that there are no profiles. And if you look at the authentication users, there are also no users. Now let's go ahead and create an account. For example, user at notejust.dev. Let's create the account. And we are correctly logged in. The user is created in our authentication users. But the problem is that inside public profiles, the user is not actually created. And why is that? That happens because on our remote database, if we look at under our database functions, there is a function handle new user. And this function is responsible for creating a new user in our profiles table whenever a user is registered in our users database. So basically connecting our profiles with users. If we look in the local host, this function is also available here, but the function should also have a trigger that tells like when the function should be executed. If we look under the triggers in the local host, there is nothing that specifies that function. And if we look at the triggers in our remote supabase.com, here we will be able to select a schema from here, authentication, and there is this trigger on auth user created that triggers the handle new user function after inserting something in the table users. So when we pull changes from our database, this trigger was not replicated because it's not under the public schema, it's under the authentication schema. So what we can do is we can simply create this trigger. If for you it's as well missing, we can simply create it and add it as part of the initial migration. So copy this part from here and let's go to our Supabase folder. Under migrations, there is the first migration here. If you scroll down a bit, you're gonna see the code responsible for creating this handle new user function. And what is missing besides having this function is a trigger that will trigger that function. And with this code snippet, we're creating this trigger and we're saying like after a new record is inserted on the auth users, go ahead and call the handle new user function that will replicate or copy the data inside the profiles. After we have this one here, we can call the npx supabase db reset to go ahead and drop all the tables from our local database and run the migration again. Basically spinning up the tables again. It's restarting the containers, and in a moment we should see that everything will be working. Yeah, we see that the reset has been created, the schema has been migrated. We can have a look at the local host schema here under the triggers. If I'm gonna refresh, now we should see one more. We should see this one, schema authentication for the table users, and the function is handle new user. If I'm going to create a new user in the authentication here, let's try that again from our application. If I'm gonna create the same user, no, I need to create an account. The same user at notejust.dev, it's creating the account. It's saved in the users as it was doing before, but now we can check in the public profiles if it was created as well. Yes, it was created with the same ID, and this way it's linked with that locally as well. So this was a little thing that was not automatically pulled, and we had to manually add it to make sure that locally our application is working the same way as it was working remotely. I'm gonna commit the code here, Supabase local setup, and yes, we can move on to the next one. Before we move on to the next one, probably you'd want to also, for example, sign out of this account, create an admin account. No, I need to create it. I need to create it with admin. This user by default is not going to be an admin, but we can go to our local database under profiles for the new user that we created. We can change the group manually to admin here. And now if I'm going to refresh the page being signed in with the admin, we see the initial homepage where we can go to the admin side and, for example, create a new product to have at least something in our menu. Let's select an image, 9.99. Did I press it or not? Yes, I actually pressed it twice. And we can create a new one, pepperoni, 12.34, create, and here they are. Will they load the images, or is there any issues with images as well? Image null. Why is that? Bucket not found. Yeah, because our bucket with a name. What was the name of the bucket that we depend on? That was also not something that was replicated, so we would have to do that manually. If I look at in supabase.com, if I'm gonna look at the storage, we have a bucket called product images, and this bucket should also manually be replicated locally. If you need that, that's not like the most important thing, because if you don't need to test them locally, it's perfectly fine. But yeah, how did I call them? Product images. It's a public bucket. We can save, and I can check if it's gonna work now. Let's see right now. Still didn't add, probably some bucket policies. Yeah, policies for product images. Again, this is not most important thing. I can check the policy here, allow authenticated users to read, to create. And I should do the same here. But yeah, I'm not gonna focus, like we don't need that locally. The only thing is that, yeah, we're not gonna see images here, but whenever we're gonna push it to the remote one, images will work because we have set up them there. So yeah, it's not gonna prevent us from doing anything, only visually, we're not gonna see images locally. Now we're gonna get started with integrating Stripe as a payment processor in our application. When it comes to integrating and processing payments for mobile applications, there are two ways we could do that. There are in-app purchases and there are external payment gateways. So what is the difference between them and when can we choose one over another? Because sometimes we don't have a choice, we have to follow some strict rules. First of all, in-app purchases, these are the purchases that are going directly through App Store and Play Store on Android, and they are required whenever you are selling, for example, some additional features in your application or additional content. Let's say if you have a normal version of application and a pro version of application under a subscription model, in that case, you don't have a choice, you cannot integrate Stripe, you have to go through the stores, through App Store and Play Store, because they are keeping a very big chunk of the fees. The platform fees are around 30% currently, quite a steal from them, but we cannot do anything because these are their rules, and if we want our application to be present on the Play Store and App Store, we have to follow the rules that the platforms are setting. However, if our application is selling physical goods, for example, if you have an e-commerce application, a delivery application that sells food, or any other application where the good is not something related to the application but to actually something physical that the person receives, in that case, App Store and Play Store, they allow you to integrate with external payment providers such as Stripe. And the benefit of using an external payment provider like Stripe, first of all, is of course low platform fees, less than 5%, around 2% transfer fees, which is much lower than the 30% that App Store and Google is taking. So yeah, whenever it's possible, I highly encourage you to integrate with external payment providers like Stripe, because it's much better in terms of the fees, and also there are a lot of benefits there as well, like handling and managing all the analytical part, or having like additional features that Stripe is bringing to the table, such as risk and fraud detection and so on. The good thing is that the app that we're currently building is a delivery application, and for this kind of use case, we are able to implement Stripe. So that's what I'm gonna teach you how to do today. So let's go ahead and start that. So here are all the resources that will help you understand better how to do that, starting with Stripe documentation that explains all the flows that you can integrate and so on. They have a React Native library that we can open here, but there is nothing crazy on this page other than a link to the GitHub. So you can open the GitHub of the React Native library. We're gonna need that in a moment. Let's just save like these URLs that we're gonna need. And the guide that will put everything together is this integration guide that explains how you can integrate with Stripe and collect payments from customers. Another important thing that I want to explain before we jump into the coding part is the whole payment flow, how everything works inside Stripe. When handling customer payments, there are two main activities that are happening. The first one is creating a payment intent. A payment intent is our server preparing all the information for Stripe to collect payments. This is simply the intention of a user to pay something. It doesn't mean that the payment has already been collected. It's just, hey, we are planning to collect this amount and based on this information. So this is the top flow here in the graph. From our customer, that he goes to the payment page or to the checkout page. From the client side, which is our React Native application, what we are doing is we will send the order information such as the amount that the user will have to pay to our server. Then our server should communicate with Stripe server to server in a very secure way to create the payment intent. Then Stripe will give back to the server the payment intent, server will give it back to the client. With this payment intent, from our client side, we can show the payment sheet. We can show this payment sheet that will help us collect payment details and collect the actual payments. So the second one is not going through our server, is going directly with the Stripe. And this is important, like, to understand that we actually need some server-side code in order to make all the integration possible, because creating a payment intent should happen from the server. It cannot be done on the client side, because when creating a payment intent, we are using our secret key, and the secret key should never be exposed in the client side. So for that reason, for the server side, because we are using Supabase, we're gonna take advantage of Supabase edge functions, which are server-side functions running in the cloud. From that function, we're gonna create the payment intent, and the rest will be handled in our mobile application. So that's quickly our plan of attack. And before we jump into the code, let's go ahead and create a Stripe account. You can create it for free. I already have this demo account for Stripe. And after creating your account, I think you're gonna have to confirm your identity, but running it in test mode, go ahead and switch this one for test mode. You should see at the top the label test data. And with this test mode, we are able to integrate and test our integration in development before we launch it and move it to production mode. So after we have created a Stripe account, let's go ahead and in our environment file, let's add these two secrets. Environment. After the Supabase URL, let's add two more keys. One of them is going to be the Stripe publishable key, and we're gonna make this Expo public. We're gonna prefix it with Expo public because this key is safe to be used in client-side code. So yeah, we're gonna use it to set up our Stripe on the client side. To take this key, we're gonna go to our Stripe dashboard, and here we're gonna see the publishable key. Let's go ahead and copy it from here and paste it in our environment. Now for the secret key, this is important. The secret key does not have an Expo public, and that means that Expo will not include it in the bundle of our application. We're gonna use it only on the server-side code. Go ahead to your dashboard, and under the secret key, go ahead and reveal it and copy it. Paste your secret key in your environment file, and we are good to go and ready for the next step. Our next step is going to be to create a payment intent. So if you remember the previous diagram that I explained, we're gonna start with this part on the server side and the integration between our server and Stripe. This function is going to be responsible for creating a payment intent by connecting directly with Stripe. So let's go ahead and cover this one first. And we're gonna do that using edge functions. The documentation for edge functions can be found here. So you can open it up in a new window. that's why we needed the local Supabase development, because we will have to set up a function and we can do that locally using the CLI, and then we can publish it. So let's do that by running this command inside our project. And the command is simple: npx supabase functions new, and give the name of a function. Let's call it payment sheet, because it's going to help us generate the payment intent and later use it for our payment sheet. After running this command, if we open Supabase functions, we should see the payment sheet function folder with the index.tsx here. In order to run our function locally, what we can do is execute npx supabase functions, then serve. We can give a specific environment file, our .env file, and we need to do that because later on inside that function we're gonna use, for example, the Stripe secret key and the publishable key to connect with Stripe. And yeah, the last step here is give it the name of a function, and if I do that, our function is executed and is being served here. Now, if you look at the index.ts, at the end there, you're gonna see some code that shows you how we can invoke and test the execution of this function. So if I'm going to uncomment this one out to see some of the code here, what I have to do is actually add on the first line after v1, I have to add the function name. And the function name is the payment-sheet. So let's do that, payment-sheet. And everything else should be pre-filled with what we actually need. Here, instead of a name, you can write your name. And if I'm going to copy this curl command in a new terminal, remember in this one, we're serving our function. And in a new one, we're going to simply send a request to that function. And if everything is working, we should see the message invalid working creation worker boot error. Why is that happening? Location. What's location? Should we try it without location? I don't know what's the location stands for. Let's give it a try. Missing authorization header. Maybe the problem is also that we didn't comment this back out. And yeah, after running this one more time, I see hello Vadim. And the cool thing is that if you update this code and simply send a new request, it will automatically refresh. So the code that is serving our function is actually watching our files, and whenever we change it, it refreshes. So now we see, yeah, hello world Vadim. And probably should work with location as well. But yeah, that's not the main point. Now we simply sent a request here. We saw that our function is executing correctly and it's responding with this hello world text. Perfect. But why do we need this function? We need this function to create a payment intent. To do that, we need to interact with Stripe server to server. Let's go ahead and create the logic of connecting with our Stripe account in a separate utils file. So inside these functions, I'm going to create a new folder called _utils to keep it at the top, utils. And inside utils, let's create a new file here, stripe.ts. One thing to know about Supabase edge functions is that they are not executed by Node.js runtime. They are executing inside Deno runtime, and you're gonna see the difference of that in our next code. So let's copy this code that will help us connect with our Stripe inside our stripe.ts. And as you can see, the way we are importing Stripe is directly using a URL. And this is something very specific to Deno. With Deno, we don't have to install something with package.json. We can import it through URL, and Deno will go ahead and import it. And as you can see from this URL, the library that we are looking for is an NPM library called Stripe with a version 13.10. I took this at 13.10 version by looking at the latest version of Stripe on the NPM registry. So if you go to Stripe NPM, currently for me, the latest is 13.10. If there is a newer version of Stripe, you can take this version and update it here in the URL. Now, using the Stripe secret key that we are taking from the environment, and yeah, like using this Stripe secret key taken from the environment that is coming from this .env file, we are connecting in a secure way with Stripe. And later on, we will be able to create payment intents. But this is the point why we should do this on the server side, because we need the secret key, and the secret key should never be exposed in the client side. Perfect. Let's go ahead back in our payment sheet here. And what we're gonna do here is, first of all, let's think about what data we will receive here. The data, we're not gonna receive a name, but what we need to know when creating a payment intent is the amount for which we want to create it. So we're gonna receive the amount through the request, and here I'm not sure if we're gonna need anything from here, but let's leave it like this for a moment. We're gonna have to import Stripe from our utilities, so import Stripe from util Stripe, so the Stripe client that we just initialized, and using that Stripe we're gonna be able to create a payment intent. So let's do that here in our serve function. So the payment intent is equal to await Stripe dot payment intent dot create. Here we need to send some options to the create, and one of these options is the amount. Initially, let me simply do 1099. I'm gonna explain it in a moment. I'm gonna specify the currency as well, and the currency is USD, and yeah, that's it. So the amount here is actually $10.99, and with Stripe, the amount is always represented in the lowest denominator. So for USD, that's pennies, probably. For euros, that's cents. So that's why it's not 10.99, that's why it's 1099. And it should always be an integer number. We cannot do 1099.5 because 5 is less than a penny, and that's not possible to charge that. So that's why it should be a number. Later on, I'm gonna put in the amount that we receive from request, but that's gonna be in a moment. Now for the response that we give back, so let's create this response. We're gonna send back the payment intent, but we're not gonna send everything. We're only going to send the client secret. And this client secret is something that we will need on the front end to render the payment intent. And a good practice is also to send from here the publishable key from environment, this Expo publishable key. Even though this publishable key, we are able to import it on the client side, it would be better to use it with data that will be sent from the backend whenever we handle payments, in order to make sure that nobody change the client-side code. So this is also a small security measurement. So publishable key, we're gonna take it using deno.env.get, and here we need to provide the name. So it should be Expo public publishable key. Now we don't need data anymore. We're gonna return response stringify response, and yeah, I think that's everything. Well, for some error handling, we can add a try catch to everything that we're doing here, like this. And inside the catch, we can return a new response. And we're gonna simply stringify the error, but we're gonna what? For the headers, we're gonna have the same, only the status code will be 400 because there was an error. Okay, perfect. Now we can go ahead and the function should automatically be restarted when changes happen, but I'm gonna make sure to restart it manually, and we can try to execute it again in the second one using curl, and we see here what? Worker boot error. Oh, because we are sending data name here, but it expects amount. Let me see, I'm going to update here a bit. For example, amount will be 1150. What's going on? The request with Deno failed. Failed to load module. No such file or directory. If I go to the top, I think it failed to load this module because it needs the .ts at the end. And oh, it's not delay node, it's Deno here. Maybe that was the problem. Let's send the request one more time. Maybe restart the function. 400 bed request. Let me try to console log error here to see what's going on. cannot read properties undefined, reading create. Where did we do that? In the Stripe payment intent. It should be payment intents. Sorry for small typos. We're gonna get there. And now finally, after sending a request to this payment sheet, we get back the payment intent ID and the publishable key that should be the same as the one from environment, because that's what it returns, ends with SS. Yes, so that means that now we have a function on the backend that is automatically creating payment intents for us whenever we are sending a request there. And I can take this amount and put it directly here. And if I'm gonna send this request with amount 1150, that should be the data used to create the payment intent. We cannot see that yet because the only thing that we know is the secret or the ID of the payment intent. But actually, if we go to the Stripe dashboard, if you go under the payments, we should see some incomplete payments, and these are actually the payment intents. And as you can see, previous ones are 1099, but the latest one is 1150, and that means that we can send the amount that we want to charge dynamically through the parameters to our function. Now that we tested the function locally and made sure that it works correctly, what we should do is go ahead and deploy our function on our remote project, on our remote Supabase instance. To do that, we're gonna run npx supabase functions deploy and the name of the function, payment sheet. It should be functions. This will take the code for our function that we created here locally, and we'll create an edge function on Supabase and we'll deploy the code there. We see deployed function payment sheet, and if I'm gonna go back to our Supabase instance, but make sure to go to the actual supabase.com, not to localhost. And if I'm gonna go to the edge functions here, we should see a new function payment sheet with more details about it. With this step, we have finished the small part of handling payments, the part from this diagram on our server that calls Stripe and creates a payment intent with our data, and we return it back to whoever calls this function. This function is deployed as an edge function on Supabase, and that enables us to go to the next task in order to get this payment intent information and render a payment sheet on user interface to actually collect the money from the user. So this is going to be our next task, and it's going to be Stripe and React Native. Let me first go ahead and do git status, create Stripe payment intent with Supabase edge function. The next step is on our React Native side, having a payment intent that is created on the backend side, we can go ahead and render the payment collection form or the payment sheet from Stripe. Expo has a good documentation showing how you can set up Stripe in an Expo project. So you can open it up here for more information, or we can go ahead and follow the guide that I have prepared. So let's start by installing Stripe React Native library in our Expo project. I'm gonna open a terminal. I'm gonna run the Expo install. And in order to set up our Stripe provider, we're gonna use the Stripe provider in our layout, in the root layout folder, and configure it using the publishable key. So let's open source application layout. This is our root layout that wraps the whole application. So here is where we will import Stripe provider from Stripe, and we're gonna wrap the whole application with this Stripe provider. It doesn't really matter where you do that, as long as the stack is a child of a Stripe provider. So I can do that probably at the top, Stripe provider, close it here, and the Stripe provider needs only the publishable key as a required variable. We're gonna take it from the process.env, and the publishable key is this one. It complains that this environment variable can also be undefined, so I'm gonna do empty string. and now everything is working fine. With this, Stripe provider has been initialized, and later in our screens, we are able to go ahead and start using it. So let's go ahead and create a new file in our library that will help us manage the Stripe interactions. So I'm gonna call it stripe.ts, and one of the functions that we need here is going to be initialize payment sheet. This function will receive the amount for which we want to initialize the payment sheet, and this is going to be a number. And yeah, here let's do console.log initializing payment sheet for, and here amount, let's write. Now we can export this function. And when do we want to initialize the payment sheet? If I'm gonna log in as a user, I'm gonna add something to my card. The moment where I want to initialize the payment sheet is when the user presses checkout. In some situations, you would want to initialize the payment sheet whenever you get on this page, but in that situation, the user should not be able to change anything. In my case, on this page, the user is still able to change some of the information about his order, which changes the total, and that's why I'm going to initialize the payment sheet only when we press checkout. So let's go ahead in the providers, card provider, and there is this function checkout that simply inserts the order in the table. What I'm gonna do here is I'm going to first do a wait initialize payment sheet that was imported from, no, it shouldn't be here. It should be initialize payment sheet from our lib Stripe. So this function imported from our lib Stripe, we're gonna call it as the first function in the checkout when the user presses on the checkout. And we should send here the total amount. So the total amount is calculated and saved in variable total here. So I can use it as this. But remember, this total is what we are displaying on the screen. And the total in this situation is 9.99. But remember, when working with Stripe, the total, I mean the amount that we want to charge should be represented in pennies or cents. So for that reason, what I'm gonna do is from dollars, I'm going to multiply by 100 to make it into cents. And in order to get rid of anything after the comma, because we cannot have floating numbers there, we only can have integers. I'm gonna use math.floor, and that will get rid of anything after the dot. So we're gonna have an integer value of amount of pennies that we want to charge. Cannot find init because it's initialize. So let's see if this function is being called. I'm going to open the terminal running our React Native application. I'm going to add something to the cart. I'm going to press checkout, and we see initializing payment sheet for 999. Yes, that's true. It's 999, which is 999 pennies. Okay, back to our Stripe, to initialize Stripe here. What do we need there? Well, we need to call our backend function, our edge function, and get the information about the payment intent, or basically call the server function to create a payment intent, and then using it, we're gonna open a model. So let's create a new function here for fetching payment sheet params. It's going to be async, and this function will also need the amount because it will send it to our remote function, to our edge function to fetch the data. So remember, we have our edge function that we built in the previous step, and all we have to do is call this function and get back the data. To do that, we're gonna use the Supabase client. So await Supabase from Supabase. To call a edge function, we're gonna use supabase.functions.invoke. Here we need the function name, and the function name is the name of the folder. So it's payment-sheet. And the second parameter here, we can send the body. And inside the body, we need to specify the amount, and the amount is going to be the parameter. As a response, we receive a similar response to other Supabase functions, basically data and error. And we can check if there is data, we can return it from this function. Otherwise, we're going to, alert something on the screen, error fetching payment sheet params. And you can return an empty object. Now let's go ahead and call this fetch parameter function in our when we want to initialize the payment sheet. So let's go data equal await fetch payment params with the amount. Now let's console log data. If I'm gonna go to the user, let's try to create a new order. If I'm gonna press on the checkout, we see initializing payment sheet for 1234, and the data back is this object that is coming from our edge function, which means that we successfully created a payment intent on the backend, and here is the ID of that payment intent. So what we can do here is we will right away destructure the payment intent and the publishable key. If something happened and there is no payment intent, so I'm gonna do if no payment intent or if no publishable key, I'm gonna stop here. Otherwise, I'm gonna continue and I'm going to initialize locally the payment sheet. We're going to use the init payment sheet that we import from Stripe React Native. And to initialize it, we need to send some parameters here. One of them is the merchant display name. Here you can specify the name of your business, for example, not just.dev. Then what you need is the payment intent client secret. And this is the payment intent that we receive, the ID of a payment intent that was created on the backend. And the default billing details, you can specify the name here, Jane Doe. And I think that's it. With this call, we are simply initializing and preparing the payment sheet for it to later be opened. So if I'm gonna go to the user, on the visual side, nothing should happen, but we can double check if everything is working correctly, if we don't have any errors. If I go on the checkout, yeah, we don't see any problems, any errors, which means that most probably it worked correctly. Lastly, after initializing the payment sheet, all we have to do is to display it to the user. So let's have a new function here called open payment sheet. This is an async function. And we can also right away export it because we are gonna have to call it from our cart. So yeah, what we have to do is we're gonna call a function from Stripe called present payment sheet. This function was imported from Stripe React Native, and what it does, it simply presents the previously initialized payment sheet. And if there will be no initialized payment sheet, it will throw an error. So that's why we're getting the error here, and we can do some, I don't know, small error handling, like if error alert error.message. And we can also return something from this function to know if everything was successful or not. So if there was an error, I'm gonna return false. Otherwise, I'm going to return true. Now let's go ahead and call this open payment sheet from our card provider after we initialize the payment sheet. So right away, we're going to call it. Let's make sure to import it from our library, from Stripe library, and it will return back the status if it was successful or not. So we can call it paid equal to await, and here we can insert the order only if the user paid it. So if there was no error, don't insert the order in the database. So let's have a look. I think now is the moment where we will see everything together. And now if I'm gonna go and create a new order here for $9.99, if I press checkout, we see that we are required to pay $9.99 here with a credit card. Because it's in test mode, we can use some test cards, and one of them is 4242 multiple times. And if you try to pay with this card, the payment should go through, and only then the order is saved into the database. And if we go back to our dashboard on Stripe under the payments, we will be able to see that one and the latest one is actually a payment that was successfully completed. So that means that we have a working setup for collecting payments from the user. Now you can look at different use cases. For example, What happens if I don't provide anything and I go back here? We're gonna see that the payment has been canceled. That is the error that we receive. And because in the car provider, on the checkout, we stopped if the user doesn't pay, this order that he is trying to order is not going to be inserted in the database. Here there are a lot of options how you want to design it. Maybe you want to save a order but have a label that it still needs payment. In this case, I'm gonna keep it simple. If it's not paid, it's not in the database. If it's paid, we're gonna save it. So after checkout and after the user successfully pays, and here in test mode, as I said, we can use this 4242 card and we can pay, and only then it is saved in the database. And the prices are also dynamic. So if I'm gonna add a lot of these pizzas, we're gonna see that Stripe understands automatically that, because when creating the payment intent on the backend, we are sending the amount that the user should pay here. So just like that, we have payments integrated in our application working perfectly, both on the front end and on our backend. And on Stripe, we can see this information. As you can see, yes, this is the chart. On the home screen, you should already see some charts with the amount that you made and so on. But all of this is still the test data as we are in test mode. I'm gonna do git add, git commit, Stripe React Native. So far we are charging customers, but we never save information about the customer on Stripe, and we never kind of link Stripe customers with our database users. And because of that, every time we are processing the payments in Stripe, this is recorded as an anonymous user. So if you're gonna check the details of one of these payments, you're gonna see that the customer is unknown or is a guest customer. Nothing wrong with that, like you'd still be able to collect payments. The only thing that this will limit you to do is to easily understand who are the customers that are buying again and again from your business and who are the ones that are just joining. There is no way to link this order with the order of customers from previous time. And I'm talking about Stripe dashboard. I'm not talking about our backend. And another disadvantage of this one is that users are not able to save their credit card for later, and every time they will use our application, they will have to manually fill in the information about their payment method. So in this tutorial, we're gonna learn how to save information about the customers on Stripe and how to link that with our database. So let's go ahead and see what we have to do. First of all, we need to add a new field on our user table that will specify the Stripe customer ID. This way, we're gonna be able to connect a user in our database with a user in Stripe. So what I'm gonna do is I'm still going to run first locally. So let's go ahead and run npx Supabase status and make sure your containers are running. Make sure you have run npx Supabase start to start your containers. And from here, I'm going to go to the studio URL, to the localhost studio URL. And from here, if I'm gonna go to the table views in the profiles, at this moment, we don't have any fields, or if I'm gonna look at the definition, here is all the fields for our profile. What we can do is we can simply change the shape of a table or update the table from our local studio UI. If you are not familiar with SQL, this is the easiest way to change the database schema by going here and visually, for example, adding a new column. The column that we want to add is called Stripe Customer ID, and the type is going to be text. So simply add this column at the end, click Save, and now our profiles table, they have a new column, Stripe Customer ID. Currently, this is only locally. If I'm gonna navigate to supabase.com, we're not gonna see this field under our tables here. So here I want to show you how we can do database changes locally and then make sure that we can replicate these changes later, either on a different machine or on the remote database. As we can see here in the remote, we still don't have this field. What we should do now is generate a new migration file. A migration file, as I explained previously, is an SQL file. Here in the migration is an SQL file that will take the table from a specific state, will apply some SQL commands, and will move it into a different state. So for example, what we want to do now is create a new migration that will take our database instance as it is and add a new field to our profile tables. Again, we don't have to create manually these migrations. What we can do is use a tool that will automatically create a migration for us based on the difference between remote and local database. To do that, we're gonna run npx supabase db, and we're gonna run the diff command and save it in the file called add stripe field. So this diff command will look at the local database schema, will look at the migrations that we currently have, and will compare the difference. And the difference will be saved in a new file, and you're gonna see right in a moment what that file will be. The second file is a file with one single line of code. It will, when executed, it will alter the table profiles and add a column called Stripe customer ID with type text. That's it, as simple as is. Now what you can do is you can push these changes to the remote Supabase instance by using Supabase db push. If I'm gonna do that, now Supabase will take the migration from locally and will apply it in the remote database. And if we check the supabase.com project on the profile that didn't have a column, now if I'm gonna refresh, I suppose it's gonna have a column. If I scroll to the end, yes, the Stripe customer ID is on the remote Supabase instance as well as it is on our local instance. Perfect. Now we added both locally and on the remote the extra field that we will need throughout this tutorial. We're going to create the Stripe customer in our edge function when we will try to create a payment sheet. The way we're gonna do that is we know information about the user who is doing this request. Basically, the user who is pressing the checkout, that user is calling our function, and it has an authorization header that identifies that user. We can check if he is already a Stripe customer. If yes, we're gonna use that information for him. If no, we're gonna create a new customer within Stripe and then save it in our database in this Stripe customer ID under the profile of that specific user. So here we're gonna, from our edge function, we're gonna have to interact with our Supabase database. So for that reason, in the utils file, I'm gonna create a new file called supabase.ts. I left some resources here that will show you how you can interact with Supabase from edge functions. And this one shows you how you can get information about the authentication context, like who is calling our Supabase client. So here is the code that we are interested in, or we can take it from the code that I have prepared. So let's copy this starter and let's paste it in our Supabase TS. We are importing the create client using the Dano URL import of packages, and we are using here the Supabase GS library, and we are creating a Supabase client using these environment variables. These environment variables will automatically be populated, and the additional stuff is we are creating the client using the same authorization token, basically the authorization header that we received from the user. And this way we are impersonating a user. Now we can simply get the user from the authentication client, and because we are impersonating him with the authorization header, we should see information about who is doing this call. If there is no user found, we're gonna see that, otherwise we're gonna see the information about the user. Now, where should we call this create or retrieve profile? We are going to call this one inside our payment sheet index. And here, after getting the amount, we are going to do const customer equal create or retrieve profile. And we're gonna have to do await here. And importing from utils Supabase TS. I don't know why it's added with .js there. It needs the request information, so let's simply send this request there. And we can also type it with actually request. So now when we will try to create a payment intent, it will also create a customer where. So let's go ahead and serve this function npx Supabase functions serve with the environment file, and the name of the function is payment sheet. It's the same function that will do a little bit more work. So the function is served. Let's go ahead, and I think the easiest way is going to be from our user interface to press checkout, because whenever we do that, we call the backend function. And if we're looking at the logs of the backend function, we will see here information about what? Information about the user. If I go to the Supabase here, console log user. Yes, the get user from authentication, that's what we're console logging. And we see that the user is, the email is admin at not just the dev. It's exactly the one that I have logged in my application. If I'm gonna log in from another account, that's gonna be reflected here. And we have an ID of a user. Having the ID of a user, what we can do is we can query the profile information. And then having the profile information, we will know if he's already a Stripe customer or not. So in our Supabase here, after we get the user, we can get the profile. So await Supabase client dot from profiles. We're going to select all the columns, and we're going to only look for the profile where the ID of a profile is equal to the user.id. And we're only going to take one record, not a list of them. So the data that we're going to receive is going to be profile, and the error, we can take it like this. Now we can add some checks here to make sure that we actually found the profile. So we can check if there is an error or if there is no profile, we can simply throw a new error, profile not found. Now we can console log the profile to make sure that we get it from the database correctly. If I'm gonna go and press the checkout again and look at the logs of our edge function, we should see the profile information with Stripe customer ID null. At the moment, Stripe customer ID is null, but if it would be not null, so if profile dot Stripe customer ID is not null, then I'm gonna simply return this value. I don't want to create multiple customers if he is already created in Stripe and linked with our profile. So later we're gonna stop here, but now if profile Stripe customer ID is not defined, we have to create a Stripe customer. To create a Stripe customer, we're gonna use the Stripe library, stripe.customers.create. And here we need to provide some metadata about the customer, such as the email is important. So we're gonna take the user.email and the metadata. And in the metadata, you can add basically any information like IDs or things like that. We need to make sure to import Stripe from .stripe, and I think it should be .stripe.ts. And after creating the Stripe customer, let's do console log. Well, we need to get it. So const customer equal. Let's do console log customer, and let's see the logs if it actually creates a Stripe customer. If I'm gonna press checkout, what do we see here? Invalid request error. Parameter unknown, type GE. Did you mean metadata? Yes, metadata. Very good error messages. Gives you hints where you might have an error. So let's press checkout again. And we see this is the customer that was created on Stripe. Last step is to save the customer ID from Stripe to our database because later we don't want to recreate it. So yeah, that would be our last step. We're going to await Supabase client dot from the profiles table. I want to update the Stripe customer ID, and I will set the customer.id that we created on Stripe, but not for all the rows, only the row that we are currently working with, that is the profile.id. And lastly, we're going to return the customer.id because we will need it later when we call this create or retrieve profile. And that's it. If I'm going to press checkout again, a new customer should have been created on Stripe. It should have this 2014 at the end. And also in our database, if I'm gonna refresh, we should have a Stripe customer ID here, or it's not. From profile or profiles? Yes, from profiles. That's what happens when you rush. Let's try again. Press checkout. Everything good. In the database, under this user profile, we see the Stripe customer ID, which means that it links them together. And the next time I'm gonna try to pay, you're gonna see that it will not create a new one. It will use the same one. But we are not done yet, because in the payment sheet, when we create the payment sheet, we should let know Stripe that this payment sheet is for the customer that we just created. Another thing, this will correctly link the payments to a specific customer. So if I'm going to check out right now, for example, $9.99 checkout and actually pay, you see there is no way to save this card yet, but the customer is registered. So if I'm gonna go to the Stripe dashboard, the last payment should have been made from this customer. As you can see, it already has the email of a customer that created the last payment. It's already not a guest user, it's an actual customer that we have created, and we will be able to track his invoices over time. So if he comes back and checks out again, like this, on the customer page, you're gonna see all the payments that he have made throughout all the history of your restaurant, for example. You're gonna see how much he spent in total and so on. So this is a much better way to handle payments, to connect it with Stripe customers in order to keep track of your users inside Stripe dashboard as well. But as I was saying, this method does not yet allow us to save credit card informations. It doesn't allow us because for that we need a specifically generated key for the customer, which is called, I'm not gonna pronounce that, but it's a specific key. To generate this, let's go ahead in our guide, and in the step 4, there is this code that will create this ephemeral key. And let's add it here after creating the customer inside our payment sheet function. It's created using stripe.ephemeral keys create. We're passing there the customer ID, and this key, let's go ahead and send it to our payment intent as well. But we don't have to send everything. We only have to send the secret there, secret. Now, this information, the customer and the key, let's also add it as a response, because later we're gonna need it on the front end to send it to the payment sheet. All right, that's everything on our function backend. If I'm gonna go to our source library Stripe, where we fetch payment sheet information, besides these two, as you saw previously, we will return the customer and the ephemeral key. So let's take them from here. And when we initialize the payment sheet, what we can do here is we can send the customer ID of customer and the customer ephemeral key secret, this one. Now, if I'm going to refresh the page, go to the user side, try to order something new. If I'm gonna add to cart and press checkout, no payment sheet has been initialized. You must call init payment sheet. Let's do console log data to see what data we get back. In the React Native side, add payment, checkout, initializing, and nothing. Received a no parameter ephemeral. That's where? That's somewhere in our payment sheet function. It's this one, payment intents. When creating the payment intent, we do not need it. Maybe we don't need it when creating the payment intent. We only need it to return it here to the client side, but it didn't say anything about the customer. So let me try to leave a customer, but only remove this one from creating the payment intent, and try again. Add to cart, checkout. Yes, now it works, but we don't need this key here. Look at this. Now we have a checkbox at the end. Save this car for future, not just dev payments. So if I'm going to pay with 4.2 card and check this box, if I'm gonna pay this, everything is gonna work perfectly fine the first time, but the next time when I'm gonna be hungry and go back here, if I will want to check out, I can pay with one click because Stripe has saved our payment information. We connected with Stripe customer, and that's why are able to pay with the card that we already saved there. And it's very important to understand that this information about credit cards and so on, they are never stored on our system. Stripe is handling everything for the payments, saving and storing this, because these are the rules when it comes to handling payment informations. The only thing that we saved on our system is a link to Stripe customer ID in our profiles. In this way, we can know, like based on a user in our system, what is the ID of the Stripe customer, and everything else Stripe is handling for us. The only thing is we need to send this ID when we generate the payment sheet, and we will be able to reuse the cards or add a new one as well. You can look for Stripe test cards, and there is a lot of cards that you could test. The 4242 is one that will always succeed, but at the end, I don't know, somewhere here, you will also find, for example, insufficient funds is this one. So if I'm gonna use this card with any valid date, and I'm gonna save a card for later, if I'm gonna try to pay, I'm gonna see an error, your card has insufficient funds. So I'm not going to be able to do that. I can go back, select the existing one, process it, and Stripe says, good luck. Everything is working. Yeah, I think we also need to make sure to redeploy our function because we have done changes to it. So I'm going to stop the execution locally and do npx Supabase functions deploy payment sheet to make sure that the changes that we have done to the function locally are also deployed to our production Supabase instance, and that's everything that we need. The next advanced feature that I want to implement in our application, and a feature that so many of you wanted us to cover, push notifications. We're gonna use Expo push notifications to integrate push notifications in our application, and we're gonna do that specifically around two events. When a new order is submitted by a user, we want to notify all the admins with a push notifications that, hey, there is a new order, you probably should do something about it. And whenever the admin changes the status of an order, we want to notify the owner of that order, the user that created it, that, hey, the order is already delivered or is cooking or something like that. So yeah, we're gonna do that with push notifications. But first, for these push notifications, because we are going to use Expo push notification service, we're gonna need something from EAS. I didn't plan to go in depth into EAS because that would take a lot of time, and that is a topic for another tutorial, but we need at least a project ID. So we need to configure EAS in order for our notifications later to work. In a couple of words, EAS stands for Expo Application Services and is a set of tools that allows us to build, submit, update, and these are the main categories of EAS, and it's specifically for React Native and Expo applications. So we can do all of this in cloud with Expo services, and it allows us, for example, to build our application for iOS, even if we're using Windows. That is one very specific use case that I remembered about. In general, with EAS, you can create automated CI/CD pipelines. Whenever you push some code changes to your application, it will go ahead and submit a build to EAS. After that is done, it will submit the applications to App Store and Play Store. And after that, maybe send you an email that, hey, there is a new update. All of this automated CI/CD using EAS, we have covered in the full stack mobile development course. So if you're interested, you can check that out. But in this tutorial, we are going to cover very, very limited part of EAS. As I said, we need it only for one project identifier. You can read more under their documentations. I left some resources here, or you can simply start by installing EAS globally on your system. So let me do that here to maybe update it if it needs update. After that, we can do EAS login, and you need an Expo account, and just log in with your Expo credentials. And after that, we can configure our EAS. And yeah, let's wait for a bit. So now we can run EAS build configure, and it will ask us if we want to configure it under our name. And yes, let's do that in our account. Which platforms would you like to configure? Let's configure it for both iOS and Android. And we can see that it generated for us automatically the eas.json file. This eas.json contains information about different steps of a build that we can do with EAS, but what we are interested in is in the app.json file that now has this extra EAS project ID configuration. So that's exactly what we need out of this part of a lesson, because in the next step, the notifications depend on it. So let me go ahead and do git add, git commit, setup, EAS build. So let's continue with our tasks, and we are getting into actually implementing our push notifications. Let's open the documentation from Expo, and here is the push notification service overview. There is a small confusing part when it comes to notifications and the role of Expo in managing and sending notifications. The confusion is coming from one service and one library that have almost the same name. So I'm talking here about the Expo push notification service. On the other hand is the Expo notifications library. I will start by simply explaining what are these two service and library, and what is the responsibility of each of them. So I'm gonna start with the Expo notifications library. This is a simple library that allows us to get the device token, and we use it in our client-side application. It also helps us send and display local notifications. And yeah, basically let's think about Expo notifications is for managing notifications locally. I'm talking about push notifications, but they are local. For example, being able to schedule notifications every day at 12 o'clock. This is a local notification. It's still a push notification because it opens in the system's UI, and this is managed by Expo notifications. Nothing more to say about this. We need to use it in any case because it helps us get the token that is later used to identify a device. And with that token, later we can send even remote notifications. But when it comes to remote notifications, and remote notifications is, let's say, when I'm liking a post on Instagram, the user who created that post will receive a notifications. And this is a remote push notification because it is generated by an event from a different device, from a different user, but the notification is displayed on a different user on a different device. Usually, these notifications are going through two service providers. One of them is Firebase Cloud Messaging. This is FCM for Android notifications. And on iOS, we have Apple Push Notification Service, APNs. Because we are building an application with React Native, we are building the application both for Android and iOS. If we would want to implement notification server ourselves, we would have to keep track of both FCM, the Firebase Cloud Messaging, and the Apple Push Notifications. So it adds a little bit of complexity. I would say quite a lot of complexity to manage all of this routing, should it be Android or iOS. Instead of that, Expo created this push notification service, and it's very poorly explained, like this difference on the documentation. So it took me quite a lot of time to understand how everything is linked together. And even here, like, it doesn't say anywhere push notification service. But yeah, the push notification service stays in front of Firebase Cloud Messaging and Apple Push Notification, and we simply send a request to the Expo Push Notification Service, and it handles all the routing and navigation and sending it to the right device to reach the end user. So it's much easier for us to do that, but this time this is not a client library. This is an actual service working somewhere on some servers of Expo. Previously it was paid. Now, as I see in the Q&A somewhere here, is actually free. So I'm happy for that, and we can use it because it simplifies quite a bit the way we interact with everything. So from the documentation, let's open this push notification service, and here we can go to the setup. And our goal in the setup phase is to make sure that the user gives us permission to send push notification, and after that, reading the Expo push token. This is a token that we will later need to identify the application installed on a specific device. And with this token, later we're gonna send push notification to specific devices. So as you can see, we need this EAS build. That's why we configured it in the previous step. And now we're gonna start by installing the dependencies. Let's go ahead and do that. In our project, I'm going to install Expo notifications, Expo device, and Expo constants. And we're gonna add the minimal working example. In this documentation, everything is done in app.js. I really don't want to add a lot of code to our app.js because our app.js is actually our layout, the entry point, and I don't want to add logic about notifications. So actually I'm going to have two files specific for our notifications. One of them I'm going to create it in our lib, and this is going to be functions, low-level functions that will help us interact with the notifications. Notifications.ts. So from this documentation, let me actually take inspiration from here and take only what we need. In the library, let's try to copy this register for push notifications. So let's copy this function, register for push notifications, inside our notifications.ts. There is a lot of things missing here, but we're gonna add it step by step. For example, platform imported from React Native, notifications. We are going to import it, everything as notifications from Expo notifications. Okay, the device should be imported from Expo device. So import from Expo device, but it should also be everything as device. What else? Constants should be imported from Expo constants. No, it should be like this. And the Expo config here can be null, so we can do question mark here. And what else? I think we are good now. So what this code is doing is setting all the configuration, for example, for Android. It creates a channel name, it defines the importance of our notifications. You can specify the vibration pattern and the color to light if the phone has a dedicated light for notifications. You can do the configurations here. Now later we are only going to be able to request permissions and interact with notifications if we are running on device. So for that reason, on an emulator it's not gonna work. We're gonna see it in a moment. And what are we doing is we are first getting the permission from the user, either getting existing one, or if it's the first time we are requesting permissions. And after getting the permissions, we are getting the Expo push token async. As I said, this is the token that we will need later to send push notifications. Now, where are we going to register for these push notifications? If we look in this example code from the documentation, register push notification is happening in a use effect inside our application. And the token that is being received is stored in a state variable. Because I don't want to add clutter to our layout, I'm going to create a new provider that will store the state variables, that will handle the interactions with notifications, will fetch everything and do this logic. So in the providers, let's create a file called notification provider.tsx. Here, I'm gonna start with the notification provider, which is going to be a function receiving children. So let's type it with the props with props with children from React, perfect. And we're going to return basically an empty portal with the children inside. I'm not even sure that it should be a context provider because I don't think we're gonna need to expose any data here. So I'm gonna start with a simple provider that will, let's first of all add the use effect with empty dependency array here. That will simply do a console warn notification or provider init. Now let's go ahead and export default notification provider, and in our underscore layout from application, basically in our root layout, let's do this notification provider where. Maybe below the stripe, I don't even know where it should go. Let's think if it makes sense, if it will depend on anything like authentication or query. Maybe, so let's add it after the query as notification provider. And make sure to close it also before the query, just like this. Perfect. Now we see provider init. That means that this use effect has been called. And now if we look at the example, the same things that happen in our application, what we want to do is to do them inside our notification provider. So the first step was to register for push notification and then to save a token in state, right? Let's do that. Let's import the missing function register for push notifications. We need to import it from notifications. It's not exported. Yeah, we need to export it. Export. And when we receive back the token, we are setting it in state. So for that reason, we need a state variable for Expo push token and set Expo push token. This is a use state that we can also type with Expo push token. Now what we can do is console log push token, and here let's try the Expo push token like this. We see some alerts on our device saying that must use a physical device for push token, and that is coming from our notification library because we are checking here if it's not device, then we are alerting must use physical device. So for that reason, I'm gonna connect my phone quickly. Here is a view of my physical device and I can interact with it. Here you will see directly on the screen. If we look in the console, initially the push token is undefined, but the second time the push token is an object with data that has this exponent push token. So I'm gonna go into our library, and where we take the token, because it's an object, I'm going to take directly the dot data from that call. Now if I'm gonna look, the push token is no longer data, but the push token is an actual exponent push token. So what we can do with this one, I think we already can go ahead and try to use a tool that we can send a test notification. If you scroll down to the fourth step, here there is Expo push notification tool. If I'm gonna go here, you see we have to provide the push token that we can copy from here. This is the push token generated specifically for my device, and we can say hello there, how are you? If I'm going to press send right now, if I'm gonna go back here, I hope to receive a notification. No, I actually don't receive it because there are still quite a couple of things that we have to implement in order to listen for incoming notifications and display them on our system. So let's do that right now and make sure that by the end of this, we're gonna see a notification on our device. Back in this documentation at the step 2, where they show a minimal working example, let's continue with some of these steps. For example, I said that I want to do this in the provider to set the notification handler. So let's copy this code inside our notification provider at the top. So we're gonna have to also import here everything as notifications from Expo notifications. And this just is some additional configuration on how to handle the notification. If it should show alert, play sound, set badge, and so on. Let's try again. Oh boy, actually it's working. If I have my phone closed And if I'm gonna send here a notification, you're gonna see that right away I receive it. Hello there, how are you? And I think that, yeah, hello there, hello Vadim. If I'm gonna send it now, you should see that it automatically gets on my device, hello Vadim, with this title. If I press, it's gonna open the application in Expo Go. And by the way, a little disclaimer is that this setup is working automatically without us having to set up anything on the Firebase and App Store, because we are still running in Expo Go. Whenever we will have to build our application and deploy it to the stores, in that case, we will have to create our own FCM tokens and link them with our project. But that's a small step. I'm going to show you later how you can do it. But yeah, just wanted to specify that this is working just because we are still using Expo Go. Let's go ahead in our documentation and see what else do we need to do here. Well, in the use effect, after we register for push notifications, the guide also shows how we can add listeners for notifications. And these are important when we want to not only show it in the user interface, but whenever received to actually do something with them. So I'm going to copy them from here and let's go in our notification provider in the use effect. After we register for push notifications, I'm going to paste here these ones. So as we can see, we need two things. We need a reference. Oh, actually we need three things: the notification listener, and response listener. So if I'm gonna add them here, we need to import useref from React. And we see a lot of TypeScript errors. Not a big deal, it's still gonna work, but if you want to get rid of them, we should type the notification listener reference as notifications.subscriptions. Notifications.subscription, and for the second ref is going to be, is it still subscription? And our notification state here, I don't know why we set it to false. I'm gonna delete that and I'm gonna type it as notifications.notification. And this token, what's happening here? Yeah, they say that it can be undefined, so that's why I'm gonna add here question mark or Expo token or undefined. String or undefined is not assigned to parameter Expo push token. This token is of type string. Why? Register for push notifications. Let token. Yeah, it's actually not Expo push, but it's string. Here in the return, what we're doing is we're removing the listeners for notifications. And we should do that only if they exist. So we can check notification listener.current. If it's true, only then remove it. And the same for the second one. Yeah, these are additional small steps in order to make our code bulletproof current. Now we will see that whenever we receive a notification, we will also have access to the notification data here in the code as well. So I'm gonna do notification. Let's do it like this. Console log it to see it here. Initially, notification is undefined, but if I'm gonna send a new one, send notification, because our application is in foreground. This is also very important to understand. Because application is in foreground, the notification that we received will not be displayed in the tray. It's gonna be there, but it's not gonna show on top. What we will actually see is that actually the notification was received and we have in our state all of the data about it. We have a body, we have a title. If we're gonna have additional attachments or something like that, we're gonna have them here. So additionally, you can, besides showing notifications in the tray, when you receive this, you can also show like a pop-up or something like that, like, hey, there is a new order. So this is quite important to know, like that, yes, we can receive notification using this listener. And if the application is going to be in background when we do that, we will see the notification. What else from this documentation? Let's see. We can take this send push notification function, and using this function, we're gonna later implement sending remote notifications. So let's take this one inside our library, lib notifications, and add it at the end. We can export it. And for example, yeah, this is going to send a push notification using this Expo push token string. Okay, now we can go ahead and do git add git commit basic push notifications. So this was our first part of the notifications. In the second one, we're gonna see how we can send notifications to other users, like remote notifications. When something happens on one end, we want to notify someone else. And this scenario, when a new order is created by the user, we want to notify all the admins. And when a user order status is changed by the admin, we want to notify the user, the end user. So first of all, to power this feature, we need to save in our database the push notification of a user to know how to notify him. So everything is going to start with, should we do locally? Yes, let's try to follow the same steps to update it locally, generate the migration, and then push it to remote. So I'm gonna start with npx Supabase status. I'm gonna open the studio URL here, and in the table editor under profiles, let's go ahead and edit this table. After the Stripe customer ID, let's go ahead and add Expo push underscore token. This is going to be also text. Let's add it, save, and it was added to our local instance of our database. To make sure that we track this change with migrations, what we have to do is run npx Supabase db diff and then a file name for add, for example, push token. Now this will check the difference, we'll check what we have changed, and we'll create a new migration file under Supabase migrations, and we see it here. It altered table profiles by adding the Expo push token. Perfect. The last step is to take this local migration and push it to remote. To do that, we're gonna do Supabase db push. So migration has been applied. Now we can go to our remote database on supabase.com. We can check profiles, we can refresh, and we should double check if it has the Expo push token column. Yes, it has. Perfect. Now, whenever we get this push token, we need to save it in the user database. So here is where we are going to open our providers, notification provider. And when we register for push notification, we are setting it in state. Let's create a separate function, save push token. This is an async function that will receive the new token string. So instead of updating the state here, we're gonna call the save push token with this token, and we're gonna do all the logic here. For example, set expo push token with token, new token actually, string or undefined. Besides saving it into state here, we will also want to update the token in the database. So for that, we're gonna do supabase.from profiles. I want to update the newly added expo push token column. I want to set it to the new token and not to all the rows, but only to the one where ID is equal to the user ID. So that means that here we're gonna need information about the user ID. Const user equal use of, and there we have user.id, user.id. And yes, expo push token. It still doesn't understand because we have to update our types, right? But we're gonna do that in a moment. But you know what? I'm only gonna do this if new token is defined, because sometimes it will not be defined and I don't want to do anything with it. So let's see what's going on here. Cannot read property ID of undefined user from use of is not provided. Here is where the order of our providers inside our layout is important, because our notification provider, yes, it is part of the auth provider, so it should have access to that. Let's see, for example, use of. Oh, it has profile. So maybe I should just take profile. Yeah, let me take just the profile, not user. And here I'm gonna do profile.id. Now, if I check our database, we already see that a user has the push token here. And other users will be able to send a notification to him because there is information about his push token. We can send it through the Expo push notification service. The first step for storing the push notification token in our database is finished. Now we need to actually send the notification to the user device. So I'm gonna start with whenever the status of a order changes, I want to notify a user that is the owner of that order that, hey, the status has changed. So this functionality happens in our admin orders ID, and here we have the update status function. Besides updating the order, I also want to notify the user. So what I want to do is console log here, notify, and who I want to notify the user that is the owner of this order.user_id. So now if I'm going to go to hide a little bit this view of my client side, and I'm gonna go with the simulator for a bit. My physical device is gonna be the client side, which actually I'm going to sign in as. So here on the left, we have a user side application, and on the right, I have an admin side application. So for example, if from the user side, I'm gonna order something, check out, no payment sheet has been initialized, error fetching payment sheet. Oh, I think I forgot to set up the environment variables on Supabase remote. A little step back from what we are doing right now to our Stripe integration. We checked and we tested our Stripe integration locally, but after deploying it to production, we didn't check if everything is still working. Now, when I was checking later, we see that there is something wrong, and I realized that the environment variables from our project that are used to configure Stripe, they are present locally, but they are not present in the Supabase remote. So what we have to do is using Supabase secrets set, we can set the secret that we need for these two environment variables. So I'm gonna open a new terminal here, and let's do npx Supabase secrets set, and I'm gonna set the first one and the second one as well. So npx Supabase secrets set, and I'm gonna set the Stripe secret key as well. Now, if I'm gonna do npx Supabase secrets list, we should see a list of secrets. Yes, there is the Expo public and the secret key. Perfect. Now let's see if this fixed the issue of our application that is connected with our production Supabase instance. And I'm gonna try that by trying to check out. Yes, now it's working. So I can go ahead and create here, add my card, save it for future, and pay the fee. Processed, and we see that this is the order with number 44, and we can get back to the task that we were working with. And here I'm talking about the remote push notifications. Back to our use case. On the left here, we have our physical device, and this is the user side application that created the order. And on the simulator on the right, we will work with the admin side, and we're gonna go to the orders, and the order that the user created with number 44. Let's check this out. Let's open our debug tools, because when we update the status, here we want to notify also the user that the status has been updated. So I'm simply console logging something, and let's try to update the status from the admin side, from new to cooking. We see that we are trying to notify the user with this ID. Perfect, that's good. The only thing is that we need to fetch his push token, and we can do that here, or we can actually keep all the logic inside the lib notifications. And here, let's have a function, export const get user token, and here we're gonna receive user ID and what we should return is the user token. So to get it, we're gonna get data and error. We're gonna look into our database, Supabase.from profiles. I want to select all the columns and only look for the one where ID is equal to user ID parameter. And I'm going to return data. I don't even need the error. And also should do .single to return only, not an array, but one instance. I don't think I want to actually export this function. Instead, I want to I will keep this one internal, and I will export a function, const notify user about order update. It's const. I'm gonna actually export it. This function will be an async function. It will receive a user ID and probably the order information. And what it will do, it will first token equal, it will first take the token, await get user token by sending the user ID. Now let's simply console log notifying token. So let's call this notify user about order update from our admin orders side. So here, instead of this console log, let's call this function, and we're gonna send here order.user ID and the information about the order itself. Maybe we don't even need to send two variables here because the user ID is part of the order, so we can only send the order object, and from our notification server, we're only going to receive an order, and here in the get user token, we're gonna have order.user_ID. If you want to type it, this order, you can do that. Not sure if we have them here. Yeah, what we can do here in the notification service is to type this order parameter using the tables and here orders. Now let's check that one. We have a lot of alerts that must use physical device for push notification. If you are tired of that, you can get rid of them from this alert. Now let's open up the terminal and let's move it to something else. And we see property notify user about order doesn't exist. Doesn't exist because we forgot to import it. We need to import it from our lib notifications, and we should also do a wait here. And call it only if order is defined, because if it's not defined, we don't want to call it. Update order, notify this ID, and then notifying all the information about the user, but we only need the token, the Expo push token. So in the notifications, we are get user token. We actually want data.expo push token, and data can be defined. So we're gonna do that safely like this. Now, if I press delivery, we are notifying Expo push token. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. So having this push token, what I can do is I can call the above method, send push notification, for example, to token. Now, if I'm gonna change the notification here on my physical device on the left, I should receive a notification. If I press that, and if I look here, we see original title, and here is the body. If I'm gonna change here original title to your order is coming, it should get there in 10 minutes. So as you can see, I have my phone closed, and the admin, for example, changes the status to delivering, and we see the notification, your order is coming, it should get there in 10 minutes. If I'm gonna do that again, we're gonna receive a new one, and it would be good right now to add custom title and bodies to our send push notification function. Let's do that here by adding a title, which is of type string, and a body of type string. Now we're gonna replace this hard-coded title and body, and when sending the notification here about user, the title is going to be, and the body is this one, and we're gonna send them here, title and body. Let's go ahead and console log the order to see if the new status is there. Let's see if I do it in cooking. The order, does it have a status delivering? The order status is actually the previous one. It's not the newest order. So that's because we are not waiting for the worder to update there. Update worder, use update worder, const update result equal await. Let me see here, console log, update result, update result. Let's update it again. Update result undefined. Why? Why is that? Update worder from use update worder return mutation. Why is it undefined update? Yeah, it's not gonna work like this. I think we can have our own success here or not. I can do it like this. Destructure everything from the worder, but override the status with the new one created. And this way, I'm still gonna receive a new status. If I'm gonna go to cooking, we see worder with status cooking. Perfect. Now, based on this information, we can create the title. The title will be your worder, and we can set the worder.status. And for the body is not that important right now, to be honest. You can create something else, like how much time is left or something like that. But now, if I'm going to move this worder to delivering, we're gonna see your worder is delivering. If we're gonna put it to cooking, your worder is cooking. If we're gonna put it to delivered, your worder is delivered. And only the user of this worder will receive this information. So now we saw how we can interact and send remote push notifications to the users whenever the status of a user updates. If you're interested in more information about that, you can have a look at how you can send these notifications with Expo Push API. And as you can see, the Expo backend stays before the Firebase and APN for iOS. And you simply send it to Expo backend, and Expo backend will take care of sending it to the right device. There are SDKs for backend integrations. For example, if you want to send a push notification from your backend side, let's say when something happens on the backend, you want to send a push notification to the user, you can use one of these SDKs. There is one for the SDK node, which you can use, for example, in the Deno runtime as well, on Supabase, in a Edge function, and for example, send and notify users about some activity. Or alternatively, as we already did, but maybe we didn't pay attention to, is that we can send a push notification by directly sending a request to an HTTP endpoint, exp.host, and with information about the push token, title and body, the Expo services will know how to notify your user. And this is actually what we used from our front end to send a push notification. We send a fetch request, a post request to Expo. We sent the body of a message with the push token of the end user, and this way we actually deliver the notification. If you are planning to deploy this application, there is one extra step that you're gonna have to take, and this is in the setup. If you go to the get credential for development build. At the moment, we are using Expo Go, and that's why it's working, because Expo Go has these FCM and APN tokens by default. For you, when deploying, you're going to deploy your application outside Expo Go environment. So you're gonna have to set up Firebase Cloud Messaging to have Android notifications. Here are some documentations how you can do that. And to have them on iOS as well, you're gonna have to set it up for iOS here, but for that you need an Apple developer account. I'm gonna go ahead and commit everything, and you're gonna have access to all the code. Alright guys, so that was it for today. Thank you for being here, and looking forward for more workshops for our community.